लाइनक्स सर्वर्स पे ही ये वेबसाइट्स रन कर रही हैं, ओके। और हम जैसे यूजर्स इन वेबसाइट्स पे जाते हैं एंड वी यूज द वेबसाइट, उनके सारे फीचर्स यूज करते हैं, करेक्ट। तो बैकएंड में लाइनक्स सर्वर्स होते हैं विद गुड कॉन्फ़िगरेशन हार्डवेयर, ओके। नाउ व्हेन आई से लाइनक्स सर्वर, इट मींस सर्वर हार्डवेयर के ऊपर लाइनक्स ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम इंस्टॉल्ड होता है, ओके। So, when we say server, there are two parts. One is a server hardware and the server operating system. Okay, so we are going to learn the server operating system, which is Red Hat Enterprise Linux version 8. See, in the market, there are so many operating systems available based on Linux, but our focus is on Red Hat Enterprise Linux version 8 because Red Hat has, Red Hat operating system is the most popular one. It is most widely used across the globe. सारी बड़ी कंपनीज रेड हैट ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम ही यूज करती हैं, इसीलिए रेड हैट के लाइनक्स एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर्स की डिमांड ज्यादा है, ओके। ऑलराइट, सो लेट्स टॉक अबाउट द टेबल ऑफ कंटेंट. व्हाट आर वी गोइंग टू लर्न इन लाइनक्स? So basically, our agenda, our mission is to make you RHCSA certification ready. Okay, this is the first level of certification from Red Hat, which proves that you are a capable Linux administrator. Okay, if you have cleared RHCSA exam, then you will be getting a certificate, and this proves that you know how to work on a Linux server. This proves that you know how to run commands and how to administer the operating system. Okay, and while we make you prepared for the exam, we are going to learn about these topics. For example, we will start with the basic commands. हम सबसे पहले कमांड सीखेंगे कि लाइनक्स सर्वर पे कमांड्स रन कैसे करते हैं, और कमांड्स क्यों सीखना है. व्हाई आर वी लर्निंग कमांड्स? बिकॉज व्हेन वी से सर्वर ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम, वी डू नॉट गेट अ GUI. ओके, हमें GUI नहीं मिलेगा, हम माउस नहीं यूज कर पाएंगे, हमें ग्राफिक्स नहीं दिखेगा, कलर्स नहीं दिखेंगे. हमें क्या दिखेगा? We will just see a screen like this, a black screen with white text. Okay, like this. We will see like this. Okay, और यहाँ पे सिर्फ commands ही चलती हैं. We can only run commands over here. Okay, this is called a command line interface. अगर हम ग्राफिक्स की बात करें, जैसे ये स्टार्ट बटन आपको दिख रहा है, दिस इज पार्ट ऑफ GUI, ग्राफिकल यूजर इंटरफेस. तो GUI नहीं मिलता सर्वर ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम में, बहुत रेयर है, मिल सकता है, but mostly 99% of the time you will only get access to this command line interface. Okay, so we will start with yes.
Sorry, Mit. So guys, whenever you have question, you can just unmute yourself and ask your doubts.
Yes, definitely, yes.
Okay, but try to ask relevant questions. Okay, it will be fine for everyone. नहीं तो class थोड़ा खराब हो जाता है. So try to always ask relevant questions.
Yeah, normally I take a break to ask the question after each subject or each topic. Okay, and then also in between, if you feel like अगर आपको बीच में भी question पूछना है तो you can ask it, no worries. Okay, so first of all, as I said, how to run commands, the basic understanding of the commands. जब हमें commands आ जाएंगी, then we will move ahead to the user management. How to create users, how to manage users, how to change the password, all these things. After that, we are going to learn about local storage configuration, which means how to partition the hard disk, how to work with hard disk. हार्ड डिस्क में पार्टीशंस कैसे बनाने हैं, और फाइल सिस्टम कैसे राइट करना है. फाइल सिस्टम का मतलब जैसे थोड़ा लेमैन लैंग्वेज में अभी बताता हूँ, आगे जाके पूरा एक्सप्लेन करूंगा. फॉर एग्जांपल, जैसे मेरे C ड्राइव, D ड्राइव आप देख सकते हैं स्क्रीन पे, राइट. C ड्राइव को मैं राइट क्लिक करता हूँ, प्रॉपर्टीज पे जाता हूँ, तो मुझे एक दिखता है फाइल सिस्टम NTFS. ठीक है, तो फाइल सिस्टम इज व्हाट? इज अ काइंड ऑफ अ मैकेनिज्म which decides how the data will be stored in the hard disk or in the partition. Okay, it is a kind of a software, as you can see. So NTFS is provided by Microsoft Windows, but in Linux there is a different file system. It is called EXT, and there is another one, it is called XFS. So I will teach you how to work with those file system. Okay, and they have their own usages. XFS और EXT का अपना अलग अलग यूज केस होता है, वो आपको मैं कोर्स के साथ बताता चलूंगा. And after this, we are going to learn about how to, manage your operating system. For example, आपका server reboot हुआ. If your server is rebooting and it is giving you problem, okay. After the reboot, the server is giving problem. It is not coming up. आपको screen नहीं दिख रहा है, आपको कुछ नहीं दिख रहा है. तो how to troubleshoot? Okay. So we will learn about the complete boot process. How operating system boots. एक Linux server on कैसे होता है? बैकग्राउंड में क्या प्रोसेस चलते हैं जिसकी वजह से एक आपका ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम ऑन होता है सक्सेसफुली. ऑलराइट. And after that, we are going to learn about how to install and configure various type of servers. For example, a web server. I will teach you how to host your own website. Okay. तो जब हम यहाँ पे पहुंचेंगे, आपको एक अपनी वेबसाइट को लॉन्च करना आ जाएगा. Okay, you can also launch your own website. After that, we will just have a look on basic networking in Linux. Okay, how to configure IP address, how to configure DNS, all those things. Okay, and then the essential part of Linux, which is called security. Linux में दो security modules हैं. Number 1, firewall. Number 2, SE Linux. Okay, as you can see in the last line, SE Linux. All right. So SE Linux and firewall are two major security components, and we should know, as an administrator, we should know how to manage them. And इनका यूसेज आपको मैं आगे जाके बताऊंगा कि इनको यूज कैसे करना है, इनका फायदा क्या है, राइट. आफ्टर दैट वी आर गोइंग टू लर्न अबाउट कंटेनर्स. I hope most of you know what container is. Okay, like you have heard Docker. Okay, so Docker is a container platform. Similarly, in Linux also we have Podman, a container platform. Okay, so we will learn about containers and how to run applications in containers, etc. After that, I will teach you how to write your own shell scripts. Shell script is a kind of a code file which contains Linux commands. Okay, if you have to perform some action on multiple servers, a similar action on multiple servers, then you can create a small shell script. You can run the script on multiple servers. It will help you a lot. It will save your time, right? And finally, I will give you the introduction of Ansible automation tool. All right. For example, let's say there are 100 servers and you have to update them. There is a command yum update. You have to run yum update command on 100 servers. Okay, normally, if you do not know automation, what will you do? You will log into server number 1, you will run the command, you will reboot the server, and then you will go to server number 2. So, updating 100 servers will take approximately like maybe 3 days, one by one, if you are doing it. So if you know automation, you can do the same job in less than 1 hour. Okay, so I will teach you how to configure your own automation tool, which is Ansible. Okay, so this is not the complete Ansible course. Ansible course is approximately 50 hours course, and it is for the preparation of the second level exam, which is called RHCE. Okay, so this will be an introduction part. I will be explaining you how you can create your own automation as well, so that when you are ready for the interviews, you know something about Ansible, you will be able to answer the questions. Okay, it will help you a lot. All right. So this is the table of contents. I will be uploading it. Basically, what I do is मैं एक Google Drive create कर देता हूँ और उसमें ऐसे extra documents हैं वो मैं वहाँ upload करता हूँ. All right. So once I create the Google Drive for this batch, I will share the link and everything, and you can have a look at that Google Drive every day. Okay. All right. So any questions till now?
I think let's change the concept now. You will ask questions from students.
Acha, I'll ask questions.
Just ask them what is Linux, what do you know, why you want to join.
Okay. All right. Just a second. Yeah.
Guys, see, we have not invited many hundred of students.
Yeah, Atul, your voice is very low.
Sorry. Now it's clear?
Yes, perfect.
Yeah, guys, so we have not invited many of the students because we want from the first day that you should interact. तो जिसको भी जो भी डाउट है कुछ तो बात करो, तुम तो यार गूंगे बैठे हो।
Good evening, sir.
या गुड
यस
इवनिंग।
यस बोलो।
Sir, as it is zero to hero batch, so I have very basic doubt ki what's the difference between Unix, Linux, Ubuntu and Kali Linux?
Yes, I am going to explain it. Once I cover this one or two slides, I will then explain you what are the different flavors available in Linux. Okay, and why only Red Hat is being used. All right.
Okay.
Yes, yes, I understand. You might have heard about Mint Linux or maybe Kali Linux or
Yes.
maybe Ubuntu, CentOS, like that, right? So yes, they all exist. You can use them. But when we talk about server operating system used by the companies, okay, so it is Red Hat Linux.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so I'll explain you. Yes, definitely. Okay, any other question?
सर एक मेरा डाउट है।
हाँ जी बोलिए।
सर रेड लिनक्स का सर साइबर सिक्योरिटी में क्या रोल है सर?
सी साइबर सिक्योरिटी इज अ टॉपिक। ओके, तो इसमें आप साइबर सिक्योरिटी में पढ़ते हैं कि आप कैसे पेनिट्रेशन टेस्टिंग कर सकते हैं, आप एक ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम को कैसे सिक्योर बना सकते हैं। ओके, तो आप ये सब टेक्निक्स किसी भी ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम में लगा सकते हैं, चाहे लिनक्स, चाहे रेड हैट लिनक्स में लगाओ, चाहे सेंटोस लिनक्स में, चाहे उबंटू लिनक्स में। ओके, तो साइबर सिक्योरिटी तो एक नॉलेज है जो आप अप्लाई कर सकते हैं किसी भी एनवायरनमेंट में।
जैसे सर मैंने ये करना है, मैंने अभी लिनक्स ऐप कंप्लीट किया, उसके बाद जस्ट साइबर सिक्योरिटी में एनरोल किया, तो ये मेरे लिए बेनिफिशियरी होगा?
एब्सोल्युटली, बिकॉज लाइनेक्स आप करेंगे तो आपको जो साइबर सिक्योरिटी के जो टूल्स हैं वो मेजरली तो सारे लाइनेक्स पे रन करते हैं।
यस सर।
राइट, तो
Yes,
जब लाइनेक्स फिनिश करके आप जब निकलेंगे तो आप रेडी होंगे ऑलरेडी, टूल्स को अंडरस्टैंडिंग आपकी ज्यादा बढ़ जाएगी।
श्योर सर, थैंक यू सो मच।
राइट, या ओके, ऑलराइट गाइस, सो लेट्स मूव अहेड। Okay, so till now we have just learned what Linux is, why Linux is used, okay, and what are we going to learn. So first of all, the first thing you should know is what is an operating system. Okay, you know, operating system is just a software, just a piece of software, okay, which is capable of managing the hardware, the server hardware, like motherboard, CPU, RAM, hard disk, USB ports, LAN adapter, okay, or network adapter, everything is hardware. So operating system is capable of managing hardware efficiently, which includes RAM management also, okay, which includes multitasking also. If if your operating system is not capable of multitasking, so that operating system is useless in today's time, right? So you know, accordingly we have managing multiple users. So operating system should be able to manage multiple users, because obviously किसी सर्वर पे अगर बहुत सारे यूजर्स लॉग इन करके काम करेंगे तभी तो एफिशिएंसी निकलेगी। ऐसा तो नहीं हो सकता कि एक सर्वर पे सिर्फ एक यूजर है। एंड प्रोसेस मैनेजमेंट, ऑब्वियसली एक सर्वर पे बहुत काम चल रहे होते हैं, यू नो देयर आर मल्टीपल programs running in a server operating system. So a good operating system should be able to manage all the processes which are running. And error handling and logging, if there is any error in the operating system, maybe error or just a message from any program, like the program exited successfully or the program failed, right? So these are called messages. So message handling is a very crucial part of any operating system. So all these points are applicable for any operating system, maybe Linux, maybe Windows, maybe Android operating system for your phone, maybe iOS for Apple devices, right? So these are some basic things for any operating system. Okay, now coming to the brief history of Linux. From where did this Linux operating system emerge? Back in 1960s and 1970s, there was a very popular operating system which was called Unix. It was developed using C language, okay, and Unix was very popular and it was used by all the enterprises, by all the companies, okay. So it was very popular back then. And Linus Torvalds was a student, okay, in 1970s, and he was an engineering student. So what he did was he got interested in Unix operating system, and wanted to make his own Unix-like operating system. All right. So from there, he developed the Linux operating system from scratch. He gave the operating system name as Linux, Linux. And who is the developer? Linus Torvalds. Okay, so Linus Torvalds is the creator of Linux. Okay, so so Linux basically started the work in 1970. Okay, and after like many years of development, he also took help of other developers also. Okay, and since he was using the help of other developers, he thought, why not to make this Linux operating system open source, so that anyone can download the source code, modify it, add a new feature, and upload it for the community. Okay, so first thing to remember, Linux operating system is a open source operating system. Okay, since it is open source, anyone is allowed to download it for free, modify it. Okay, anyone can download, anyone can modify, and anyone can redistribute it also by a different name. So because of these features, you see there are so many operating systems Linux based, like Red Hat Linux, Ubuntu, Kali Linux. So all of them have one thing in common. It is the Linux base operating system, which is provided by Linus Torvalds. Okay, so Linus Torvalds till date tries to update it time to time. So ये Linux operating system update होता रहता है, और वहां से जब ये अपडेट हो जाता है तो बड़ी बड़ी कंपनीज जैसे रेड हैट, उबंटू, ये लाइनेक्स डाउनलोड करती हैं और सारी अपडेट्स को इनकॉर्पोरेट करती हैं अपने प्रोडक्ट में. ओके, तो जैसे like I just told you that there are many flavors of Linux available, one of which is Red Hat Enterprise Linux. So Red Hat is a very big company of the world. Okay, recently IBM took over this organization. And there was a deal of some $1 billion, $30 billion, $40 billion. Okay, so now Red Hat is is under IBM. All right, so Red Hat is a very big organization, and Linux, Red Hat Enterprise Linux is one of their product. Basically, Red Hat has a very big catalog of products, one of which is Linux operating system. Okay, Red Hat Linux version 8 is the latest one. Okay, so I am going to make you learn everything about Red Hat Linux. Okay, and you can download the Red Hat Linux version 8 as well for free, and you can also get a 1 year developer license as well. Okay, so I will tell you how you can get, because Linux Enterprise Server, this RHEL, is actually paid operating system. You can download it for free, yes, but if you want to update it time to time, then you have to pay a fee. A fee can be like $300 or $400, like that. Okay, but since we are learning, we can sign up as a developer on Red Hat. Okay, and then we can get 1 year free license, and we can use Red Hat 8 for 1 year for free, which means we can update it for complete 1 year. Okay, we will get the latest security patches and all the updates for 1 year for free. Okay, all right, having said that, Red Hat is also using 2 other operating system for testing. ऐसा नहीं है कि कोई अपडेट आया तो डायरेक्टली रेड हैट लाइनेक्स ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम पे आ गया, नहीं, उस अपडेट को पहले चेक किया जाता है, और उस अपडेट को चेक करने के लिए there is a test operating system which is called CentOS. Okay, so CentOS is also operating system provided by Red Hat for free. Updates are also free, everything is free, but this is a test operating system. It cannot be used as a production server. Okay, for testing purposes or for learning purposes you can do it, you can download and use, but for production use it is not recommended because it will contain some bugs like that. Okay, so this is a testing operating system. And apart from CentOS, there is another operating system from Red Hat. It is called Fedora. Okay, so Fedora is there again, the first level testing operating system. So it is the most non-stable operating system, Linux operating system. Again, it is for testing purposes only, and it is not recommended to learn anything using Fedora. because Fedora again ये बहुत सारे bugs होते हैं इसमें, more than CentOS. Okay, so since first level testing Fedora में होगी, उसके बाद CentOS में होगी. When everything is good, then the update is pushed to the main operating system, Red Hat Enterprise Linux. Okay, so yes, so this is the complete thing about Red Hat Linux. Now coming to some points in Linux. See, in Linux operating system, everything is a file. When we say a hard disk is also hard disk is a hardware, but in Linux it is represented as a file. ठीक है, तो Linux में हर एक चीज फाइल है. इवन आपका हार्ड डिस्क जो कि हार्डवेयर है, वो हार्डवेयर की तरह नहीं दिखेगा, वो एज अ फाइल दिखेगा. वैसे ही जो भी हार्डवेयर कनेक्टेड है आपके Linux सर्वर के साथ, वो सब की सब हार्डवेयर आपको एज अ फाइल दिखेगा. ओके. Second is, you are a system admin and the command line interface is your friend. Okay, so just you have to practice a lot of commands so that you are comfortable with CLI, command line interface, because obviously you will not get GUI. There is no mouse capabilities. You cannot just double click and run anything. You have to run commands. You have to type commands. And the last one, automate everything. Once we finish the course, in the end, I am going to tell you about Ansible automation. Okay, just the introduction part, and that will be more than enough to start your own automation. Okay, you don't have to use commands after that. Commands you have to learn to create your base strong. Okay, you have to make your base very strong. Your fundamentals should be strong. Okay, once fundamentals are right, then you can move ahead to the Ansible automation, and then there you do not even have to run any command. Okay, it is very simple tool. Okay, so these are some points that we will keep in mind, and we will try to learn accordingly. Okay, so before I tell you about the architecture, let me just show you how you can create your own virtual machine for the installation practice. You have to install RHEL 8. Okay, so you have to practice that as well. So what you can do is you can just simply download a virtualization platform. It can be a VMware player or VirtualBox or Hyper-V. Okay, so on these platforms you can easily install Red Hat version 7, version 8, anyone, even CentOS also. Okay, so first of all, let me show you how it looks like. Then I will explain you the complete process, how you can do it. Okay, see, like in my laptop, I'm using VMware player. So VMware Workstation 16 player. This is the software I'm using for virtualization. Okay, so as you see on my left, I have installed so many Linux operating system, even Windows 11 virtual machine is there. So this application, VMware Workstation Player, will help you create a virtual machine. Okay, so let me first of all show you Red Hat 8 virtual machine. So let me just power it on.
Sir, which is more efficient, VMware or VirtualBox?
Both perform equally good. I have VirtualBox as well. There is a limitation with VMware. You cannot run multiple Linux machine all at once. You have to run them one by one. But in VirtualBox, I can run n number of machine parallelly. Yes, on VMware Workstation Pro, which is a paid software, you can do that. But you have to pay a fee for that, or you have to crack it. I don't know. I mean, there are many ways, but it is a paid version.
See, this VMware player is a free version.
This is a free version.
So you do not have to crack and all those shit, right? So it's better to work on directly VMware player.
Correct.
काम तो इसमें भी हो रहा है ना पूरा.
Yes,
So
yes.
like just use this non-commercial use of VMware player.
Okay, so this is the login screen. See, right now I'm showing you GUI. Why? Because we are freshers right now. We are totally new to Red Hat Linux. So for 1 week or 2 weeks, maybe a month or so, we will just stick on the graphics. Okay, and then afterwards, when we are familiar with Linux, then we will move to entirely CLI, which is this command line interface. Okay, black screen. Okay, so I'm just going to log into my system. Okay, so this is the login screen, or you can say the desktop of Red Hat Enterprise Linux version 8. And the things are a little bit different here, because on the left top you see activities. If you click activities, you will get a dock on the left. All right. So on the dock you have some pinned programs like favorites, okay, like shortcuts. These are some shortcuts. If you want to see all programs, the complete list of programs, then you have to click the last icon, which is for show applications. When you click show applications, ये सारी applications installed हैं Linux में by default. Firefox is available. Files, like my computer in Windows, we have files in Linux. Okay. See, let me show you. If I click files, this will open. So this is my home directory. What is a home directory? On where I'm going to work. Like in Windows, let me show you first. Like in Windows, what is my home directory? It will be inside C drive. There will be users, and then my username Amit F. So this is my home directory. Sorry. Okay, so this is my home directory. Similarly, in Linux also, we have a home directory for each and every user. Okay, so let me get back. Activities, all programs. So these are all programs. So here you will see utilities, additional programs are there, and therein there is one terminal. If you click this terminal, you will get the command line interface. Okay, so here you can start typing commands. For example, there is one ls command which will show you the contents of the current location. So in my current location, there are so many folders and files. In Windows, we say folders. In Linux, we say directory. Okay, so there are so many directories in blue color, and there are so many files in white color. Okay, and this red color file is basically a zip file. So I will tell you everything one by one. So yeah, so ls is just one example. Similarly, there is one pwd command, which means print working directory. Okay, or you can say present working directory. So my present working directory is inside home. I am inside student directory. Okay, so this is how we run commands. Okay, don't worry about the commands. I am not explaining anything right now. I'm just showing you a demo. Okay, so yes, and in the middle top you see the date and time. If you click, you will see the calendar. On the left, it will show you some notifications, like there are some operating system updates available. Okay, so these are some notifications. You can clear the notifications like that. And on to the right, so here if you click, you will get to see some settings like volume up and down. Then you have Ethernet, which means your network adapter. Okay, so in my virtual machine, I have added 2 network adapters for practice. Okay, and then you have student. Student is the username which I am using to log in. If I click, it will say log out, switch user, all these things. And below we have 3 buttons. One is for settings, middle one for lock, screen lock, and last one for restart or power off, like that. If I click settings, a page will open, and all the settings, all the options will be on the left, and on the right there will be the setting values or the configuration. Okay, so like all the if you want to change the wallpaper also, you can just click on background wallpaper, lock screen wallpaper. You can select anything. Okay, for example, I'm selecting this as a wallpaper for my background, and for lock screen I'm using this gray one. Okay, if you come out, you get the new wallpaper, right? Yes, Ashok, any question? You can unmute. Okay. All right. So this is, I mean, just the overview. So now the question is how to install this, how to create a virtual machine, and how to install this, right? So as a system admin, you should know how to install operating system, because in the industry, companies में maximum आपको virtual machines ही दिखेंगी. वहां पे virtual machine के लिए VMware player नहीं use होगा, but VMware company का ही एक अलग product use होता है, उसको बोलते हैं vSphere. So in the companies, you will be using vSphere application to create a virtual machine. Okay, and okay, so let me just show you how you can create your own virtual machine and practice the operating system installation. Okay, to install a
Amit,
virtual, yes,
sorry
yes.
to interrupt you. So let's first show them our lab access, because this is little hassle for them to install.
See,
Yeah,
yes,
but it's a part of course, right?
it is part
Installation.
of course actually. That's why I'm showing, because yes, definitely lab is there. It is for the practice, yes, but we need to practice the installation as well.
Yeah, guys, a
That's why.
simple baat समझा रहे हैं. See, if you have 4 GB or less than RAM, okay, and sometimes when you go further, so when you go for advanced Linux in this class, you might need 2 server or 3 server.
Correct.
Because you do not have very good RAM in your laptop. So we are giving you lab access where you can run 2 Linux servers or 3 Linux servers also. So Amit is going to show that networking labs also.
Yeah.
Very soon. But just understand how to install Linux in your computer also.
Yes. Because we need to practice the installation part as well. All right. Okay. So for the installation, we need two things basically. First is the ISO file, the operating system installer image. So ISO image. So we can get that RHEL8 ISO file from this link. I will share it in the chat as well. Okay, so this is the first link. You can use it. Just a second. Yeah. All right. So it says the title of this page is No Cost RHEL Developer Subscription Now Available. Okay. So this is from Red Hat only. And it is for us basically who are learning Linux and who want to prepare for the exam like that. So here you just need to do just one small thing. You need to click here, download button. You see, go get it. Here is a download button. You can click it. Okay, you will be redirected to another page. Okay, so this is the download page you will be redirected to. So just simply click this red download button. So 9 GB file will be downloaded. But first, yes, you have to log into your Red Hat account. But if you don't have Red Hat account right now, correct? So below you see register for Red Hat account. Just simply register for the Red Hat account. Okay. And then once you register, go back to this link, click download, and then use your details like I'm using. Okay. So I've saved my ID password here. So once you log in, the download should start immediately, or there is a download RHEL8 button. Okay. So yeah, see, automatically download has started. It is asking me to save this file, RHEL 8.4 DVD ISO, like that. Okay. So this is the step one. It is a 9 GB file. You can download it. Okay. So once download is finished, or parallelly, you can also download VMware Player or VirtualBox. It's up to you. So I recommend using VMware Player. So you can just simply copy this link. Okay. I'm sharing it. All right, so you can just simply use this link to download VMware Player. All right, so this is the download product page, and select version from the drop down. Just select the latest one. Like latest is 16.2. Just select it, and then scroll below. On the right, you will see two download buttons. First is for the Windows. Second is for Linux. Obviously, we are all using Windows laptops, right? So we will download for Windows. So click download now. And it will be a 60 or 100 MB application. Okay, just simply download it. Once it is downloaded, double click to install. That's it. Okay, so how it looks like after installation, let me show you. Okay, let's say you have downloaded and installed VMware application, VMware Player. So just go to Start button, search for VMware. So it will pop up on the Start button. Simply click it. And this is the home screen or home page for VMware Workstation Player. All right. So you will not see anything on the left except home. You will just see home. Rest of the items here are my virtual machines. You will not see anything. So it will be something like this. On the right, you will see create a new virtual machine, open a virtual machine, upgrade to VMware Pro. Okay. So we have to just click the first option, create a new virtual machine. Just click it. Okay. And select the third option. I will install operating system later. Okay. For now. Click next. It will ask you what is the operating system that you're going to install. Just mention Linux and version Red Hat 8 64-bit from the dropdown. Okay, click next. It will ask you to name it. So let me name it as October RHEL 8. Okay, you can give any name. And location, just select a location where approximately 20 GB is free. So in my C drive, 20 GB is not free. I'm going to check some other drive, let's say D drive maybe. Okay, like in D drive, I'm going to save in virtual machines. Okay, inside virtual machine, I'm again going to create a directory like OCT RHEL8. Okay, and click next. Next, this is asking for how much hard disk you want to give to your virtual machine. I'm just going to give 20 GB for now. 20 GB is more than enough for practice. Click next. Now it is asking to customize the hardware. So depending on your laptop, okay, you can allocate the hardware. So you can go as minimum as 1 GB RAM and 1 GB RAM and one processor, single processor. Since I have a good hardware laptop, I can select memory as 2 GB, RAM as 2 GB, and processor as 2 processors, right? This is it. Just simply close and click finish. So your base skeleton is ready. Operating system is not installed, obviously, but base is ready. So now we have to install the operating system. Now just select your OCT RHEL8 on the left. Click Edit Virtual Machine Settings option on the right. Okay, you will get a box like this, similar box. And on the left, you see CD, DVD, SATA. Okay, so now you have to select this, and on the right, use ISO image file option. Browse, click browse, and go to your directory or folder where you have downloaded RHEL.
Guys, don't worry, everything is getting recorded. So even if you miss any step here, you can always refer the video back.
Yeah, so yeah, absolutely.
So the video will be automatically added, not automatically, it's like manually added in the next few hours in your portal.
Okay, so yeah, so once you select the ISO, click OK. Okay, and now just simply click Play Virtual Machine. Okay, so this is the installation screen. The first option is install Red Hat Linux. Second option, test this ISO file, which we are not going to do. Third is troubleshooting. I will explain you later. So you have to highlight the first option. Once you highlight, it will become white. As you can see, the first option is now white. Simply just highlight it and press enter. It will take a minute or so and the installation screen will be there on the screen.
Yes, guys, CCNA will start in 10 to 15 minutes. You are on the correct Zoom ID. Amit, are we able to finish it up in 10, 15 minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So this is the installation screen, which is very simple. It's just like Windows. You do next, finish. Similarly, this is okay. Okay. So first screen, you have to just select the language. English, United States. It is fine for me. Click continue. All right. So this is the second screen. Now here you need to just select few options. For example, you have to select this installation destination option, which is in exclamation mark and red text. Okay. So just click it and you have to select automatic from the last option. You see storage configuration, automatic, custom, like that. So just select automatic and click done. So done button is at the top. Okay. So one you have done. Okay. Second thing, network and host name. Just click that network and host name. Make sure this button is on. Okay. This means your networking is on. Your virtual machine will have access to internet. That's it. Next button is done. Okay. Just switch it on, click done. So two things are done. Now the third thing, root password. Okay. So root is the super user in Linux, or you can say admin account in Linux, administrator account. So root is the name of administrator account in Linux. Root user can do anything. Okay. So we have to set a root password. So root user password I'm just giving right now as Red Hat. It's a weak password, but for the demo, I'm giving a weak password. Okay. So Red Hat is the password and I am going to click done. And that's it. So three things I have modified in this screen: installation destination, network and host name, and root password. That's it. And now just simply click begin installation. Okay. So it will take 10 to 15 minutes. And after that, you will get the same screen as I displayed you earlier. Okay. You will get the same thing. Okay. So this thing is very easy actually. But as an administrator, you should know how to install a Linux operating system. Also, we are also providing you lab for practice. Definitely you can use them, because moving forward, we are going to work with multiple multiple operating systems, like two servers. Okay, we have to transfer one file from one server to another, or we have to log in from one server to another. We can do that in the online lab. Okay. So this was the slide for your Linux installation. Okay. Any questions till now?
So can you show me the access of that lab?
Yes, definitely. So basically it is, I think team might have shared the URL and the credentials with you. So this is the login screen for lab, and once you have the credentials, you can use it. I think it's not working for me right now. 9 6. Atul,
Yes, yes.
9.6 वाला चल रहा है? Okay, it's working.
Everything is okay.
ठीक है. Yeah. So for me, I've just created this small lab. Okay, like I have a one server here. So what I can do is I can just simply click it, left click, and click start. All right. So this is the Linux lab for me. Okay, so it's on the top, it says Linux started. Go back to this this Linux server. Again, click it. Now you will have a graphics on a new tab. You see now the operating system is loading. The server is booting up. It will take a minute or so. And once it is done, you will get the login screen. Yeah, so this is the login screen. So the user is already created by the name user itself. Okay, just click user, and the password is test123. T is capital. Okay, test123 with capital T. Click sign in. All right, so this is again the same thing. Now in the lab, we are using CentOS 8 because it is free. Okay, we don't have to pay for any subscription fee like that. And commands, everything is same. As I told you, CentOS is also provided by Red Hat only. The commands are same. Everything is same to same with Red Hat Enterprise Linux. Okay, for practice, it is good enough. All right, so again, the same thing. You click activities, you get the terminal, you have the clock. Okay, so mostly you will be working on this terminal only. All right, so you'll be running commands, you'll be connecting to other servers. I think in your lab, there will be at least 2 servers available. Okay, so 2 servers are more than enough because we need to transfer files from one to another. We have to use SSH to connect from one server to another, like that. Okay, so yeah, so this is the online lab. You just need to have a browser, Firefox, Chrome, Safari, any browser. Okay, so this online lab is using our own hardware. Okay, it's not using your hardware. You are just using your laptop with basic RAM and your browser. That's it. So yesterday we just talked about what exactly is an operating system, right? So as you know, we are learning RHEL, Red Hat Enterprise Linux version 8. Okay, and it's a Linux based operating system. So yesterday we talked about what exactly is Linux, who created this Linux operating system, and why are there so many Linux based operating systems in the market. Okay, as you know, it's because of the open source platform. Linux operating system is on the open source platform. Anyone can download, anyone can modify it and redistribute it with a different name. Okay, आप भी कर सकते हैं. You can also download it. अगर आपको करना है, just go to Google, just type Linux download. Okay, तो आपको जो लिंक आएगा उसको you can use it, you can modify it. अगर आपको C लैंग्वेज आती है, आपको पता है क्या मॉडिफिकेशन करना है, राइट, उसके बाद अपने नाम से आप एक नया ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं. कोई इसमें बड़ी बात नहीं है. तो ऐसे ही likewise, you know, so many companies have downloaded this Linux operating system free, and they have modified it. They have, you know, created a team of developers who are constantly working and improving and adding new features to Linux. Okay, for example, Red Hat or maybe Ubuntu Linux, like that. Okay, and in the industry, Red Hat is the majorly used server operating system after Windows, right? Windows Server is there, and then Red Hat Linux is there. All right, and yes, so as you know, Red Hat Linux operating system is provided by Red Hat organization. It's a very big company. Okay, so you know, whenever there is a development going on for the Red Hat version 8 or version 8.4 or 8.5, so all those code are not directly merged into the operating system. That code is actually tested somewhere. So that code is tested on test operating system, which is CentOS. Okay, again, it is provided by Red Hat. You can download it, you can use it. It's free of cost. You will also get updates for lifetime for free. But again, it is not a stable operating system. It has some issues, it has some bugs. Okay, so it is not recommended to use in a production environment. Okay, you can use it for your practice. All right. And yes, we also talked about how to create your own virtual machine if you want to practice how to install Red Hat Linux. Okay, yesterday I talked about how you can download VMware player and RHEL 8 ISO, and then you can create your own virtual machine for practice. Okay, but yes, we also provide you labs also. Okay, I hope everyone has the access to the lab. They have the login credentials. You can log into the lab and check your access at least. Okay, so that it's easy for you to practice. Most of the participants might not have a very powerful laptop to create a virtual machine. Okay, some of you might be having 2 GB RAM or 4 GB RAM. Okay, so in that case, you can switch to the online lab. But still, if you want to practice, you can create a virtual machine with 1 GB RAM and 1 CPU. Okay, just for practice. Okay, so for CentOS, this is the link. Let me share in the chat. If you want to download CentOS, that it is fine, you can download it. But I recommend using Red Hat version 8. Okay. All right. So let me tell you something again. When we say server, okay, see, when you start working in a company, you will be saying this term server more often, right? But what exactly is a server? Server is basically combination of two things, two objects. First is the hardware, okay, and second one is the server operating system. All right. So hardware, it can be, a motherboard, processor, RAM, disks will be attached. So all these things come into a hardware, okay, hardware category. And the software which is going to operate or which is going to use that hardware is called operating system. Okay, so operating systems, famous ones are like Windows Server operating system, and then Linux based operating system like RHEL, Red Hat Enterprise Linux, or Ubuntu, or Kali. There is also one which is called SUSE. Okay, SUSE. This is also competitor of RHEL. All right. See, Ubuntu is free to use, free to download, no charges. Kali is also free to use, free to download. CentOS is free. RHEL is paid, which means you can download the ISO for free, but in order to get the timely updates, you have to pay a subscription fee. Similarly, for SUSE, you can download the ISO. There are no charges, but yes, if you want updates, timely updates, security updates, okay, so you need to pay subscription fee. See, ultimately, companies are the ones who are, buying these subscription. They buy licenses in bulk, like 100 licenses or 200 licenses, based on their requirement. Let's say there is a project for banking. There has to be, 100 servers installed. 100 Red Hat Linux servers needs to be installed. So they will be buying the license accordingly. Okay, you don't need to worry. But yes, you are the Linux admin. You should know how to activate a license. I will tell you ahead. Okay, going ahead, I will tell you how to activate a license on RHEL. Okay, so that if required when you are working in a job, so you should know how to do it. All right, so moving ahead. Okay, if there is any questions, you can let me know about the yesterday's class or any other doubt. You can let me know right now. Okay, and just to remind you, you can unmute. There is no restriction. Okay, you can unmute to ask. Okay, we have a question. Rohan is asking, how is SUSE different to RHEL or Ubuntu? See, RHEL is provided by Red Hat. They have added some features to Linux so that it is more suitable for the servers. Similarly, SUSE is developed by Novel company. The company's name is Novel. Okay, so again, there are two different companies. They are two different competitors. But when we talk about the operating system difference, the main difference is SUSE uses a different command for updating the operating system. Red Hat uses a different command. So fundamentally, Linux operating systems are the same. All these servers which I've listed here, hold on, like RHEL, Ubuntu, Kali, SUSE, CentOS, all of them fundamentally are exactly the same. If you know RHEL, you know remaining ones also. This is the best part. Why? Because ultimately they are all using Linux, which is developed by Linus Torvalds, which is free of cost. Every company downloaded that, modified it, and now they are redistributing it, right? So, just few commands are different. In RHEL and Ubuntu, what is the difference? Few commands here and there are different, 2 to 3 commands, that's it. Again, Kali Linux, basically it is a CentOS only, okay? On the top, it has some modified user interface. Some additional tools have been installed, which helps you to perform penetration testing and all that stuff, right? Similarly, SUSE, slight GUI is slightly different. Okay, commands or 90% commands are the same. Some commands, 1 or 2 commands are different than RHEL or Ubuntu. Okay, but yes, RHEL and CentOS, they both are exactly the same. They are clone. Okay, what is the difference? CentOS is the testing operating system. It is not stable. RHEL is stable operating system. It is meant for the industry. It is meant for the companies to use. Okay. Coming to the second question. Yes, Jasmine, I'm going to provide the PPT. Due to some technical issue, I couldn't upload it. So I'll try to upload the PPT today. All right. Okay, Khushi is asking, can I run Hyper-V along with VMware? No, I'm afraid you have to disable Hyper-V if you want to run VMware. But if you have Hyper-V installed and enabled, then no worries, you can create a virtual machine in Hyper-V as well. Okay, so out of the 3, Hyper-V, VMware, or VirtualBox, only one of the virtualization platform should be present on your system. Okay, see, if Hyper-V is enabled, then VMware will not function. If Hyper-V is disabled, you can install VMware also, as well as VirtualBox also. Okay, so yeah, I mean, this is the scenario in Windows. Okay, so Anvay is asking, yes.
सर तो लिनक्स में जितने भी टाइप्स हैं इनकी बेसिक फंक्शनलिटी सेम है, फंक्शनलिटी की कमांड सेम है, बस इनके जो अलग अलग फीचर्स हैं उनका हमें एक्स्ट्रा पढ़ना पड़ेगा अगर हम कुछ अलग करते हैं।
राइट एग्जैक्टली। अगर आपको एक लाइनक्स आ गया, रेड हैट आपने पढ़ लिया अच्छे से, तो आप सोचो सब कुछ आपको आ चुका है। आपको बस लेट्स से अब आपको उबंटू में काम करना है, तो आपको उबंटू के बस छोटा सा पार्ट पढ़ना पड़ेगा जो कि डिफरेंट है रेड हैट से, और वो होंगी सिर्फ कमांड्स, राइट? सिस्टम अपडेट करने की डिफरेंट कमांड होगी, लाइक दैट।
ओके सर।
ओके, जैसे एक एग्जांपल दिया है ना सिस्टम अपडेट करने का। फॉर एग्जांपल रेड हैट में हम यम कमांड यूज करते हैं, उबंटू में apt कमांड यूज करते हैं, सूजे में जैपर कमांड यूज करते हैं। 3 डिफरेंट कमांड्स हैं, बट काम वही है, बैकग्राउंड में सिस्टम अपडेट करना। तो बस ये छोटे छोटे डिफरेंसेस हैं, ज्यादा बड़ा नहीं है।
ओके
या and there is one question, what is the difference between genome, KDE? Okay, so basically genome is your graphical user interface. Okay, KDE is also another form of graphical user interface where you get the layout similar to Windows. Like in Windows, you have a start button, right? And you have a taskbar in the bottom. Similarly, in KDE, you will get the look and feel just like as if you are using a kind of a Windows operating system. Okay, it's like that. All right. Okay, guys, so let us begin for today. All right, so let us start with the architecture. See, this is very important. This is the day 2, and you should be aware of some terminologies in Linux. Okay, and the first terminology is the hardware. I think everyone know what hardware is. Hardware basically comprises of your CPU, RAM, disk. Okay, so I'm just giving you an abstract view. So this is the hardware. So now what is the software which is actually talking to the hardware? If you say operating system, yes, but what inside operating system? Operating system is a very big software. there are multiple small softwares working together, right? So there is a software which is called kernel. Okay, it is inside the operating system only. So that software is called kernel. It has only one job, to talk to the hardware. Okay, so kernel talks to the hardware. It knows how to talk to the hardware. Basically, kernel understands the language of hardware. All right, and then if the kernel understands the language of hardware, how will it understand our language? See, I am an end user, or you are the end user. You will be working on a Linux server, right? You have to run commands. So kernel only understands the language of hardware. It doesn't understand commands and everything. So to, bridge this gap from the end user to the hardware, there is another program which is called shell program. Okay, so shell program's job is to check whatever user is typing. Okay, if the user is typing a command, so shell program will check what is this command, what is the code written in the command. It will explain the code to the kernel. Okay, shell program will be explaining the code of the command to the kernel, and then kernel will understand the code, and then it will talk to the hardware to get the output. All right, so these are some things like hardware talks, end users will be talking to shell, will be giving commands to shell, shell will be translating the commands to the kernel, and then kernel will talk to the hardware to generate the output. Okay, this is a kind of a chain reaction. All right, so shell is not only talking to users, it is also talking with the applications. See, whenever we install any application, it is doing something, right? So in the background, the application is also running some commands in the background, which we don't see. So, those commands will be handled by the shell itself, and then shell will translate the commands to the kernel so that kernel can understand, and then kernel will talk to the hardware. So this is the chain. I see, if you are not able to, remember this chain, no worries. I'll be, explaining you this again and again throughout this course. And this is very important. Okay, so this is the fundamentals of Linux. Okay, if you understand this, everything will become easy. All right, so this was the architecture, the basic overview. Okay, we have 2 more questions. How long is the course? This course is 45 to 50 hours course. All right, and can we modify kernel? Yes, if you know C language, if you know kernel programming, yes, you can modify kernel. But for that, you need to know, what do you want to modify? Do you want to add a new feature? What is that feature? How will you program that feature? You should know everything. Okay, so you can, yes, definitely you can modify the kernel. Okay, now coming to the directory structure. Now, what is a directory structure? When we talk about operating system, what is directory structure? Let me give you first example of Windows. Okay, it will make you understand things easy. See, when I install Windows, like in my C drive, as you can see, if I open it, I will get some folders. For example, program files, users, Windows. These are 3 folders will be present every time I install a new Windows operating system, right? So Windows, program files, these 2, and users. Okay, so this is the directory structure for Windows. What about Linux? When Linux is installed, what do we get? We get bin directory. Okay, we say directory in Linux and folder in Windows. So we get bin directory, we get boot, dev, etc, home, root, run, sbin, temp, usr, var. So there are so many directories created, and each directory has its own purpose. Okay, so okay, one more thing, like in Windows we say partitions and C drive, D drive, right? Like in Windows we have C drive, we have D drive, right? And all the operating system files are normally in C drive, right? C drive will contain Windows files. Okay, and might be D drive is having your movies and games, etc. I can say data. Okay, your data is in D drive, and all the Windows installation related files are in C drive. Okay, as well as user and program files. All right, this is about Windows. Now, what about Linux? When we talk about Linux, it does these drives are non-existent. Okay, so these drives do not exist. We have a concept called slash. This slash is called root. Okay, this root is what? Starting of the operating system. Okay, so we do not have the concept of drives here. We have a concept of slash. This slash is called root. Okay, as you know, the tree has a root. The tree starts from the root and then it has some branches. Similarly, in Linux operating system, the operating starts from the root and it is donated by slash symbol. Okay, and under the slash we will be having multiple directories. Okay, so all right, so before I explain you all the directories, let me tell you there are like 3 root in Linux. One root is what? The starting of the operating system, which is slash. Second root is the root directory. Okay, it's the home directory of root user. And the third one is the root user itself. So root user is what? It's the admin account in Linux. Admin account means admin account, using admin account, you can do anything in Linux. Okay, there are no restrictions. You can run any command. Okay, and you know, in Linux, there are basically 2 types of users. One is the root user, which is the admin. Second type of user is a non-root user. So non-root users basically have restrictions. Non-root user cannot run all the commands. They can only run limited commands. Okay. All right. So with this basic understanding, let me explain you all the directories. Okay. So let me do one thing. Let me just quickly start my virtual machine, VMware player. Okay, so yesterday I created this October RHEL8, right? This machine. So I'm going to play it. So it's up to you. You can use the online lab also, and I recommend that also. But for just one time, for the installation practice, you have to create the VM, okay? Because ultimately, when you start working, your team leader or your SME might be assigning you task to, you know, install operating system, Linux operating system on 3 virtual machines. Okay, then you should know, you should be comfortable. Okay, so it's booting up. Okay, Arjun is asking, can we dual boot 2 Linux distros in one hard disk? Yes, you can do it. That's easy. Let me just accept this license and then I will explain you how you can do it, okay? So see, I'm using a graphical user interface. That's why I'm getting this accept this license and all that stuff, right? So this is just one-time activity. When you're using GUI, this will happen. If you are not using GUI, then there will be no license acceptance prompt like this. Okay, you want to install 2 Linux operating system in one single hard disk. Yes, it is possible. At the time of installation, you can create 2 partitions. Okay, so in the first partition, you can select the partition and select the option automatic, as I explained you yesterday. You know, on that first partition, your operating system will be installed. And again, use the other operating system ISO, and then use the second partition for the installation. All right. So again, this is again one-time activity. As you see on the screen, it is a welcome screen as for the first time I'm logging in, right? So full name, let me give I see in this screen, when it asks you full name, it is asking for the user account. So let me use a student, a name student. Okay. So I'm just creating a non-root account student. Username is student, full name is student. Click next. Set a password for student user. Let me give Red Hat as the password, although it is weak, but it's fine for now. Okay. Start using Red Hat Enterprise Linux. And here you go. So this is the desktop of the RHEL8. Okay. All right. So if I go to files, I want to show you the installation. What do you get after installation? If I go to files, I'm immediately seeing is the home directory of student user. On the left, you see home. Okay. So I don't want to go to home. I want to go to other locations. On the left, you see last option, other locations. On the right, there is computer icon. Okay. And to the right, see 13 GB / 18 GB available, which means 13 GB is free in this computer. And in the end, you see a slash here. Okay. So basically, this is the starting point of my operating system. Let me get inside. Now you see these are the files which are, these are the directories which are created after Linux installation. Okay. Bin, boot, dev, etc, home. And on the directory, you see an arrow. It's basically a shortcut. Okay. So original location is different. So bin, boot, dev, etc, home. There is a root directory as well, right? There is sbin. There are basically 4 shortcuts: bin, sbin, lib, lib64. So basically the original location is in USR. You see a USR directory here. If I go inside, you will see bin, lib, lib64, and sbin. See, all these are original files. And in the slash, these are just the shortcuts. I will tell you how to create a shortcut in Linux. Okay. So now coming to the explanation of these directories. So basically, first of all, let me explain you about USR directory. See, as I told you, there are 2 types of users. One is a root user and another one is a non-root user. In a Linux operating system, there will be only one root user and many non-root users, right? Okay. So root user can run all the commands and non-root users can run only limited commands. Okay. So basically, when we say command, what is a command? It is a kind of a piece of code written in a file, right? So it is just a piece of code written in a file. So non-root users can run only those commands which are present in USR bin directory. Okay, in this location. Inside USR, there is a bin directory and shortcut is here as well. This is the same directory. Okay. So if I go here, I will see a lot of files here. See, there are so many files created. All these files are basically commands. Okay. Let me give you one example. Let me open activities, then terminal. Okay. Let me change the font size. This is fine, right? Okay. So there is one very small command which is called ls. ls means list the contents of the directory. Directory means right now where are you? So in that location, what is present? So in my current location, right now my cursor, this blinking cursor is in /home/student. pwd command can tell you present working directory. So right now I am inside /home/student. If there is a user Rohit, if he logs in, he will get the /home/Rohit directory as a home directory. Okay. So every user will have its own home directory. So like I typed this command ls, I get an output. All these are directories inside my home directory. Let me show you graphically. If I go to home, see desktop, document, download, music, pictures. Same you see here, desktop, document, download, music, pictures. So ls means just list whatever is present in your current directory. Okay. So ls is what? A command. And if when I say command, it is actually a file, a piece of code. So if student user can run ls, the command ls should be in /usr bin. Let me go to this location. /usr bin. This is the location. Here ls file should be there. So let me search ls. The first file is this. Okay, the first file is ls. So in this location, usr bin, all the commands are there, and these commands are meant to be used by non-root users. Okay, although root user can run any command, there is no restriction, but a non-root user can run only those commands which are present in /usr/bin. Okay. Second location is usr sbin. So all the system administration commands are there, which means root user can run, only root user can run these commands. So let me go to that location inside sbin. So inside sbin, there are again some commands which only root user can run. For example, let me give you one command. Let's say yum install Firefox. So it is a command which only root user can run, and it will install Firefox browser. Okay. Okay, there is some error within the yum, which I will tell you later. Let me use some other command. Let's say pvs. There is a command pvs which only root user can run, and I'm getting a warning. I am a student user, right? So warning, running as a non-root user, functionality may be unavailable and permission denied in the end. So obviously, so this pvs command will be in sbin. So if I can check, hold on, let me search pvs command here. So yes, there is one command pvs in sbin. That's why if this command had been in bin directory, so student user might be able to use it. But since this file is in sbin, only root user can use it. Okay. Moreover, this pvs command internally has a code written that only root can run this command. Non-root users cannot. Even if you copy and paste it in bin directory, there will be no effect. Student user will not be able to run. Okay. So just to categorize the commands, there are two different directories. All right. We have a question. What is inside these command files? Basically a code. Okay, executable code. See, if I try to open this file, I will see just garbage. Let me show you. If I click open, see, first of all, the fonts are not supported. The system says fonts are not available. Let me use the command line to open this file. Okay. Okay. So I'm just trying to become root over here. I will explain you how am I doing. Okay. So right now I am root user. Let me go to this directory. Oh, sorry, it's sbin. Okay. Cat pvs. So this is the garbage you see. So basically this is a code which shell program can understand. Okay. So command line interface cannot understand it, cannot display it on the screen because it is a binary executable code. Okay. It is not a source code. A source code, you can view a source code, but you cannot view the executable code. Okay, then how to access the pvs command? Another question. See, pvs command is what? You just need to write pvs. Hold on. pvs, that's it. I am root user, pvs command got executed. But I was trying to open this file. pvs as a command, if you want to run it, just simply type it pvs. But as a file, if you want to see, you will use a command called cat. It will display the contents of a file. I want to display what is written inside pvs file, cat pvs. So you see, There is some English also. I mean, some alphabets you see here, and some I think above also you will be able to see. But you know, the overall the complete file is a executable file. It is not viewable directly. You cannot view it. Although you can use it simply, just use the command like the name, just call the name pvs. That's it. Okay, why do we change the owner when accessing the file at times? I will explain you in the upcoming classes about the file permission, file ownership. Okay, then you know, if I explain you this, if I give you the solution, other participants may get confused, right? So when typing su pvs, it gives an error. User pvs does not exist. See, su is what? I have not explained you su command yet. I haven't explained you any command yet. I am just giving you examples. Okay. So su command means switch user. And pvs is a command. So you cannot say su pvs. Switch user to pvs. There is no user created by the name pvs. If I say su root, this means become root. It will ask for root password and I will become root like this. Hold on. I am right now student, right? If I type switch user root, now system is asking for root password. I'm giving root password, which I know it is Red Hat, and I logged in as root. The prompt has changed. Earlier, I could see student at localhost. Now I am getting root at localhost. Okay. So I'm not explaining you any commands yet. Okay. So one by one, I'll be proceeding. Okay. So in USR, there is another directory which is called USR/local. Inside USR, there is a local directory in which you can save your customized software. Let's say you created your own command, which you can do it. I will explain you in the upcoming classes. Okay, so you have created your own command. You can save that command file in this local directory. Okay. Then after USR, there is another directory, important directory, which is etc. Now, etc is meant to store all the configuration files. You know, your system configuration files are stored in etc. As I explained last time, everything is a file in Linux. Okay, there are no registries. There are everything, each and every element in Linux is a file. Okay, and you know, there are so many programs running in Linux in the background, and every program has its own configuration file. That configuration file is saved in etc. Even your network configuration, IP address details will be present inside etc. Okay. Then we have var directory. So this var directory is meant to store website files, system log files, or maybe database files. All these files are basically do not have a fixed size. Database files does not have a database file will never have a fixed size. Why? Because constantly the database is updating, the file sizes keep on changing. So all the variable data specific files will be saved in /var. All those files whose size is not fixed. Configuration files are fixed size files. They do not change time to time. I mean, they do not change that rapidly. Yes, once in a year, once in 6 months, you change the configuration file. That's fine. But database files or maybe website files, they keep on changing. The size keep on changing. Okay. Then we have /run. Okay, /run directory is used by the kernel software. Even root user cannot manipulate the files which are inside /run. Okay. So /run is reserved for the system, for the operating system. /home directory. So this home directory where regular users or non-root users store their personal data. Okay. /root directory. Now this root directory is the home directory of root user. So let me show you graphically. So this is the root directory. It says cross right now. Why? Because I logged in as student user. Student user does not have permission to look into root directory. If I try to open it, it says give the root password. If I have the root password, I can enter. If I do not have, the authentication will fail. Okay. So basically, normally only root user can access root home directory. All right. Then we have /temp. Inside slash, we have a temp directory here, this one. So this is a kind of a directory where any user can create files or directories. Like if I open it, as you see, so many files and directories have been created. Most of them have been created by user root. That's why I see a cross sign. Okay. So in this temp directory, any user can create a file, but the users can only delete their own files, not others files. Okay. So इस डायरेक्टरी में जो यूजर्स हैं वो कोई भी यूजर आके यहाँ पे फाइल बना सकता है फॉर टेम्परेरी बेसिस. ओके. बट जो यूजर है वो अपनी ही फाइल ही डाउनलोड डिलीट कर सकता है और मॉडिफाई कर सकता है, दूसरे की फाइल को टच नहीं कर सकता. ओके. और देयर इज वन मोर थिंग इन दिस टेम्प डायरेक्टरी. इफ देयर इज एनी फाइल which has not been modified or touched from last 10 days, those files get automatically deleted. Okay. So automatic files get deleted after 10 days if no modification has happened or nobody has accessed that file. So this is a kind of a temporary location, you can say. Then we have /boot. So this boot directory, where it is, yeah. So this is a boot directory. It contains the kernel, okay, the kernel application, the kernel program, and all other files related to system booting. System booting means when you power on the system, the process is called system booting. Okay. So booting related files are present in /boot. And finally, we have /dev, DEV. As I told you, everything is a file. Even the devices, even the hardware is represented as a device. Okay. Sorry, even the hardware is represented as a file. All right. So let me show you what is inside /dev. All right. So you see so many files and directories are created. And let me show you the file which represents my hard disk. You see this NVMe0N1, NVMe0N1P1, and NVMe0N1P2. So this is my 20 GB disk, NVMe0N1. And how did I came to know this? I will explain you later. Again, I will tell you some commands using which you can get to know what is the name of your hard disk given by the Linux operating system. Okay, so NVMe0N1P1 means the first partition of my hard disk. P2 file means this is the second partition. Okay, always remember you do not have to work on these files. These are just for you to just check the names and check the availability of the device like this. Okay, even the CD-ROM is represented as a file. This one, SR0. This file SR0 represents your CD-ROM. Again, you do not have to do anything to this file. Operating system uses /dev directory to use the hardware. Okay. So operating system has to use hardware, right? So it will use /dev directory to locate the hardware, and accordingly it will use it. Okay. All right. Any questions till now? Okay, I'll take it as no. Let's move ahead. Okay, Linux installation on a virtual machine, it is done. What is the difference between a file and a directory? In Windows, we say folder. Okay, what is a folder? When you can group files in a folder, right? Similarly, in Linux, you can group files in a directory. Like there is a folder website images. We have all the images. These images are files. I have grouped them in a directory, website images. Okay. Can we create our own commands or command files? Yes. I will tell you how you can create your own command. Okay. Command is nothing. It internally, it contains some more commands. Okay. So you can create your own command using some existing commands, or you can also create a command from scratch using C language, and then you can create its executable file. For that, you need to know C language, C++ language. Okay. And plus, I won't be explaining you how to create that sort of command in this course. Okay. But yes, using shell script, you can create a command. All right. So moving ahead to shell, as I told you, shell is a program which runs on the CLI. Let me show you again. So this is the command line interface. Okay. So when I type this command pwd, okay, this is a command. I'm typing it out. I'm typing this command on a command line interface, right? So what is actually happening here? If I press enter, as soon as I press enter, the shell program will try to locate this command file, pwd. Where is this pwd? Okay. So as soon as I hit enter, the shell program will try to find this file pwd inside /usr/bin in this location. This one. And here there will be pwd file present. Okay, this is the one. So now this shell program will open this file. Shell program can execute this file. Okay. So shell program can open this file and it will translate the code to the kernel one by one, line by line. Okay. So kernel will understand the code in its language and it will talk to the hardware and it will generate the hardware and pass the hardware to back to the command line interface. Okay. So as soon as I press enter, I get the output here on the screen. So it happens so fast. For us, it is just a blink of an eye, right? Immediately. pwd enter and you get the result. But in the backend, so many things are going. Shell program is reading this pwd command file and it is translating the file line by line to the kernel program. And then kernel program is talking to the hardware and then generating the output and sending back to the output screen on the output device. Okay. So this is actually the shell. Now a shell program, there are, in the market, there are many shell programs. See, if you are a C language programmer, you would want that your shell program should understand C commands as well, C language syntax as well, right? So you will be using a shell program which understands C language. Okay. So, it depends on the use case. What is the purpose of your job? What is your job role? Okay. So, in the market, there are like many shell programs available, but most commonly used shell program, the name of the shell program which is most commonly used, it is called bash. Okay. BASH. The full form is born again shell, BOURNE. Okay. So let me just type it. Shell program. How many are there? The most commonly used is bash. Born again shell. And bash shell is the modern version of SH. It was called Bourne shell. It was a very old, introduced in 1970 maybe. Okay, it's a very old shell program. So it has been updated and the updated version is called Born Again shell, bash. All right. Similarly, there is CSH. So it is meant for the programmers who use Linux operating system for developing programs based on C language or based on C++ language. Okay. Similarly, we have TCSH. Okay. So, again, you are a system administrator. You will be 90% or maybe 98% working on bash shell, born again shell. Okay. So how to make sure that you're working on bash? There are multiple ways actually. So like I am right now on the command line interface, right? How to know I'm working on bash or CSH? What is it? You can just simply run this command echo capital shell. It will, oh, sorry. Echo dollar capital shell in capitals. Okay. Echo dollar and then shell word in capitals. Press enter. You will get the name of the shell program which is being used right now. It is bash. Okay. In older systems, maybe Red Hat 4, Red Hat 5, you might see something like /bin/sh. Maybe. But again, it is a very low possibility. You will again get bash only. All right. Any questions? Okay, we have a question. Okay, how can you see yesterday's session video and notes? All right, so as I told you, due to some technical reason, I don't think the video got uploaded, or I am not able to see the course on the portal. Okay, because I can upload the video and I can upload the PPT. So I'll just make sure tomorrow the things are loaded for day 1 and day 2. Okay. Yes, also it is on YouTube as well. But for the PPT which I'm using to explain, I was not able to upload that. All right. But yes, for the video, you can use YouTube. All right. So this is some explanation about shell program. Okay. Again, today we are discussing a lot of terminologies. Don't worry. It is not the end, because on daily basis, we are going to use these terms. So slowly and steadily, we will get used to it. Okay. All right. So, okay. So function of shell program is to read the command. Okay. And now let's come to the command. So what is the proper way of typing a command? Or in other words, what is the syntax of a command? Okay. So command is basically made up of 2 to 3 parts. First part is the command itself. Second part is the options. Okay. And we give options using a hyphen. And the third part is the arguments. Let me say argument 1, argument 2, like that, argument n. So n number of arguments can be given. But what are these exactly? So for example, there is one command ls. ls means list the contents of the directory. Okay. So if I want to give any option, using hyphen, I can give an option. And there is one very popular option which is L. So ls space hyphen L. So this is a half command. Okay. Although it will work. Let me show you. This will also work. Like ls hyphen L. So now the same things are being displayed, but with additional details. Now you see what is the purpose of option. Option will give you the additional details, or it can change the behavior of command. If you do not use hyphen L, ls command will give you just the names. Okay, no details, no size, no ownership, no permissions, nothing. But if you use ls hyphen L means long list format. So these are the permissions set on this directory. Who is the owner of the directory? When was the directory created? All these details are being displayed. Okay. So ls hyphen L is one option, one example. What about the argument? I did not give any argument. So for ls command, argument is optional. If you do not use any argument, your present directory will act as an argument. Okay, if you do not give any argument. But if you want to give any argument, you can give, for example, ls-l/tmp. Okay, ls-l/tmp. So let me run this command, ls-l/tmp. Notice the spaces, ls space -l space /tmp. So as you know, temp directory, temporary directory will have some files. If I press enter, so you see all these files along with the details from temp directory, right? Okay, so this is the way we are going to use the commands. Okay, so now the question arises, just a second. Now the question arises, how to get these options? See, in ls command, there are like 20-30 options. But how to know what are these options? There is an inbuilt help in the Linux as well. Okay, there is a question. Why didn't we have to close the /temp? Okay, let me show you. Hold on. Okay, the question is, if I typed ls-l/tmp, okay, and we are getting some output. Let me run the same command again, ls-l/tmp/. Still, I'm getting the same output. Okay. So if you give a slash, it actually means inside that tmp directory. If you do not give slash, again, the same thing. ls command will go inside this tmp directory and give you the details. What if you do not want to see the details inside the directory, but about the directory? Let's say /tmp. When was this directory created? Either you can use ls-l/. So whatever is inside slash, you will get the details. So inside slash, we have all these directories. Here we have temp as well. Okay, this tmp. So this was created on October 26th. All right. And there is one more option like ls-ld. I'm using a second option D along with L. So D means do not go inside, just tell me details about this directory. Which directory? /tmp or maybe /var. You have to give complete path. So this is a /var directory. It was created on this date, and the root is the owner of this directory, and these are the permissions. I am going to explain you each and everything maybe tomorrow. Okay, so I'm just giving you an overview how commands work. All right, so let me just check what is the okay, so before I conclude this class, let me just give you last thing. How to find what are the options in a command? Like in ls, there are so many options. You can just use command space --help. Okay, you can use --help with any command like this, and you will get to know how many options are available.
Hi, you are watching the recording from one of our live session. Hit like, share, and subscribe for more future updates.
So yesterday we talked about what are the various directories which are created when you finish installing Linux. Okay, so once you have installed Linux installed, then you will get these directories, and each directory has its own purpose. All right, हर directory का अपना कुछ काम है, set of jobs हैं, जैसे कि USR directory में commands होंगी, right? Similarly, etc will have the configuration files like that. So it's not possible to remember the functionalities of all these directories in one go. Don't worry. So as we proceed further, we will be exploring each and every directory time to time. Okay, and you will be familiar with all these directories by the end of this course. All right, and in the middle also, it depends on you how you are practicing. Okay. All right, so yesterday we also talked about how a command runs or how to use a command. How many parts are there in a command? Okay, so first of all, there is a shell program which will be reading the command from the command line interface. Whatever user is typing, bash program is the shell program. Okay, bash is the shell which is present in Linux as a default shell program. Okay, as I told you yesterday, there are like multiple shell programs. For example, these Shell program is a type of program which interacts with the user or applications. Its job is to read and understand the command and make the kernel also understand in its own language. Shell will translate the command for the kernel so that kernel can also understand. So there are many popular shell programs available. One is bash. Bash is the default shell. It is most commonly used. 99% you will get bash. All right. SH shell program, it's very old. Approximately 1977 it was introduced, and it is called Bourne shell. Bash, full form of bash is born again shell. Then there is CSH, TSH, like that. There are like 50, 60 shell programs available. But for our use, bash is the one. Okay. So we'll be using bash only. All right. So, okay. And yes, when I say command, there are like three parts in a command. Okay. The first part of a command is the command itself. The second part is the option. Using options, you can change the behavior of the command. Okay. For example, let me open a terminal here. First of all, this is the terminal program in Linux, in Red Hat Linux, which provides command line interface. Okay. And in the command line interface, what do you see? You see something in brackets, square brackets, and then a dollar sign. So in the brackets, you are getting who is logged in right now. Student user is logged in. Okay. At means on which server. So the name of the server or name of my virtual machine is localhost. Okay. So, each and every server in the network will have a name and an IP address. Okay. Name is optional, but IP address is mandatory. So the name of my server is localhost and the IP must be something else. All right. And then there is a tilde sign. This sign is called tilde. Tilde means basically this is a place where the directory name is displayed. Okay, the directory name on which you are currently working on. So right now this is tilde. Tilde means home directory. So home directory for student is inside slash there is home, and inside home there is a student directory. So this is the home directory of student user. So how to verify? There is a command pwd. Okay, present working directory. If I press enter, I will get the same thing. Okay, so using tilde you can identify where are you right now. I am inside slash home slash student. Yeah, correct. Okay, so now coming to the parts of the command. So one way of running a command is ls. For example, ls is a command. It will show what are the contents in the current location. Okay, so these are the directories present. But with the with using any option with this command like ls-l is the option now, you will see the same output with additional details. Because I'm using -l, the command will also show me additional details like this. Okay, so I'm getting the names as it is, but I'm also getting when was this directory created. ये folder या directory बनी कब थी, इसको own कौन करता है, कौन है इसका owner. Okay, and इसकी permissions क्या है. See, in Windows, we don't talk about ownership and permissions in Windows that much, right? But in Linux, because this is a server operating system, it has to be really very secure. Okay, so permissions and ownership is the level 1 security. So there are like 3-4 levels. I will tell you one by one. So permissions and ownership is the level 1 security. Okay, so yeah, so like ls is the command, ls-l. -l is the option here. But if I do ls-l/var, so this is a directory inside slash, right? So inside /var, so I'm getting the details what is inside var along with the detail, along with all the additional details, right? Okay. Yes, someone raised a hand. Ankit, yes, do you have any question?
Sir, as you told that the local host is a server name.
Yeah.
So can we change the name like localhost to any name or something,
Yeah,
or it
and
is a
see,
predefined?
basically this is a default name. If you do not give any name at the time of installation, localhost will be the default name. But yes, we can give a new name. I will tell you, like, okay, this one is easy. There is a command by the name nmtui. nm means network manager. TUI means terminal user interface. Terminal means this program terminal. So we have,
Okay.
okay. So if I press nmtui, I get some graphics meant for this command line. Although mouse will not work here, I cannot click any button. I have to use only arrow keys and enter like that. So, the third option is set system host name. If I click, I can change it like server 1 at
Got it, sir.
localdomain.com, anything. Okay. And then I can press tab to highlight OK and press enter. Then unable to set, it contains invalid. Okay. So I can, it has to be something like this. Let me give a simpler name like server 1. Okay. Server A, maybe. All right. Click OK. So it's asking for root password because only root is allowed to do this, but I am student, and that's it, quit. But you see localhost still here. So you have to call the bash program again so that changes are reflected. I will call the bash program again like this, the command bash, press enter. Now you see the new host name. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So ls-l/var. This is the complete command. Here, two things are optional. One is mandatory. Obviously, the command is mandatory. Option is optional, and argument, this /var, is optional. Can I give multiple arguments? Yes. I can also give space /usr. Press enter. So what am I getting? Let us have a look. So this is the output for /usr. There are these many items or these many directories. Okay. In /var/var, there are these many directories. Okay. So now the question arises, how will you get to know how many options are there? With each and every command, you can use a help. You can use --help option. It works with 90% all the commands. Let me show you ls-help. Okay. So you can read it if you want to. If you want to read from the start, you can read it. But all the options are listed here. Okay. So there are like maybe 20-25 options or maybe more. Okay. So, going forward, I'll be using multiple options with ls. That way you will get to know. Okay. I don't want to give you the entire list of options to learn. No, I mean, I don't think this is the right way. So as we go ahead, I'll be using more and more options with every command we discuss. Okay. Okay. So question is, what is var? As I told you yesterday, var is a directory. Directory means a folder. Okay. Let me show you again. See, var is present in /. I am going to go into /. So this is /, starting point of the operating system, Linux. So this is var directory. The role of var directory is it will hold all the database files, all the website related files, all the system logs. As you see log directory, you will see, sorry. So since database is not installed, yes, there is DB directory in advance, DB database. Okay, I'm not using any web server, so I don't get any website related directory, which is called www. There is no www here, right? So if I install a web server, I will get a www directory as well. Okay, so there is one question. Okay, do we have to create all directories during installation swap as well? See, Arjun, the thing is, these directories get automatically created. These one, okay? You don't have to do anything. Now the question is, let me give you an example first of all. Let's say there is a 20 GB disk and you want to install RHEL 8, right? So you, you want to install RHEL 8. So if you set the installation as automatic partitioning and automatic installation, so your Red Hat installer will automatically partition your 20 GB into multiple parts. It will keep 1 GB for /boot. It will keep 2 GB for swap automatically, and it will keep remaining for / maybe how much is left, 17 GB, 17 GB for /. So all the directories will be here. Okay, but /boot is also here, but when you enter /boot, you will only get 1 GB. Okay, so I will tell you this concept later once we reach the storage concepts. So since you asked, I have given you the answer in short, basically. Okay, so though others don't get confused, we are yet to discuss all this. Okay. All right. So understanding shell is done. Now coming to basic commands. All right. So let us start with some very basic commands so that you can also practice. You can start practicing, okay, from here onwards. Okay, first category is file related commands. Means how to open a file, how to create an empty file, how to create an empty directory, how to remove a directory, remove a file, how to display the contents of a file, all these things, basic things. So file level commands. ls, I think you know now what is ls. ls means list the contents of the directory, and directory can be any. Okay. All right. So yeah, next one is touch. Now what is touch? Touch means create a empty file, and if the file name is already present, the access time will be changed. Whenever you access any file, let's say in GUI, you double click any file. Let me go to home. I'm just creating a file. Okay. In desktop, new folder, but new file. Okay. So let me just give you an example. So right now I am in /home student. Okay. Let me go to desktop, cd desktop. Now let me use touch command. Okay. Before that, what is in desktop? ls, nothing. ls-l, 0, nothing is there. Okay. So if I use touch file1 and now ls-l to verify, file1 has been created. Okay. These are some ownership and permission details. I will explain you in the coming slides. And this is the timestamp, 27th of October, 10:46 server time. Okay. How to find what is the server time right now? Date command. Date command will tell you what is the time set on the server. So on the server, the time zone is EDT. I think it is American time zone, Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Okay, and right now it is 10:47 AM, 27th of October. Okay, so I'll tell you how to change the time zone to the real location time. For example, let's say this server A is in Australia location. So the time should also have the time zone of Australia, right? So we will, going forward, we will be learning that as well. Okay, so using touch, I just created a file. So file1 is the name. Okay, so let me use the same command, touch file1. Okay, what happened? ls-l. Let us see. Okay, so file1 is still there, nothing happened, but something got changed. This is the modification time. Okay, so previously this file got created at this time. Now check this time. Now this file has been accessed 1 minute later. How? I use touch again, right? If I touch any existing file, the access time will be changed. It will modify. Okay, and if there is no file by that name, a new file will be created. Okay, let me create another one. Touch file2. A new file will be created since there was no file2 existing in the system, right? Okay, so now the question is, do we need to create an empty file first of all every time? No. See, I'm just telling you one way of creating a file. There are like multiple ways you can create a file. Technically, there are 3 ways you can create a file. I will explain you one by one. Okay, next is mkdir command. Mkdir is easy. Just make a directory, create a empty directory. So right now there are just 2 files present in my current location. What is my current location? From here I can see desktop. If I don't remember the full path, pwd will tell me. Right now I am in inside slash, there is home. Inside home we have student, and then after student there is desktop directory. So I'm inside student, inside home, inside slash, like that. Okay, so let us create a empty directory, mkdir. Let's say dir1 ls-l to verify. So we have dir1 created. dir1, this is represented in blue color. Okay, why blue color? Why not plain white? Because in the ls command there is an option which is called highlight the color. Okay, so that option is by default being used. Even if I do not use any option, like I'm just typing ls, still I will get the colors. Okay, so colors is set by default. How it is set, I will explain you once we reach there. Okay, this is called alias. When I type ls, in background something else is running. I'm typing ls, but in background this is running. ls -- color equals to auto. Okay, so how is this possible? This is possible by the use of alias. I will tell you later once we finish these commands. Then we have rm. Right now in my current location I have 3 items. First one is the directory. Second, the other 2 are simple files. Okay, so if you want to remove this file 1, what to do? If you want to delete this file, the command is rm, means remove. So rm space file name, it is removed. ls-l to verify, it is gone. Okay, so let me remove the other file as well. rm file 2, it's gone. Okay, then rmdir. If you want to remove an empty directory, so rmdir is the command, and the dir1 you have to remove. That's it, it is gone. ls, nothing. All the items have been deleted. Okay, so can we recover the deleted items? See, if you are using GUI, okay, let me show you. Like if you are using a GUI, and let me first create a file. Let me just touch file 1. Okay, see, in GUI on desktop there is a file 1 created. I'm using GUI. I right click on the file and move to trash. Okay, so I've deleted the file. So in the GUI there is a trash icon on the left. If I go there, I can recover it. Okay, I can recover it. I can right click and restore from trash. So back to desktop, and here is the file. But when I'm using CLI, if I remove the file rm file 1, so it's gone. I cannot recover it. Still, if you want to recover it, you have to send the hard disk to the data recovery labs, which actually costs in lakhs. They are going to bill the company in lakhs. So don't ever delete the files. Basically, yes, you can delete your own files. You have created a file, you can delete it. But if you are a root user, remember, root user can do anything. So if you delete something which is critical using root user, then it will be a big blunder. Okay. All right. So getting back to the slide. And then we have cat command. Okay. So cat is what? Display the contents of a file. So whatever is written in the file, it can be displayed on the screen. Not in edit mode, just read only mode. Okay. So let me open a file which is inside etc. So I'm going to use cat command space. There is a file which is inside etc. So /etc/ then there is a directory ssh/sshd_config. So sshd_config, this is the file name which is present inside ssh inside etc. Okay. So what is the use of this file? I will tell you later. I'm just, for this demo, I'm using this file. Okay. Just press enter. Okay. It says permission denied. Okay. I don't have permission. Let me see some other file where I have permission. So let me go into var cd/var. Okay. All the files are owned by root. So any file owned by root, a non-root user cannot access. So let me go to temp cd/temp. Again, the same thing. Okay. So there is a directory owned by student user, tracker extract files, cd tracker. Okay, nothing here. Okay, let me create a file for you and then I will show how to use it. Okay, in GUI, I'm going to enter some lines. Okay, so this is a file, file1. It contains some data. Let me show you something else as well. ls-l, there is a file, file1. The size of the file1 is 66 bytes. This file was created on October 27th, 10:55 AM. Okay. And this file is owned by student and these are the permissions. So this file has some size. If it has some size, there should be something written inside. So using cat command, I can open this file. So cat command is displaying whatever is written. I mean, these 3 lines are there. That's it. Okay. So you can use cat command to display the contents of a file. Next, directory navigation commands. Okay. So also, yes, since you'll be using command line, might be your screen is full and you reach the bottom and you want to clear all these things. You can use clear command, CLEAR. That's it. Everything will be cleared. Technically, what happens is everything is still here, but the scroll bar will scroll it up. Okay, scroll bar ये सारा scroll कर देगा ताकि आपको first line मिल जाए काम करने के लिए. Okay. Okay. All right, directory navigation commands. Directory navigation means how to enter to another directory. Okay, how to come out of a directory and enter some other directory. So this is directory navigation. So first of all, how to enter any directory. If I use CD command, I can enter. Yes, Ankit, you have question?
Sir, as you type in graphical, not in CLI, like this file in here. So can we write in GUI like here, create an empty file and then we put some data?
Yes, yes, yes. So this is GUI, right? As you can see.
Yes.
So this is a file. I can use a mouse. I can right click. So this is a GUI. In GUI, I can just simply double click. This file will open in editor, a kind of a editor, like a notepad.
Yes,
okay.
yes.
This is a graphics notepad in Linux.
Yeah.
So I can type here anything and save it, Control S, or from the menu, I can select save as, save, like that.
In CLI, can we do same thing?
Yes, in CLI, we can do the same thing using VI command. I will tell you later. This is called VI editor. It will provide you same functionality as notepad. You can type, you can save a file, you can cut, paste, copy, all the things you can do it. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's say you want to go into var directory, then you will use cd space /var. Okay. So cd is change directory. Then you have to give the complete path. Where is var? Var is inside /. So you will mention / then var. If I press enter, you see I've already entered var. To confirm, you can use ls-l. Okay, so all these files are in var directory. Still you want to use other command to confirm, then pwd. You are inside /var. Okay. how to come out of /var or any directory, cd space dot dot. You will go one directory back. So now I am in slash. So in /var there are two locations, var location, var is a directory, and slash is also a location, the starting point. So if I am inside var, if I go one directory back, I will enter slash. So that's why you see slash here. Using pwd, you can check I am inside slash. Okay. Okay. So let me go to my home directory again, /home student. Okay. So I am inside this. Okay. So if I type cd var, what will happen? Any guess? What is going to happen? You can mention it in the chat or unmute. Yes, there will be an error. Why error? Because do you see a var directory in my current location? No. Then it will say no such file or directory. So if I'm not using slash, this means cd to var, which is in my current location. In my current location, there is no var. Var is inside slash. So I will say cd /var. So now I'm inside var. pwd can give you the result like verification. Okay. No, it will not say wrong command. cd is the correct command, but the argument var is incorrect. If I say cd desktop, what will happen? Hold on. No. Let me go back to my home directory. Okay, ls. Now I'm giving cd desktop. Now it will work properly. Why? Because I have desktop directory here in my current location. So it will enter. I will immediately enter into desktop. pwd to verify. Yes, I'm inside desktop. Okay, so these are some things that it should be clear with all of you from the start itself. Okay, and when I say cd dot dot, I will go back to my home directory, which is home student, right? cd dot dot pwd to verify I'm inside home student. Okay. All right. Now some commands related to users, which means how to find user information. So there is one command id. Okay, so using id, you can give the username after that, like id space student. So it will give you the details about student user. Press enter. First detail is UID. What is the user identification number for the student user? So the number is 1000. Then there is a group ID, GID. So student user is part of which group? Student group. So, you know, also remember this thing, whenever a user is created in Linux, a group by the same name is also created. So similarly, when the student user was created, a new group by the name student was also created. And by default, student user is the part of student group. Okay, by default. So that group's ID is also present, 1000. Okay, and then groups equals to, so this student user is part of how many groups? This student is part of student group, and there is another wheel group. I will explain you what is the purpose of wheel group and also what is the purpose of a group. Okay, so this I'm just trying to explain you this output. Okay, so ID space student will give you something like this. Okay, Saurav is asking where location is root directory, so that's why we use slash. Yeah, so technically the thing is the paths in Linux, always start from slash. Slash is the starting point. Everything is inside slash. Okay, so if I say I want to go into usr/bin. Okay, so where is usr? Inside slash. So I will say first of all slash, inside slash there is usr, and inside usr there is bin. Okay. See, similarly in Windows, let me show you example of Windows as well. Then you can relate. Let me go to users. Okay, then let me go to Amit F. So this is my home directory in Windows. So what is the path here? Let me copy it. Let me copy it in a notepad. In Windows, you see like C:/users/Amit. Okay. So similarly, we don't have C drive here in Linux. We have just slash, and inside slash there is home. Inside home there is my student home directory. Okay. And yes, in Windows the slashes are different. Okay, let us get back. All right. Similarly, as there is ID command, there is another command which is called WHO. Who will tell you who users are logged in right now, which users are logged in right now. So right now in my server A, only student user is logged in. Okay. So remaining things I will tell you later, what is TTY2 and all that. Okay. So student user is logged in right now. If you want to verify who is the user which is working right now, like I know it is student, but still you want to verify, then who am I? It will tell you who you are. You are student user. Okay. Why am I teaching you who am I? If you can see this student here. See, normally I'm getting this is called a prompt. So I'm getting a prompt here, right? You know, in old servers, you don't get a prompt. You will only get a $sign or a hash sign. Okay. $sign means the user logged in is a non-root user. Dollar means less privileges, less powers, non-root user. And if you see hash means powerful users, full privileges, which means root. Okay. So on some servers, there is only dollar or hash. Then how to find which user you are logged in? If you forgot, who am I is the command. It will tell you. Yeah, I mean, who am I is just like PWD. PWD will tell you in which directory you are right now working. PWD. Like this. I'm working inside home directory of student user. And who am I will tell you which user is logged in right now. So right now, student user is logged in and working. Okay. And then there is a command which is called W. W will tell who all are logged in right now and what are they doing. As you see in the last. Okay. So something is happening in the background by the name of student user. Okay. I don't know what is that. Okay. That might be something, scheduled to run with the student user. Okay. So if I do something else with W command, I can see that also. So as a system admin, you should know what the other users are doing. Just simply log into the server and press W. Okay, become root and then press W. I will show you how to become root. And then you will come to know, okay, the users are doing these things. All right. Next, system information related commands. So system information related means if you want to find the IP address of your system, of your server. Okay, see right now I don't know what is the IP address of my virtual machine. I can simply generate it using IP space A. So IP space A will give you actually a long list of command, a long, very lengthy command. But the meaningful part is only this much, which I have highlighted. Okay, this is the only meaningful part. So let me explain you one by one, like line by line. If you use IP space A, you will get the information of all the network adapters which are connected, virtual also and physical also. So technically all these are virtual only. Okay, but if you are on a physical server, then you can also get virtual adapter information and physical adapter information. For example, the first one, LO. So LO, there is a network adapter by the name LO in every server. Okay, if there is even no network adapter physically connected, LO will be there. It is called local host or loopback. So this is it is used in troubleshooting purposes, and when you start a service, when you start a program, it will use this LO adapter. The IP address will be same for all the servers, 127.0.0.1. Okay. So you will also learn about this in networking. Okay. Or you might have learned about this in college also. So this is the loop back address. This will be there on each and every server. Then coming to the second part. So ENS 160. So there is one network adapter in my virtual machine. It is named as ENS 160 and it has an IP address. You see INET space some IP address with a subnet mask with a slash value. So INET is 192.168.211.141. This is the IP and the subnet mask is /24. Okay, I will explain you subnet mask going forward. So right now I just wanted to know what is the IP. So this is the IP. Then we have INET 6. This is the IPv6 address. Okay. And then in my screen I have a VIR BR0 and the full form is virtual bridge 0. So this is the virtual network adapter created by Linux for its internal use. I am using graphics right now, right? So when anyone uses graphics, these network adapters get automatically created. Okay. So yeah, so you can ignore these two right now. And this is the one ENS 160 and the IP address is 192.168.211.141.
Sir, sorry
Yes.
to interrupt. Just above front to it, BRD, does it mean broadcast?
Yes, it is.
192.
Yeah. BRD means broadcast address.
Okay.
Yeah. So basically there are so many things in these 3-4 lines. You know, MAC address is there. Broadcast address of MAC is also there. It is also telling you if the network adapter is up or down. Okay. The link is up, like you see, state up or down, right? And what are the features enabled on this Ethernet? There are so many things. So, but right now I'm just focusing on the IP address. Okay. So this is the IP. So can I ping it? Can I ping this virtual machine from my Windows? Yes. I'm just using a application on Windows. This is called terminal application. Okay, so it is just like command prompt or PowerShell. Okay, so I can just use ping and try to ping my virtual machine 192.168.211.141. And yes, I'm getting ping replies. So my virtual machine is reachable within my laptop's network. Okay, so if it is reachable, I can connect remotely. I can transfer files from Windows to Linux. I can do anything. All right, so okay, then there is a command hostname. Okay, if you see, you can see the hostname here, server A. Still, you want to see what is the hostname. Then hostname is the command. It will tell you server A, same thing. Then we have date command to check what is the date and time zone set on your server. It will give you the exact information. And then we have uname. All right. So as I explained you yesterday, there is a kernel program, right? You know, kernel program is the heart of the operating system. It is the most critical part of the operating system. If this kernel program gets corrupted due to XYZ reason, the operating system will stop functioning and your system will not reboot. It will not power on. It will power on and it will be giving you messages. Okay. And you will never get this Linux login and you will not be able to work. So Linux kernel is very, very critical. Okay. And you know, it is that critical that all the applications depend on the kernel version. You know, let's say if you want to install the latest version of Firefox in Linux. So let's say you want to install Firefox version, let's say 79. It is the latest one. So it says it can only install on Linux having minimum kernel version 4 dot anything. Okay, minimum kernel version requirement is 4. So how to check what is the kernel version in your system? Because any application you install, it will have a dependency or kernel. There will be mentioned that this application is compatible with kernel version 4 and above. Then how to find what is the kernel version of your system? So uname is the command. Uname -r is. So if you do not use any option here like -r, you will get a long output, and then you have to find the kernel version. So let me show you first. Okay, sorry. Uname will give you just the name of the operating system. It is a Linux operating system. Uname -a will give you all the details of about the server. Okay. And if you just want the kernel information, uname -r. So my kernel version is 4.18.0.240 like that. Okay. Guys, just a minute. Just hold. Okay. So uname -r will tell you what is the kernel version in your system. So how to read and understand this version.
That is why.
Sorry. So it is 4.18.0-240.el8.x8664. So basically there are two parts, actually 2 to 3 parts in this kernel version. The first part is this one, 4.18.0. Okay. Then we have -240. 240 is the minor version. .el8. It is saying that this kernel is applicable for Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8. Okay. And then we have .x8664. This means this is a 64-bit program. So this kernel is a 64-bit application. All right. And yes, there is an update, guys. Today there is no CCNA class. So your MCSA class will start as usual, from 10, I guess. Yes. From 10 onwards, you have your CCNA class. All right. So 8 to 9 Linux, 9 to 10 CCNA, and 10 to 11 MCSA class. Yeah. So there is no CCNA today. So you can log in back again at 10 o'clock for your MCSA. Okay. All right. So what is next? IPA, NMTI, ping. I think we have covered uname, hostname, date, IPA, and NMTI. Yeah. Okay. Now some important command. So right now I have used 5-6 commands or maybe 10 commands. But if you want to check what are the commands that you executed in the past, okay, you want to know the history of commands you executed in the past, then there is a command by the name history. Okay, press enter. So till now I have executed 85 commands, including this history command. As you see, all the commands are one by one listed, starting from the first one till the last one. Okay. All right. All right. So yeah. So in this slide, basically, I have added some more options with some commands. So, and there are some new commands as well, like echo, su, sudo. All right. And grep, there is one very important command, grep. How to copy files, how to cut and paste. All right. So let us just, check all the commands one by one. PWD, display the current working directory, or you can say present working directory, PWD. What is slash? Slash is your root directory. Okay. Now what is echo? Echo is a command which helps you to print anything on the screen, on the terminal. Okay. For example, I can use echo. If you want to print a message, the message has to be in double quotes, like hello world. You press enter, the same thing will be displayed here. Okay. Normally you will be using echo command to output the value of variables, or maybe save the output to a file, which we will discuss later. Okay. All right. And yes, guys, regarding the portal, still I don't have access. Maybe by now I should have. Let me just check. Okay, because till evening I didn't have the access to the course which has been created for this Linux batch. Let me just have a look. July, no, it has not, or it has been created, but I don't have access till now. There was some issue in the backend regarding the access, so that's why. So yeah, I'll make sure it is uploaded by the end of the day, or by tomorrow you can check. Okay. Okay, Khushi is asking how to get GUI interface. See, at the time of installation, normally you will get a GUI if you do not select anything. If you keep the things as default, so you will get a GUI. And if you do not want GUI, then there are some settings that you need to do. I will explain you going further. Okay, so those are related to application installation, removal, and all these things. So I'll explain you how to do that. Okay, echo command will write the output on the screen on the file accordingly. SU means switch user. Right now I am student user. I want to become a different user. Let's say root user, and I have the root password. So I will do like this. I will run the command like this. SU space hyphen space the username. Let's say root user. Now the password prompt is here. It is asking for root password. In my system, it is Red Hat. And I logged in by root user. Okay, so now I'm root. I can do anything. Okay, so how to get the server time? What is the time on server? Date command will tell you. So today 27th 11:20. Okay, and the time zone EDT like that. So now I have become root. I can do anything. How to log out as root and become the original user? Either you use the command logout, or you can press the combination CTRL plus D. Okay, normally what I use Control D. It is very easy, like Control D, that's it, logout. If I press again Control D, the terminal will close. See, I exited. Let me go back. All right, now coming to sudo. SUDO. See, student user, as I told you, is a non-root user and has limited powers, cannot run all the commands. So there is, let's say there is one command, which is user add Rohit. So there is a command by the name user add. So only root can run. Okay. So I'm using user add command to add a new user by the name Rohit. Student cannot do this. Even if I press enter, I will get error, permission denied. See, permission denied. But if I use sudo, then user add and Rohit. So if I use sudo before any command, so that command will run as if root user is running. Okay, let me show you how. If I press enter, there is a message on the screen. We trust you. You have received the usual lecture from the local system admin. Okay, respect the privacy of others. Think before you type. Great power comes great responsibility. Basically, sudo will give you all the powers of root user. That's why you're getting a message. Okay, then in the last, it is asking password for user student. The sudo application is asking password for student user. I will give the password, and Rohit user has been added. Okay, so the command ran successfully. How? Using sudo. How was student user able to run sudo command? Everyone cannot run sudo. So basically, student user has been configured in such a way that student user can run sudo command. Okay, so I will tell you how you can make any user to run sudo command. Basically, we need to do sudo configuration. So I'll tell you how to do that sudo configuration. Sudo is already configured for student user. I can do the same for other users as well. Okay. And let's say if you do not know the root password, if you do not have the password for root user, then how to become root? then as I told you, there is su-root, right? If you press enter, system will ask for root password. But if I press like this, if I do like this, sudo space su-root, then what will happen? Press enter. Immediately I became root. Okay. I have already entered password, so password is saved for this current session. That's why again and again password was not asked. But yes, I have become root. See, who am I? You are root now. I did not know the root password. मुझे तो root password नहीं पता था, फिर भी मैं root बन गया. वो कैसे बना फिर से देखो. मैं log out कर रहा हूँ. Sudo su hyphen and then username. That's it. मैं root बन गया. Okay. Is this dangerous? Yes. If this power is given to any random user, this is very dangerous. Then that random user can, delete important critical files from your server. Then who can become root or who can use sudo, full powers of sudo? So basically system administrators who know Linux, who know what is the power of sudo, what can happen, what wrong can happen. So only those users are allowed to use sudo. And those are only system administrators. Okay. So, your company will never share root password with anyone, not even with you. Then how to troubleshoot the server? Sometimes you have to, troubleshoot servers, use some commands that only root user can run. Then you can use sudo and then any command. That command will run without any issue. Okay. So that's why sudo configuration is done for some limited users, not for every user. Okay. And then we have clear, obviously, as I told you, to clear the screen. All right. So yeah, any questions? Okay, Aman is asking, when working in a company on which we are going to work on, is it on GUI or CLI? 90% of the servers you will work on will be on CLI, just this black screen, that's it. Let me show you exactly how it will look like. So let's imagine you joined a company, okay? When you join a company, you will get a laptop, office laptop. It can be a Windows laptop or a Linux laptop. Okay, let's say it is a Windows laptop. Then they will say, okay, log into server A. Then what will you do? You will just start your Windows laptop. You will go to terminal application or maybe PowerShell or command prompt. And you have to run a command, something like this, like you will run SSH command to connect to the server. SSH username student @ the IP address of the server. Okay, press enter. System will ask for your password, student password. Student password is Red Hat. Okay, REDHAT. Student spellings are incorrect. Studnet हो गया ये तो. Red Hat, and yes, I logged in. So this is the prompt from the Linux machine. So yes, this application is GUI, but you have to work inside this application. Now you have to run commands, ls, pwd, whatever. I'm just connected to my virtual machine from Windows and I'm doing all these things. I will explain you what is SSH and all that in later classes, okay? See, I told you about shell. Okay, shell is a program which will be running the commands, okay, with the help of kernel. Okay, similarly in Windows we have PowerShell like this. So this is a PowerShell application. You can use it to run commands, Windows commands, and you can also write some PowerShell scripts. Like we have bash shell scripts in Linux, we have PowerShell scripts in Windows. If you know Windows very well, you know all the commands, then you can use PowerShell to automate some things in Windows. You can create a PowerShell file, PowerShell script file. You can enter the commands, create a logic, and then you can create your automation, small level of automation, right? All right, so just quickly, I'm just gonna revise about yesterday. So yesterday we talked about some commands, right? File related commands, how to create a empty file or how to check what is written inside a file, right? So you can use ls command to check what is inside the current directory. You can use touch command to create an empty file. You can use mkdir command to create an empty directory, okay? And you can use rm to remove a file and rmdir to remove an empty directory. So today I'll tell you how to remove a directory filled with files, okay? And then we have cat command. Cat is to display the contents of a file, okay? Similarly, we had discussed directory navigation commands like cd. Cd means change directory, okay? And then cd space dot dot. This means go one directory back, okay? And then cd space slash path. Obviously, if you want to go into a directory whose path is given to you, okay? Just a second. Okay. All right. And then we have pwd command just to know where are you working right now. Okay. So let me open the terminal. Okay. Let me just quickly run the commands. Okay. So like ls command, it will show what is there in your current location. If I create some files, touch file1 space file2. So parallelly, I can create 2 files or more even space file3. Okay. I can create 3 files, 4 files like that. So empty files have been created. Okay, these are the files. I can create directory as well. mkdir dir1 space dir2 like that. ls-l will tell you if it is created or not. Yes, dir1, dir2 have been created and files are also there. Okay, ls-l, what is -l? It is the option. L means long listing format. Okay, so when you see the details like this, it is a long listing format. Okay, so rm command to remove a file, rm file1. Okay, can I use rm command and delete a directory? Rm space dir1. Okay, it says it is a directory. Okay, so you can use rm dir command to remove a directory. It is removed. Or you can also use rm as well. Let me show you. mkdir dir1. Okay. So yes, I have a directory, directory1, directory2. So let me use rm command, rm-rf. Okay. So rm-r means recursively. Okay. -r means go into the directory and delete the files first. Okay. Once all the files are deleted, then delete the directory itself. F means forcefully. Okay. So I can also remove F. It doesn't matter. So rm-r will work. rm-r dir1 and it is gone. Okay. So, you know, in Linux, there are to achieve one task. Sorry. To work on one task, you have different methods. Okay. And nothing is incorrect. You can also use rmdir. It is correct. You can also use rm-r, then directory1. Okay. It is also correct. Okay, like that we have discussed many commands. Okay, so all right, so we have discussed till sudo. I hope you remember sudo. What is sudo? Sudo is a command which is used to elevate the privileges of a non-root user. Okay, non-root user have less powers. Okay, so it is less powerful user. Non-root user can run limited commands, but a root user is more powerful. Okay, and root user is what? The admin of the Linux operating system, administrator. Okay, so root user can run any command. So what if a non-root user like student here, as you can see, what if a non-root user like student wants to run a command which only root can run? For example, user add command. There is a command user add using which you can add a user. Okay, let me add a user, let's say ABC. Okay, since this command can only be used by root user, I'll be getting a permission denied error. Okay, see, permission denied. Okay, now the question arises, how will you find? Okay, how will you find if this user add can be executed by student user or not? So there is a command called which. Which command will tell where is this command placed under. So for example, user add, I'm going to type which space user add, press enter. So which command is saying this user add command is in usr sbin and then the user add file. So this command is placed under sbin. So sbin directory will hold all those commands which only root can run. Okay. Similarly, I'm going to find the same thing for ls. Which ls? So for ls, it is saying if you run ls in the background, this command will be executed. So ls is just an alias. It is just like a shortcut to another command. Another command has multiple options or a single option, right? So, but exactly where is this ls command? Ls command is in usr/bin. So bin directly directory will be holding all the commands which a non-root user can run. Okay. So which command will help you initially, and slowly and steadily you will start to remember the things like which command is executable by root or non-root user, like that. Okay, so the question was like student user is about to add a user using user add command. So he's getting an error, permission denied. What to do? So if the student user is configured for sudo, okay, if the sudo configuration is there for student user, then student user can just simply run this command sudo space user add, okay, and then the username abc. All right, press enter. The sudo will be asking the password for student user. Okay, it is Red Hat, and there you go. There is no error. That means the user has been created. How to verify? ID command is there. ID space abc. Yes, abc user has been created. User ID 1002, group ID, groups, all the information is visible. Okay, which is like it worked. So sudo is a mechanism using which a non-root user's privileges can be elevated. Okay. All right. So coming back to the slide, we have some more options to explore in ls, but I want you guys to do it by your own. Okay. So just log into your lab, maybe from networking's the racks lab or your virtual machine if you have created. It's up to you. Okay. So I want you guys to just explore these options. So there are like two options here in the bottom, last two options, last two commands basically. So they are using star and they are using greater than sign. So initially you might get confused. Don't worry, I will explain you. Okay. So you can practice these commands. Like this is ls only. Ls means just list the contents of the directory. Okay. Cd command. Okay. Cd. All right. So let us explore more about cd. See, let me go to some different directory, cd/var/logs. Okay, so there is a directory. Okay, log. So there is a directory var, and inside var we have a log directory. Okay, I am inside this var log. I want to go back to my home directory. I am student user, and I want to go back to my home directory. What is the home directory? /home/student, right? So there are many ways, like many shortcuts. If you just press cd and enter, okay, only cd and enter, you will directly go into your home directory like this. Okay. Now let's say you want to get back to this var log. Either you do this var/log or you do this cd space minus sign, cd space minus sign. So you will go back to the previous directory, which is var log. So now you are inside log. Okay. If you press cd, just the cd, you will enter your home directory. If you press cd space hyphen, you will go to the previous directory. It's just like alt tab, like we do, like alt tab. I'm pressing alt key and the tab key, right? So graphically you get a very nice look with graphics, but how to do this? The same thing in CLI, it is cd hyphen. So cd space hyphen again. Where will I go? I will go back to my home directory, back to home. Again, cd space hyphen. I will go again back to the log directory. See? So this is how things work. Another option, let me tell you, cd space tilde. Now, what is this tilde? Tilde represents your home directory. So this is also one option. Now you're inside your home directory. Okay. All right. If I do cd slash, I will enter slash. You can check ls, bin, boot, dev, etc, home, all these directories which contain the operating system files. Okay. Okay, we have a question. Please repeat the sudo command. Okay, see, sudo is just a method, just a mechanism using which a non-root user can run root level commands. Okay, so like student user is a non-root user. Okay, so a non-root user has access to limited commands. Root user has access to all the commands. Okay, let's say student user wants to perform some action that only root can perform. So what to do now? So student user, if student user is configured in sudo, then student user can use this command sudo and then use any command after that. For example, user add or user del, user delete. User del is also one command. Let me delete abc user using sudo. Okay, user del space abc, press enter, and that's it. User del command got executed, abc has been deleted. Let me verify. ID space ABC. If it is present, I will get the details. If not, I will get an error. No such user. So it says no such user. It is deleted. Yes, Ankit, any question?
Sir, like when we use sudo command, then there is an option of password. So which
Yes.
password we have to type, root password or something
No.
else?
If you read the statement carefully, it says enter the password for student. Student means who has logged in right now. Okay.
Okay, sir. So that's mean that we can easily add any command, either we have the privilege of it or not.
No. Let me show you one thing. Let me become another user using su. I explained su yesterday, right? Su space, hold on. First of all, let me give a password to a user. There is another user in my system by the name Mohit. Okay. ID Mohit. Let me just confirm. Okay, Mohit is not there. I think Rohit is there. Yeah, Rohit is there. So there is no password set for user Rohit. Let me set a password. So like sudo pass wd Rohit. Okay. Red Hat. I'm just setting Red Hat password. All right. Now I am becoming user Rohit. su-Rohit. Password for Rohit. Okay. Now it says password. This means Rohit's password. It is Red Hat. I just set. I'm logged in as Rohit user. So now Rohit user is not configured for sudo. Okay. Now can Rohit user add a new user? See, user add will fail obviously because it is not meant for non-root users, right? User add, let's say ABC, press enter, permission denied, which we already know. Let us use sudo with Rohit. So sudo user add ABC. So it is asking password for Rohit. So Rohit's password is Red Hat. What do you think what will happen now? So Rohit user is not configured for sudo. What's going to happen? The sudo will not work even after accepting the password. See, what is the line? Rohit is not in sudoers file. This incident will be reported to the root user. Okay. So, and this incident will be reported in the system logs as well, that someone was trying to use sudo and run root level command. Okay.
Understood, sir.
Saurabh, please tell how go through root user. I didn't get your question. Could you please explain? You can unmute. Okay. All right. So CD is done. Then we have cat command. Again, there are some more options. So I want you guys to explore these options with cat. Cat is just display the contents of a file. Let's say let me get back to student user. I'm going to log out. So again, log out. How to log out? Either you use exit command or use logout command, or ctrl plus D. Okay. So I'm just going to use the easiest, Control D, logout. Simple. Let me go to my home directory, CD. Let me go to desktop, CD desktop, ls. There is a file 1. Let me display the contents. Cat space file 1. So inside file 1, these 3 lines are there. Okay. All right. Okay. So now very important thing, grep. Now there is a grep command. See, if you are using a notepad, let me just use this. So let me just type something here. I'm just copy pasting some random data in a file. Okay. So see, I'm using graphics. I'm using notepad. Let's say I want to find this word serial. Okay. Or maybe this word number. How will I do? Just a second. Okay. Let's say I'm working on this file, right? There is some content, there is some text. And now I want to find this word number. What will I do? I will Control F, search box, Control F. And then I will type number, press enter. Now graphically I can see number is here. Okay, the word number is here. The string number is here. Or maybe I want to find this string serial, SERIAL. Press enter. So it is highlighted in green, serial. All right. So this is very easy in GUI, right? But what about Linux, where we have everything in command line interface, CLI? How to find something within a file? How to find a word within a file? For that, we have a command called grep. So grep helps you to find a word within a file. Okay. And technical word is, we do not say word, we say string. String is collection of alphabets. Okay. You can say word, but the technical terminology is string. Okay, so how to find a string? You can use grep command. Let's say, let me open a file, cat file 1. So there is a word sample. Okay, let's say this file is very long, 100 lines long or 200 lines long. There is so much of data. Now I want to find where is this sample word coming. Okay, so I just want to see that line where this sample word is coming. Okay, so what can I do is I can use grep. Okay, so grep command. After grep, I will mention the word which I want to find or the string which I want to find. It is sample. All right. And then after that, a space, and then I will give the file name from which file I want to search. File name is file 1. So file 1 is in my current location. That's why I'm not giving like /home student and then file 1. Sorry, desktop and then file 1. I'm already in desktop. That's why I'm just straight away saying file 1. Okay. So here you go. After pressing enter, you will get one line. Okay. So why one line? Because sample word is coming in only this first line. That's why the complete line has been printed on the screen and the sample word is highlighted. Okay. So let me find another word. Let's say the word is, or the string is ends. ENDS. Press enter. Yes, there is a line which contains this string ends. You can see in the output here as well, the last line. Okay. So grep is a command used to find a string in a file. Okay. Okay. So I have some chats. Let me see. Okay. Sudo already configured when you install operating system. See, at the time of installation, you remember when I logged in for the first time, the system asked me, enter the full name, enter the username, okay, and will it be a admin account? I checked on the admin account. So when you check at the first login, when I checked that, so student user became the part of sudoers file, which means student user became the part of the student sudo configuration. All right. So, and after that, as you remember yesterday, I added user Rohit, but I did not do the sudo configuration for that because I am yet to explain you how actually it is done. I will tell you step by step how it is done. Okay. How to identify root user or non-root user. See, at the prompt, when you see a dollar, this means the logged in user is a non-root user. And when you see a hash sign, it means it is a root user. For example, let me become root. Okay, now what do you see? A hash sign. Okay. Who is a root user in Linux? The super user, you can say, or the administrator user, admin account, who has access to all the commands. There are no restrictions for root user. Okay, and always remember, when you start working in a company, you will never get a root password. Okay, root user is common in every Linux server. When you finish installing the Linux, root account is already there, but the password will be different, obviously, because when you join a company, you will have the access to all the Linux machines because you are going to be hired as a Linux administrator or automation engineer. Okay, so but you will not have access to the root password, because if you have access to the root password, you can do anything. On the other hand, if you are configured in sudo and you can become root using sudo, then also you can run any command. You can run all the commands. But again, for security reasons, root password is never shared. You will be configured in sudo configuration file, and then you can become root and then run all the commands. Okay, for example, this is student user. I can use sudo command, then su space hyphen space root. Let's say I do not know the root password. I'm using sudo. Okay, and now sudo is saying password for student, it is Red Hat. And you see, immediately I became root. Now student user has become root using sudo and can run any command. And also remember one thing, that everything related to sudo is being monitored, is being logged in the system log files. Okay, if you do any mistake here, you will be caught. Okay, but if someone is trying to log in directly with the root user, okay, and if succeeds, and if that person succeeds in logging in, and if he or she deletes some files, or makes changes in some configurations, then it will be really hard to trace who did that. Okay, because in this scenario, the logs will be like student user logged in, student user used sudo command to become root. Okay, and then after becoming root, student user deleted these files, so everything will be logged. So there is a risk involved if you are trying to mischief. All right, so yeah, grep command is there. So grep is a very easy command and a very useful command. You will be using grep most of the time. Okay, so now there are some very commonly used options with grep. For example, let me just prepare some example file. I'm in data, then I will show you all the options. So let me just edit the file. So this is the file. Let me just create a few more lines inside this file. Where it is? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so I just added 2 more lines in this data. Let me use cat command again to cat the contents, to display the contents of the file. Cat file1. Okay, so these are the lines. Okay, so now let's say I am working on this system. There is a file with let's say 100 lines, and I want to find Linux. As you can see, Linux is coming in the last line. Okay, Linux. So if I do grep Linux, okay, on which file, from which file? File1. No output, but you can see there is Linux written. If you look closely, the alphabets are in different cases. I have a small l, and the remaining alphabets are in capital letters. Okay, L is in small letters, and I, N, U, X are in capital letters. Okay, so if you are not sure what is the case, what is the case of the word? Okay, so the case can be like a camel case also, or a single word, or the first alphabet is capital, remaining are small case. The case can be any. So you want to tell grep command to ignore the case. Just try to match the alphabets. Ignore the case. So how to ignore the case? Grep -I. I means ignore. Space your word Linux, and then file name. Now grep command was able to identify this word Linux. Okay, if you're not sure that whether the word is in the same case as you're typing, then use -I. Okay, so grep will ignore the case and it will just try to find the exact match ignoring the case. Okay. Okay, I have a chat question. Just a second. How do you find a file if you don't know where it is? Yeah, it's very easy. I'm going to teach you about the command find and locate. There are two commands, find and locate. I will tell you. Is the sudo command is so critical for some situation when why they authorize to non-root users to become root user? Okay. Can there will be multiple root user? Okay. So let me just give you an example first of all. Okay, where it is? Yeah. Let me draw and tell you. Okay. Okay, so let me just show you what exactly happens when you join a company and why is sudo so critical, so important. All right. So it is able to identify. Yes, it is working. All right. So let's say there is a Linux team in your company. Okay. And you are part of it. Okay. There are like 3 users. User 1 is there, then user 2 is there, or maybe employee number 1, employee number 2, employee number 3. You are the third employee. Okay. Let's say you are a fresher. And other 2 are experienced. Let's say 3 years experience, and another one is 5 years experienced. Okay. So all in all, you are the part of a Linux team. Okay. And you need to manage some 100 servers. So there is a US data center, okay, maybe in New York, and there are like 50 servers there. Okay, 50 Linux servers are in US data centers. And then there is UK data center. Again, there are 30 odd servers, 30 machines. And then there is, let's say, Australia data center, a US, and there are like 20 Linux machines. Okay. So now the question is, why is sudo so important? So all the Linux servers will have one common account, which is called root. Root account will be present in all the 100 servers. Okay, but the irony is you will not get the root password. Okay, you will never get the root password until and unless there is some major emergency. Okay, the root password will be saved in some secure file or some secure location with a password. Okay, and only your manager will have the password. Okay, so forget about root password right now. Just focus on your user account. Let's say you are user 1, other two are user 2 and user 3. Okay, so let's say you log into one of the machine. Okay, let's say it is called node 1 n1. You log in using SSH. Okay, and now you have logged in. You logged in as a non-root user because you are a non-root user, user 1. Okay, so now let's say you want to create a partition, and for partition there is a command fdisk. Okay, so fdisk can only be run by root user. Then what to do? So your user u1 will be configured for sudo. So you will use sudo fdisk, right? So let's say you were absent one day and user 2 was absent that day. So only user 3 is there. So user 3 also wants to do something on a server. So user 3 logs in, let's say on node 2. Okay, and user 3 has its own user configured as sudo. So user 3 can also run sudo and then fdisk or whatever command, administrative level commands. Okay, so this is how, you know, each and every user in the Linux team will be configured for sudo so that anyone can become root and anyone can run any command. All right, so this is the practical use of sudo. Yes, we give root power to any local user. Any local user is not the word, any non-root user. Okay, so yes, let me add the PPTs to the Google Drive as well. And I want to show you one thing as well. Hold on. All right, so when you log into your portal, okay, you will get these materials uploaded. Let me show you. Yeah. So when you log into your portal, your course is Linux October 2021, right? On the left hand side, as you can see, there is a file for meeting ID, Zoom meeting ID. Then there is another file, Google Drive link. Okay, so I want you guys to, you know, bookmark this link, open this link and bookmark it, because you will be visiting this link on daily basis. So let me open it for you and let me show you what is there. Okay, so in this Google Drive link, you have class notes, class PDF and ebooks. So what is a class note? Anything I'm making a note of here in this notepad will be class note. Okay, for example, like this one. No, not this one actually. I have already uploaded one class note, 27 October. Okay, so yesterday I typed something on a notepad. So all these things are here, right? Okay, let's get back. Then class PDF. Class PDF means whatever I am teaching you using this slide, I am saving this slide in the form of PDF. Okay, so right now I don't think, yes, there are 2 PDFs for 2nd October. No, these are not the correct ones. Let me upload the correct ones. Okay, I will upload the correct ones. And then I have a directory called ebooks. I have already uploaded some ebooks. You can go through them. All right. So for now, you can ignore this vagrant file. I will explain you later. Okay. So you can use this Red Hat RHCSA 8 certification guide. This is a very good ebook. Okay. So yes, I'll be uploading the class PDFs on daily basis, class notes on daily basis. Yes, it is available on the portal, as you can see. In the live recordings, you get all the videos. On the left hand side, you see these are the live recordings. 25th October, 26th and 27th, 3 videos are there. Today is the 4th day. And on the left hand side, you see class PPT, 25th October, 26th October, 27th October. So all the data is already there. You can just have a look. And if you want to download the PPT or the PDF file, okay, so I'll be placing them in the Google Drive. So don't forget to check that. Okay, after this class, I will upload the data. All right. Okay. So I was talking about grep. All right. So grep is there with -i. You can ignore the case. Let's say you are checking out some configuration file. Let me open a configuration file for you. Let me become root first of all, because configuration files can be viewed by root. So let me cat/etc/sshd_. So there is a configuration file for SSH. I will explain you everything later. Just for the demo purpose, I'm using this file. Okay. Press enter. If I press enter, I will get the output of the file, what is written inside. Okay, so it starts from here. Okay, so in the configuration file, if you see a line starting with a hash, it means that complete line is a comment. Okay, it's not part of configuration, it is a comment, or any configuration has been converted into comment. For example, you see here port number 22 or port space 22. It is actually a configuration, part of configuration, but when you add a hash, it becomes a comment. All right. So let's say I want to check how many lines are there which are not comment. I want to ignore these lines. Okay, I want to ignore all the lines starting from hash. So I can use grep for this as well. Grep -v. -v means ignore. What to ignore? Hash. But hash is what? A special symbol. So any special symbol will go inside double quotes. Okay, so grep -v. I want to ignore this hash. Okay, so if hash is coming in any line, that line will be ignored. From which file? etc sshd_config, this file. Press enter. Now what do you see? All those lines have been ignored. Okay, and remaining lines are being displayed on the screen. So this is how you ignore something. All right, and yeah, so these are the two options, rest -n and -c. I want you to test it out for yourself. Okay, then there is one more option. Okay, so grep -o. -o means occurrence. Do not display the complete line. Just show me if the word is present or not. Let's say if the word I'm talking about is Amit. From which file? File 1. Okay, let me go to desktop, or maybe I can do like this. Desktop. Oh, sorry, I am root. So I want to go into student directory /home student desktop file 1. So yeah, Amit is displayed. Amit word is being displayed, not the complete line. Okay. If I do not use O, so normally the normal behavior is just display the complete line. So complete line is my name is Amit. It is displayed. If you just want to know the occurrences, -o is the option. So this word Amit is occurring only once. Let's say I want to find this. The string is this. So this string is occurring 3 times. Okay. If you want to see the normal output with the complete line, it will be like this. This is some sample data. This is another line, and this is Linux class. Okay. So instead of getting the output like complete line, you can also get the occurrences as well. Okay. Okay. So very interesting question. Can we grep on time? So how do you want to grep on time? I mean, can you give me a scenario? Okay, if you mean something like this, grep, okay, you are typing something. Let's say the time frame. Yes, okay, I understand what are you saying. Yes, we can do that. But before I give you the solution to your question, I need to explain you the purpose of this symbol. This is called pipe. So your question can be answered, but I will be using this pipe symbol. And right now I haven't explained this, right? So once I explain you this pipe symbol, you will be able to understand it better. Okay. Okay, so yeah. So next is very important, copy. How to copy files and directories from one location to another. Okay, for that, let me just create copies of some file. Hold on. There is file 1. I will copy and paste. I will again copy these 2 and paste. Again copy and paste. let me just create many files. Okay. So I've got many files. Let me create a directory as well. New folder. Let me say dir1. Okay. And let me copy all these files in dir1 as well. Okay. So I have a lot of data now. Let me go back. Okay. So let me go to /home student. User root can do anything. So I just entered students home directory. I can check whatever data is there. Okay. So there is one. Let me go to desktop, cd desktop. So in desktop, students desktop, I have so many files. Okay. And this dir1 as well. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Now the question is, I want to copy this dir1, or let's say I want to copy this file1 to /tmp directory. Okay. So the easiest command, again, one of the easiest command, cp. Cp means copy. Copy space. What do you want to copy? File1 space. Where do you want to copy? /tmp. It has been copied. How to check? ls-l /tmp/file1. Okay. Yes, there is one file inside tmp. Okay. So I have confirmed it. All right. Now the second scenario. I want to copy this directory one, dir1. Where? To this same location, /temp. Okay, now this time it is a directory. I want to copy the directory as well as whatever is there inside the directory. So I will use an option with that, like cp-r. R means recursively, copy recursively. Go into the directory, copy each and every item, and then paste it on the destination. Now I'm going to perform this action on what? On dir1. I want to copy dir1 entirely to where? On /tmp. So inside tmp, I will now have dir1 ls-l/tmp. Hold on. Yeah. So do you see dir1? Yes, there is dir1. Do you want to see what is inside? ls-l/tmp/dir1. So all these files are there. Okay, the same files. All right. So these two options are, mostly used. Remaining, I want you guys to, perform these options as a homework. Okay. You can practice CP using all the remaining options. Now the another one is cut and paste. Okay. Like we can cut from one place and paste it to another place. Okay. So this action in Linux is called move. In Windows, we say cut and paste. In Linux, we say move. Now, how to move files from one location to another? Again, it is a very easy command, mv. All right. So let's say I have a dir1. Let me remove this directory from temp. cd/temp. Okay. rm-r. And dir1 is the, yeah, it is gone. All right. So I'm going to move dir1 to /tmp. So mv dir1 to /tmp. Press enter. It is gone. Okay. So this is easy again. Just the mv command and what to move and where to move. Okay. You can also use this mv command to rename. I want to rename this file1 to chapter1. Let's say. So mv space what to rename? File1. And rename it to what? Chapter1. It's done. ls-l. You can verify. So now you see chapter1, dir1 is gone because I have moved it from this location to /tmp. Okay. So again, we have some more options with mv. Okay. So am I audible, guys?
Yes,
Tell
sir.
me. Okay. Okay. So there are so many options with mv, but most commonly used are -i, -u, -v. So I just want you guys to use them, okay, once you practice. And then we have mkdir also. Although you know mkdir, but let me give you a scenario. Let's say आपको ये करना है. You have to create this directory structure. सबसे पहले आप बनाएंगे school. Inside school there should be staff. And inside staff there should be, let's say, teacher 1. Okay, so you need to create this directory structure inside desktop. Inside desktop you have to create this directory structure. All right, so normally what you will do, mkdir school /staff /teacher1, right? पर इससे होगा क्या, इससे आपको आएगा error. Why? So mkdir will first of all work on this teacher1. teacher1 बनाने की कोशिश करेगा कहां पर, staff के अंदर, पर staff तो नहीं बना, तो staff बनाने की कोशिश करेगा किसके अंदर, school के अंदर, but school भी नहीं है, तो यहाँ पे आएगा कि no such file or directory. Let me show you. Let me copy this command. Okay, mkdir school. So I'm inside desktop only. All right. School staff teacher1. Press enter. What is the error? Cannot create directory, no such file or directory. This means this school is not present. This staff is also not present. That's why cannot create teacher1. Okay. So this is the error. Since school directory and staff directory are not present, that's why mkdir failed to create teacher1. All right. So what to do? What is the workaround? Now in mkdir, there is an option -p. -p means parent. So teacher is the child directory. What is the parent directory of teacher? Staff. Staff is a parent directory of teacher, but child directory of school. Okay. So school is the parent. So technically there has to be 2 parents, then teacher1 will be created. Okay. So it is simple mkdir. Hold on, yeah. So mkdir -p space school /staff /teacher1. Okay, press enter. Now there is no error. ls-l will tell you what has been created. So first of all, you will just see school. Okay, school is there. cd school. Again ls. Inside school there is staff. Okay, cd staff ls. Inside that there is teacher1. Yeah, so our directory structure is complete. All right, so mkdir -p, or you can say hyphen parents, one and the same thing. Okay, so again some more options you can use at the time of practice.
Hi, you are watching the recording from one of our live session. Hit like, share, and subscribe for more future updates.
Okay, so we last time touched some basic commands. All right, for example, ls or pwd, or there is an echo command which will display the message on the screen as it is. Okay, then we have su to switch user, we have sudo command, we have clear command, right? cd, cat, grep, copy, cp, and for moving files from one place to another, mv, move, mv. Okay, and then mkdir. All right, and yes, rm to remove the files, to remove the directories. All right. So, last time was a basic overview of simplest commands available just to get you started. Okay. ताकि आप at least start कर सको basic commands से. So what are we going to learn today? We are going to learn about some more, some internal workings of the command. Okay. Internally commands actually काम कर कैसी रही हैं. We are going to understand that because that is the foundation. Okay. So see, right now as a Linux administrator, you will be doing ls enter and you're getting the output on the screen. Okay, so there is some bash program, there is some kernel program which are involved. Okay, but exactly how it is working, that is just the overview, that bash and kernel are working together to get the output. But exactly what is happening, I'm going to discuss all that today. All right, then there is alias. Like if there is one complicated command, for example, let me show you. Let's say I type ls-ltrh. So with ls command, I'm giving so many options. Option number 1 is L, then T, then R, then H. So if I'm typing, if I need output via this command every time, then what do you think? I will type this command every time? No, I will just create a shortcut of this command. For example, I will make LH as a new command, as a shortcut to this original command. Okay, so LH will be the alias. It will act as a shortcut to this command. Every time I type LH in the background, ls-ltrh will run. So LH is what? LH is my alias to this actual command. Okay, so we are going to learn about alias, then $path variable. You know what is a variable? So for those with programming background, if they have learned C language or maybe C++, Java, anything, any programming language, they know what the variable is. Okay, so basically variable is a space reserved in the memory, in the RAM. Okay, so and it will store some value. Okay, and the programmer can change what to store in that variable, in that reserved area. Okay, so in Linux also we have some system generated variables. Okay, like $path, $shell. There are so many variables. One by one we will go through one by one. Okay, so like what is $path variable, how it helps in the execution of the command. $path variable plays the key role when it comes to executing a command. When you type ls, अगर आप ls type करते हैं तो $path variable के through होके ही जाता है सब कुछ. Okay, I will tell you how it is done. Then we are going to talk about VI editor. So I mean, in the last class someone asked, how can I edit a file? So you can edit a file using VI editor. It's a text editor. All right, like in Windows we have Microsoft Word or Notepad. Okay, in Linux there is a graphical application which is called gedit. Okay, but since we are going to work on CLI most of the time, so we will be working on VI editor. Okay, so using VI editor you can do all of the stuff like cut, copy, paste, save a file, create a new file, edit a file, everything. Okay, and yes, if we are left with some time, then we will cover user and groups. The concept of user and the concept of groups in Linux. It plays vital role in security, file level security. So अगर कोई फाइल है उसको सिर्फ और सिर्फ let's say student user ही देख सकता है, right? तो उस फाइल पे कुछ परमिशन सेट होंगी कि स्टूडेंट यूजर ही देख पाए और कोई देख ना पाए. ऑलराइट, तो just to before we understand the permissions, we have to understand user and groups, how these things work. All right, so I think everyone has joined, so we can start. All right, so just a second. Okay, I think I did not start my virtual machine. Let me just quickly start it. Okay, and if you have any questions, you can let me know. All right, feel free to ask any question. Also, one more thing, if you feel that language is a concern, like if you are not able to get any topic that I'm explaining in English, you can ask me to repeat in Hindi. All right, so don't be shy. If you want anything to be explained in Hindi, just let me know. Okay, let me log in. I hope everyone has at least tried installing Red Hat Linux, okay, or have at least worked on the online lab. This is very crucial, guys. Practice is the key. See, I can teach you Linux in 5 days maximum. You know, in maximum 5 days, I can teach you Linux. But what is the purpose if you're not even practicing? So practice is the first step. Second step is the theory part. Okay, so we have to go like this. All right, very good. Okay, so let's start. Where it is, yeah. Okay, so till now we have just covered basic commands. Now coming to alias. Sometimes you have to run a command which is giving you the desired output. For example, let me go to some place like cd/tmp. Okay. In tmp, there are some files. Now I want to know which file was created most recently, which is the oldest file, like that. Okay, and I want to get the size in MB, KB, GB, TB, like that. Okay, so normally if I press ls-l, what am I getting? I'm getting the details. I'm getting the size, like for example, the first line. The file name is anaconda.log. Now, what is Anaconda? Anaconda is the Linux operating system installer. Okay, so when you install Linux, that tool which is helping you install is called Anaconda. Okay, so this anaconda.log file is there. It's a text file. All right, and how it is a text file, I will explain you. But first, look at this 2662. So this is the size of the file in bytes. I don't want to see in bytes. I don't want to convert it. Okay, I'm bad with maths. I know I need to just get the size in KB, MB, GB, like that. So I can use another option with L, which is ls-l is fine. I can add H. H means human readable. So the size will become human readable, 2.6 kilobytes, 2.3 kilobytes, like that. Okay. So as I told you, you can get the list of options, available options with any command using --help. Okay, you just type ls, let's say for ls, I want to see ls space --help. Press enter. It's a complete page. It's a kind of a manual only. Okay. So you see, there are so many options. I just want you guys, whatever command you are trying to run, before that, just have a look at the options. It will take a minute or so to read them. But if you're doing this, if you're making this as a habit, it will help you a lot in the future. I mean, when you start working, and it will really help you at the time of interviews also. They can ask you, what is the -c option? At that time, you cannot just type --help, right? So you have to manipulate. Like you'll just tell the interviewer that, okay, you don't know, or you can just tell, right now I don't know, and I can just check using --help. Okay. So, but the thing is, if you at least know 2 to 3 options minimum, it will work. Okay. So here you see -h. -h means print sizes like 1K, 243M, 2G, etc. Okay, KB, MB, GB, TB, likewise. Okay. So let's say there are multiple options I can use. ls-ltrh. So I'm using a combination. L means list format, long list format. T means timestamp, reverse sorting. R means reverse sorting with timestamp. H means human readable. So what I'll get is, I'll get the latest file below and the oldest file at the top. Okay. So technically this is 25th October file, the oldest file. And the most recent file is this, October 28, file 1. So these blue ones are directories. Okay, so these blue ones are directories. Okay, so LTRH is there. So let's say if I want to type this ls-ltrh again and again every time. So, don't you think it's chances are, I might type something else. Mistakes can happen, right? Because it contains multiple options. I might type, instead of T, I can type Y, because in the keyboard, Y and T are neighbors, right? So just to avoid this situation, I can, create a shortcut command for this. Let's say I want to create LH as a shortcut for ls-ltrh. Okay. So how can this be done? This can be done using alias command. So alias LH equals to whatever you want to, set a shortcut as in the quotes. Okay. So alias, then the name of the shortcut equals to sign, and then whatever command you want to run, that has to be in quotes, single quote or double quote. Press enter. It is done. Type LH and check. Yes, it is working. I'm getting the recent file at the bottom and the oldest file at the top. And I'm also getting the size in KB, MB, GB, like that. Okay, so this is called alias. You can create shortcuts. Okay, so let us check how many aliases are created by default in Linux at the time after the installation. Okay, see, this is a fresh installation of the Linux. Okay, so let me type alias, just the alias command, press enter. Now it will show you how many shortcuts are created. See, so many aliases are predefined for you, for your help. Okay, so let me just show you the most recent one. This is the one I just created, right? LH. If I type LH, in the background, ls-ltrh will run. Okay, let us see another one. Let us see ls. Okay, ls is a command. Also, it is an alias. How is it possible? Yes, it is possible. You can create an alias of the same name as well. Doesn't matter. But what matters is what is running in the background. So whenever you type ls, what actually happens? In the background, ls -- color equals to auto. This is executing in the background whenever you are typing ls. Okay. So see, again, let me show you. If I just type ls, press enter, you see some colors. Okay, so you see some colors. Normally, blue means it's a directory. Green means it's a executable file. It can be a C program file. It can be a Python program file. Okay, so it's a executable program file. If you see a white color file, it is just a text file. Okay, white color is for just normal text files. Green color is for executable files, and blue color is for directories. Okay. All right. So see, in my system, alias is created, ls, and I'm getting the colors automatically because alias is created, and in the alias, you see there is an option -- color equals to auto. Okay. Now let me tell you one more thing. See, if you check this help page for ls -- help, I have told you to use single hyphen to use option, but I'm using double hyphens here. Isn't it confusing? So basically, you can remember like this. If you are using the abbreviated form of option, for example, let me show you in the help itself. For example, H for H, let us check. Yeah. So either you can use -h or you can use -- human - readable. This is also valid. Either this or that. So what is the pattern here? If you are using just the abbreviation like -h, H is the abbreviation for human readable. Okay. Capital H is the abbreviation for this term. Okay. Deference command line, which is something else. And let me just give you simpler one, -l, which we are using. Okay. -l, there is no full form of this. Yeah. Let's say this -R is the shortcut or is the abbreviated form of -- recursive. So it's up to you. Either you use double hyphen and the full name of the option, or just single hyphen and the alphabet, whatever it is, -R, capital R, small r, like that. Okay, so that's why if you see alias here, you see -- color equals to auto. So for color, there is, I don't think there is a abbreviated option, ls -- help. Let us see for color, what is there. Okay, so for color, it is capital C. I can also use capital C or -- color. Equals to sign has to be there with that. Okay, and the options are all written here. Like you can use auto, you can use never, you can use always. Okay, so this is the benefit of -- help. It gets you the complete list of available options for any command. Okay. Okay, so I'm typing ls, I'm getting the colors. So see, I'm just typing ls directly. Okay, but in actual, where is this ls as a file? Ls is a program file present somewhere. So which command can tell you which ls? So which command is telling you that ls actually is a alias? the first line is ls is actually an alias of ls command itself. And where is this ls command? It is in usr bin ls. Okay, so this means I can also run this command from this location as well. Let me show you. If I type /usr/bin/ls, okay, so this way also the command will execute, but this time it will execute without an alias, which means by default the command execution will be as if it is intended. Okay, जैसा इसको execute होना चाहिए वैसा ही execute होगा without any option, क्योंकि this is not alias. ठीक है, ये alias नहीं है, हम directly execute कर रहे हैं command. So what happened here? No colors, because I'm directly executing the command from the source. Okay, so if I want to add color, then -- color equal to auto. Okay, press enter. Now you're getting a kind of a familiar output, right? We have colors. Okay, so this is how things work in Linux. Either you can run this command ls directly, okay, or you can just mention the complete path usr/bin/ls. Okay, if you run directly, might be it is an alias, and in the background some options have been added. If you run like this from the source, then no default options will be added, and the command will run as if it is being this command will run normally, okay, without any options. There will be no formatting of the output. So you need to understand this. Okay, yes, Ankit, you can do this for any command. Okay, I'm just giving example for ls. You can do this for any command. And there is a question, is there any activities you want us to follow when we log into the Linux lab? See, in the Linux lab, what you can do initially is follow what I'm doing. Okay, so in the videos, I am installing Linux. I am, showing you some commands. For example, where is it? Hold on. Yeah, for example, this slide, starting from page number 12. So this slide, there is a command pwd echo su. So I've explained all the commands, okay, in the videos. So you can just follow them. So for 1 or 2 weeks, you can do this. And from 2 weeks onwards, I will, give you some questions. So you can, try them out in the lab. All right. So this was alias, how to create alias. Now you know. Let us talk about the second part, which is $path. It is an variable. There is a variable by the name path, P-A-T-H, all capitals. Now what is this $? If you want to know the value of a variable, we have to use $sign. If you want to assign a value to a variable, we will do the variable name equals to some value. Okay, this is how you assign a value to a variable. So there is a variable path, all capitals, P-A-T-H. But if you want to see what is inside this variable, we will use $sign and then the variable name. Not just like that, with the echo command. Echo means print. Echo means print something. What to print? This variable value. How will you get the value? If you use the $sign before the variable name. Okay, very simple thing. With practice, you will get it into your memory. Okay, so just simply press enter. Let us see what is inside this $path. So if you get the output, you will see that there are some locations mentioned. First location is /home student. Okay, see this, what I just highlighted something. See this, /home/student/ .local/bin. Now what is this .local, or what is this dot? Dot means any file name starting with a dot. It means it is a hidden file, or any directory name starting with a dot. It is a hidden directory. Okay, let me show you. Let me go to my home directory. Okay, I am as a student. I'm in /home/student. This is my home directory. If I press ls-l, I'm getting these directories, okay, and these files. 2 files and multiple directories. Now I want to see hidden files also. ls-l. After that, I can use another option, A. A means show hidden files as well. Press enter. Now you see the output is different. So this much I was getting earlier till here, right? And these are some new entries that you see, which I'm highlighting. So every file, everything which starts with a dot, okay, anything which starts with a dot is a hidden file or a hidden directory. So how many hidden directories here? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 hidden directories. And how many hidden files? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 hidden files are there and 4 hidden directories. Okay. So let's us again go back to $path. Okay. So $path is showing us so many locations. The first location is home directory .local/bin. Okay. So there are like 5, 6 or maybe 4, 5 locations separated by colon. They are not comma separated. They are separated by colon. You see? So colon is the field separator here. So basically this $path is storing some 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 data for 6 locations. Okay. Now what is the actual use of this $path variable? So whenever I type ls, what will happen? Let me just type it in the notepad first. Let's say I type ls command. Now what happens in the background? The bash program, which is a shell program, okay? Bash shell will try to find so shell, this bash is a shell program, right? So this shell program will try to find the location of this command. But how? Using the information saved in $path variable. Okay, this is the step 1. So whenever you type any command, let's say ls, the bash shell will try to find where is this command located. Okay, so bash shell will check this $path variable and it will try to find ls file in all these locations one by one. So first location, this, now you know where is this ls. Ls is an USR local bin. It is not in this location. Cancel. So bash will go to the second location, home student bin. No, it is not here as well. Then it will go to the third location, user local bin. Not here as well. It will go to this location, user local s bin. No, here also ls is not found. Then it comes to bash program will read this /usr/bin. Yes, here ls command is there. ls command is present inside this location. So now bash program has found the file. Okay, and now it will try to read the file program, which is a program actually. It will try to read the program. It will translate that program line by line to the kernel, and kernel will understand that command and it will talk to the hardware to get the output. Okay, let me type another command, let's say abcd. Okay, if I press enter, immediately bash program is saying command not found, abcd command not found. From where? So abcd command was not found from all these locations because abcd is nothing. I just made it up. Okay, so it was abcd file by the name abcd. Command file is not present in any of these locations, which is stored in $path variable. Okay, so this is the step 1. So if the file is found, what happens? So bash will read the file, read the command file, translate to kernel, and kernel will talk to the hardware. To get the output. Okay, so there's like multiple steps, step 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. Okay, let me save this file first of all. notes. Today is 11th. Okay. Sorry, 1st. Okay. So questions are there. Let me check. Kindly share slides on the portal. Okay. So if I check the portal, hold on. So this is our course. So we have recordings till 28th October, which is, yeah. So 28th October is Thursday. Yeah. So Friday I didn't take the class. Okay. So till Friday, till Thursday, video has been uploaded, which is fine. And about the PPT, okay. So last PPT is pending. So I'll upload it right away. Just give me a second. Yeah, I think I forgot to upload it. Now it's done. You can find it. All right. I'm going to save the PDFs. I mean the PPT converted to PDF into the Google Drive as well. Just give me a second. So these are the 4 days, starting for 25, 26, 27, and 28. Okay. Class PDF. Oh, I think I have already uploaded, which is fine. Yeah, it is done. So you can download the PDF from Google Drive. As you know, from the portal, you cannot download anything. Okay, you can just see, view only accesses there. So that's why I'm giving you access to Google Drive. Details for Google Drive are already in the portal. You see Zoom link section. In the Zoom link, there are 2 files, Zoom meeting ID and Google Drive link. Just use that. Okay, if it will only work if you have a Gmail account. All right. So you can use it. All right, coming to the next question. Why are the files hidden? See, normally the files are hidden because of security reasons sometimes. And sometimes user might not, should not delete the file accidentally. That's why. So yeah, sometimes, as you see in Windows also, some system files which are critical are hidden from the users. So, I mean, it is just the similar way. How to hide or unhide a directory? See, if the directory or file name starts with a dot, then it is a hidden file. If you rename the directory and remove the dot, let's say there is a file, a hidden file by the name file1. So dot file1. So this is a hidden file. Now the question is how to unhide it. You can rename the file. How to rename? With move command, you can do it. MV space, what is the original file? File1. What is the new name you want to give? Normal, a new file, let's say, new file. Enter, that's it. So now this hidden file has been renamed to new file, okay, which is visible, not hidden. I don't have any dot before the file name, okay. All right, next, what is kernel? Okay, so basically, let me just show you the slide. Yeah, see, when we talk about any operating system, what is the foundation of the operating system? Or let's say, what is the foundation of the server or the computer or the laptop? It is the hardware, okay. So first of all, there is the hardware, CPU, RAM, disk, etc. Then how to use that hardware? There should be a program or operating system, right? So in the operating system, there is a program. In Linux operating system, there is a program called kernel. Okay, so what is the role of this kernel program? The primary role of this kernel program is talk to the hardware using hardware drivers. Okay, so kernel knows how to talk to hardware. Kernel knows the language of hardware. Okay, but we as a users do not know the language of hardware. We cannot give instructions in the language of hardware, right? But we can run commands. Okay, inside commands there are instructions which kernel can understand. Okay, so we can run commands. We run commands on the command line interface, and there is a another program by the name bash program. It is a shell program. Okay, so the shell program's role is to understand the command and translate the command into kernel so that it can also understand. Okay, so this is a kind of a chain reaction. I have explained this in, I think, second class. You can just have a look at that video again. All right, and if you have any queries, we can again discuss it. Okay, kernel is help to connect. Yes. Yes, Saurabh, kernel is actually basically a bridge between the hardware and the operating system. Absolutely right. Okay, yeah, absolutely right. So kernel is actually a bridge between the hardware and the operating system. Ultimately, everything is a software. Everything is a program. Okay, there is only hardware and a software. So there is a software kernel which only talks to the hardware. Not only, basically, it can talk to the hardware, and shell program can make it can convert the programs into the language which kernel understands. Okay, so shell is very important, kernel is very important. If these two programs are not there, operating system is incomplete. It will not work. See, the same concept is followed by every operating system. In Windows, there is a microkernel. Okay, microkernel means with limited features, limited functionality. In Android phones, there is kernel. In iOS devices, there is kernel. So kernel program is everywhere. Okay, it is the most common thing when we talk about operating system. Okay. All right, coming back. So yeah, so I think you know what is $path. So this path variable is part of the environment, user environment. Now, what is a user environment? Let me show you. So when there is a command env, it will show you what is the environment for student user. Let me show you the output, then I will explain you in detail. So we are getting some different looking output here. So you can ignore this one. Okay, this is for colors, code for colors. Okay, so ignore this one. We will start from here. Okay, so basically environment is what? Environment is collection of variables. See, there will be path variable as well in this complete list. Yeah, in the bottom we see path equals to the same thing. Okay, so environment is basically collection of variables which helps user to function properly, to run properly, to run the commands in a proper manner. So let me show you some important variables like $username. Sorry, username in capitals. So it is storing the name of the user who is currently logged in. Okay, and let me show you another one as well. There is one shell variable, shell. So current user is using which shell? Bash shell program. Okay, so all these details are saved in variables. So whatever the user is doing, it is also saved. For example, let me show you path. Okay, path is done. Yeah, you see this $home. Sorry, home. So home equals to /home student, which means the home directory for this student user is this one. It is a detailed stored in home variable. So all these are variables. Like the first variable is this, then there is lang variable for language. Okay, language means, so this student user is using English language. So every message, even the errors, will be displayed in English language. Okay, so basically Linux supports all the majorly used languages: Chinese, Japanese, English, and French, any language you name it, Spanish. All right, so environment variables are different for each user. First of all, let me show you for root user. So I'm becoming root using root password. So root environment is this. Only limited variables are there. You see, only few, you can count them like that only. But for student user, there were so many variables. Also for root user, the path variable is different. Okay, it's not searching in /home like that. So path variable is /user local sbin, usr local bin, usr sbin, usr bin, /root bin. That's it. But for student user, it was like /home student. After that, so many directories. Okay, so again, this is the environment. So when we are talking about environment, I want to talk about su command also. Whenever we run su is used to switch user. Let's say I'm student user right now. I want to become another user, let's say Rohit user. Okay, let me see if Rohit user is there. ID space Rohit. It will show me details. Yes, Rohit is there. Okay, so let's say I am student user. I want to become Rohit user. I have the password. So I will use su space hyphen space Rohit. Now, what is the use of this hyphen here? It is not an option. This hyphen means load the environment variables of Rohit user. Okay, if I don't use hyphen, let us see what happens. I'm not using hyphen right now. Okay, I'll be removing it. Sorry. So su space Rohit, enter. What is the password for Rohit? It is Red Hat. Press enter. I have logged in as Rohit user, right? Let me check its environment variables. env, enter. Now, who is currently logged in? In the username, we will see. So in the username variable, we are still getting student. Okay, all right. What about the home directory? Okay, home directory is fine. Okay, what is the present working directory? It is, I'm still in /home student. Technically, I should be in /home Rohit, but still I'm in /home student. What else? The path variable. Where is that? Yeah. So the path variable is for, so we get to see student also here, /home student, which is incorrect. /home student, it is not correct. Because Rohit can only access /home Rohit, not /home student. Okay, so this is not correct. So things are not correct in these variables. Okay, so how to fix that? Let me log out. Let me log in again as Rohit user, but I will load environment variables of Rohit user only. That's it. Let me give the password. All right, now we will check env. Now all these variables are just for Rohit user, not for student user. You can see there will be no mention of student. User is Rohit, username is not here, no worries. Okay, pwd, present working directory /home Rohit, which is fine. What is the home directory? It is home Rohit. And what about the login name? It is Rohit. What is the path? Now this is the correct path. We don't see any /home student. We are just getting /home Rohit. Okay, and the usual directories as well. All right, so this is very important. This is the part of fundamentals. This should be clear. And you know the best part, the same concept applies for Windows as well. Okay, even in Windows you have path variable. Let me show you. Let me open this. My system got updated and I am so confused. Okay, yeah. Environment variables. You see this environment variables, and you see path here. So this is a path variable, and all these three paths are saved for my username. Okay, in my Windows laptop, my username is Amit F. Okay, so for Amit F, there are like 3 path variables set in this path variable. All right. Again, in Windows, you know, paths are separated by semicolon. In Linux, paths are separated by colon. This is the only difference. There are some system variables created as well. So, you know, variables are there in every operating system. You should know how to modify and how to get the information. Okay, so can we check it in GUI? In Linux GUI, to be honest, I have never checked. I just use env command every time. So env command will tell me everything. Okay. But in GUI, let me see. I don't think there is a way. Setting, system setting, help. Okay. Utilities, device, disk, logs. Maybe in system monitor. Let me try. I don't think if it's there or not. Processes, dependencies, file system, resources. No. No, I don't think in GUI there is an option. Using command, env is the easiest command. You can use it. Okay. All right. Now coming to the next part, which is VI editor. It is the most important thing in Linux. Okay. After commands, the second important thing is VI editor. Okay. So let me get back as student user. I'm logging out. Let me see how many files are there. There is file 2, file 3. Okay, we can use file 2. If I want to see what is inside file 2, I can use cat command. Cat space file 2. Right now it is empty. What if I want to write something? I don't have GUI. How to write? See, using cat also you can write in this file. Okay, but that is not the proper way of doing. I will explain you later. Okay, before I explain you how you can write using cat command, I need to explain you certain things. For example, I need to explain you this standard streams. Once I explain you, I will tell you how you can save data using cat command also. Right now, we will just use cat to display the contents, not to save anything. Okay. So the second option is using VI editor. So there is a command VI which will open the VI editor. So you have to just give a file name as well. So VI space file 2. Now this file 2 will open in edit mode. So now you see a blank screen. Okay. At the bottom, you see the file name and you see the cursor location as well. Okay. Where is the cursor? So basically every time I press space bar, okay, so it will be counted as a column. So basically your screen is divided into rows and columns. Okay. So I will explain you once we type something. Okay. So this is the VI editor. And here you can start typing. But typing is not that easy. If I press anything, nothing is typing. I'm just typing something on the keyboard. Nothing is printing on the screen. Why? Because in VI editor, there are some modes. Okay. There are some modes. So what are those modes? So first mode is the command mode. Second mode is the insert mode. If you want to save a file, if you want to cut, copy, paste, you will do all these operations in command mode. And if you want to start typing, you have to first get into insert mode. Okay, so let me again open this file. Okay, so VI space file 2. So right now, by default, this is the command mode. Okay, so always remember, whenever you open the file, it will open in command mode. You cannot just directly start typing. You have to get into insert mode. How to get into insert mode? There are 2 keys, 3 keys in fact. One is the insert key in your keyboard. You see, in my laptop, if I press F12, function F12, that will act as an insert key. In your laptop, maybe it is different. The other option, if you press A, okay, I'm pressing A. So as soon as I press A, you see at the bottom, what is there? It comes as insert. Okay, so right now I'm in insert mode now. I press A, I get into insert mode. I press escape, I get out of insert mode. Okay, again I press I get into insert mode. I press escape, I get out of insert mode. All right, so normally what I do is I just simply press A and I'm getting into insert mode. Once you see insert, you can start typing. So this is a small message. Okay, so I'm just started typing. All right, so I can type anything. So let's say I've just typed these 2 lines. All right. Okay, So, okay, so now the next question. Okay, so I have started typing, I have made some modifications. Now I want to save the file. Now how to save? So as I told you, you can save the file, you can cut, copy, paste, all these operations can be done in command mode. So how to get into command mode? Escape. So immediately, if I press escape, immediately insert is gone from the bottom. Now I am in command mode. I can type commands. So what is the command for saving a file? In the next slide. So the command for saving a file is :W. What is the command for exiting a file without saving? :Q. Close the file without saving. What is the command for save and then quit the file, or save and exit the file? :WQ. Save and quit. Okay, so let us do that. I want to save the file. Escape :Q. Sorry, escape :W to save the file. Write. W means write, Q means quit. So after doing this, I see 3 lines, 46 characters written. Okay, so in file2, the data has been saved. If you want to quit this file, if you want to close this file, escape :Q. Press enter. I'm out. Okay. If I cat file2, so these are the lines that I typed. If you want to again edit, vi space file2. You see the existing lines, you can make the changes. Move the cursor to the line where you want to make the change. Press A to get into insert mode. I'm just doing journal corrections, and I will write the third line as well. Okay, this is the third line. That's it. I want to save and quit. So escape :WQ. Okay, press enter. I'm out. So all these commands I have mentioned here, we can check one by one. How to save file after completing a task? 3 lines, but there are only 2 lines. Okay. So how to save a file after completing a task? It is again very simple. So as I just showed you, just open the file, press A to insert mode, make the changes. Let's say I'm just removing this third line. Okay. Backspace. This third line is gone. Okay. Now escape :W. W means write. Okay. So it says 3 lines and 46 characters are written. But I just see 2 lines here. Why 3 lines? Because I've used, yes. Yes.
So there is confusion because showing only 2 lines, but it show 3 lines.
Yeah, I'm telling you. So right now you see just 2 lines, but in the bottom you see 3 lines and 46 characters. Why 3 lines? Why 3 lines? Because you have used a enter here. Because you used the enter, it is being considered as a line, this one. Okay. So if you want to delete this, you can delete this. Let me show you how it can be done. Just go into insert mode, press delete after the last word. So last word is line. Okay. After this, just press delete button multiple times. The empty line will be gone. It was an empty line. See, if I keep pressing enter, how many lines I have added? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So total 11, 12 lines are there. Let me show you. Escape :W. It says 14 lines, 57 characters. Okay. If I remove all these empty lines, I'm going to use the delete key. That's it. Now, if I save, it says 2 lines, 45 characters. All right. So empty line is also considered as a line. Okay. So this is the basics of VI. You should know how to open a file, how to save a file, how to close a file. Let me close this file. Escape :Q. Enter. That's it. I'm out. So there are multiple operations actually which you can perform. For example, undo the last change. How you can undo? Just press U in command mode. Okay. How to delete a line? Either you press backspace continuously or you just press double D in command mode. All right. How to delete 3 lines? In command mode, just type 3dd. It will automatically delete 3 lines. How to copy 1 line? 1yy. How to copy 3 lines? 3yy. How to paste? P. So all these things will happen in command mode. Okay. And how to save a file? :W, :Q to quit, :W to save and quit. If you want to quit forcefully, let's say you made any change and now you want to quit without saving, you have to press escape : W, sorry, let me show you, escape : Q exclamation to quit forcefully. Okay, I will explain you one by one. Yeah, if you want to see the line numbers, :SE space NU, it will give you line numbers. SE means set, NU means numbers, set numbers. How to delete 4 lines? 4dd. So let us do it one by one. So let me just first of all create, edit this file, create some lines to work on. See, I am in command mode. I will copy these 2 lines. So my cursor should be at the first character of the first line. Then 2yy. Okay. So 2yy. I have pressed. Now I will press P in command mode. I'm just keep on pressing P. See, the data is being pasted. All right. So I will just remove this empty line. So now let us just check all these options. Undo the last change. Okay, we will undo in the end. Delete a line. I'm on the first line, okay? My cursor is on the first line, first character. I will press escape DD. The first line is gone. Again DD, second line is also gone. Let me go below. Let me try to delete maybe, hold on. These 5, 6 lines, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So let me try to delete 6 lines from here. This is the first line, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. So 6 DD all gone. So last 2 lines, 2 DD gone. All right. What about copy? Let me copy these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These 5 lines. So my cursor at the first character, first line, 5yy. At the bottom, you see 5 lines yanked. Yanked means copied. Okay. So where do you want to paste? I want to paste at below. So I will go create a new line. And in the command, press escape and then P. Okay. So 5 lines added. I want to again paste escape P. I will keep on pressing this until I'm finished. I think it's done. Okay. So now how to undo this action? Let's say I added extra lines. I don't want last 10 lines. So how to undo the previous action? Escape U, undo. Escape U, undo. Again undo. I can keep on undo till I am getting the original file. So this is the original file, right? So I've undooed all the changes. Let me save and quit. All right. Okay, set numbers. I forgot. So let me again copy this. 2yy. And I will paste multiple times. Okay. Now I want to see how many lines are there. Okay. See, my cursor is on the first character. I can't make out what is this line number 3, 4, 10, 12. What is this? So I can just escape : SE space NU. Escape : SE space NU. Set number it is called. Now you see the line numbers. Okay. It is good when you are creating a program using VI editor or a shell script using VI editor. Then you need to know what is the line number. Okay. Escape : WQ to quit. Save and quit. Okay, so VI editor actually needs practice. Martin, actually, verizonwireless.com, this domain is not allowing me to give you access. I am getting some error message. Okay, I tried giving you access, but your domain is not allowing. So is it possible if you could use another email ID, maybe Gmail or Yahoo or maybe Outlook to access? Okay, guys. Any questions till now? All right, we have some questions in the chat. How to select all lines together by keyboard? See, you have to count the lines and then select.
So what
Which
is the command?
Command to select for copy?
Yes, sir. No, so select for all, not copy.
Select all?
Yes, sir.
I need to check. Actually, you know, there is a very good tutorial for VI editor. I have just see in the slide, there are like how many options? 10, 12 options. But VI editor is a very big tool. So there is a tutorial called Vim Tutor. Vim Tutor. It is a kind of a command inbuilt in Linux. It will give you tutorial for how to use a VI editor. Okay, press enter. So welcome to the Vim tutorial. Okay, so it's a very powerful tool like that, and you can practice the VI editor in this. There are so many tasks. Okay, how to exit, how to delete a text, how to do so many things, right? It again, this is a kind of a VI editor only. How to exit this tutorial? Escape :Q.
2 year पहले किया था मैंने सांबा सर्वर पे।
हाँ जी।
स्क्रिप्ट को मैंने किया था उसको वी एडिटर से।
ओके,
काफी टाइम हो गया मेरे को।
या नो वरीज। सी मैंने जो आपको ये ऑप्शन दिया ना स्लाइड में, ये मोर देन इनफ है। इसी से ही आपका सारा काम हो जाएगा। ओके, हाँ, ऑलराइट। यस यस, हाँ जी।
Sir, is there any command to count the number of line? Means if we have so many numbers of lines, so how can we count with any command?
Yes, yes. If you do not want to use VI editor and open the file to check the to check the line numbers, for example, like this, then you will go to SCNU and then you will see the lines, right? Instead of this, what you can do is you can just use a WC command, word count -L means just count the lines. Word count -L space file to, there are 134 lines. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Sir, sir, I want one question.
Yes.
What is the option to connect a Windows server, Windows to Linux? Only Samba server it will, or another?
If you want to connect to Linux server graphically from Windows.
Okay, sir.
Okay, if you want to connect to to Linux graphically from Windows, you can take RDP, remote desktop. So for that, you have to install XRDP in Linux. I will tell you how to do that. Okay, or you can also try it by your own. You have to install XRDP software in Linux. Then you can take remote desktop from Windows. Now there is second case where you have to just access the files in Linux. Let's say there is a file in Linux. You want to access it from Windows. Then you have to use Samba server. Okay. Then Samba has to be used. Again, I will tell you everything once we proceed a little further. I need to explain you some more things. Then we will talk about this, right? Okay. Any other question?
Sir?
Yeah.
सर ये जो आप सिखा रहे हो सर, ये मशीन पे सर, वर्चुअल मशीन पे, तो सर ये उसमें सीख सकते हैं सर AWS के सर उस पे?
यस यस, एब्सोल्युटली। आप क्या करेंगे, AWS पे आप एक इंस्टेंस क्रिएट कर लो लाइनक्स का, और ये सब कमांड्स, यही कमांड चलाओ, मस्त चलेगा, बढ़िया।
ओके, थैंक यू सर।
हाँ जी, हाँ जी। यस मार्टिन, you can use the Yahoo ID as well. Just try it with that. If I have any notification to give you permission, I will give it. Okay. Okay, so let us just quickly revise what we did yesterday. We talked about alias. Okay, so what is alias? When we create a shortcut to another command. Okay, for example, I used LH as a shortcut for ls-ltrh. All right, and we also talked about environment variable, one of which is path, PATH in capitals. Okay, so when we want to see what is inside a variable, we use a $sign. Okay, we can use echo command. Echo means print. We can print the value of the variable just by appending $sign. All right. So what is this path variable and what does it store? So basically it will store all the location where a command can be present, command file. Okay. As you know, whenever we type a command, let's say ls or pwd, those are actually files, physical files present in some location. And what is the location? /usr /bin. Okay. And what about the commands which only root user can run? /usr /sbin. Okay. So every time you have to remember this. Okay. So path variable will be storing all the location, all the possible locations where a command can be stored. Okay. We talked about VI editor as well. So what is VI editor? VI is an application used to edit files. Okay. It's a command line application. And in VI editor, we have two modes, command mode, insert mode. Okay. So in command mode, we give a command to save a file, to quit without saving, or to save a file and then quit. All right. So these are all commands. We can also cut, copy, paste, number of lines in this command mode. But if you want to write something, if you want to make some changes, you have to do this in insert mode. How to get into insert mode? Using A as an alphabet, A, or I alphabet. From the keyboard, you can press A or I. You will get into insert mode. How to get out of insert mode? You have to press escape. Okay, you can terminate the insert mode using escape. Okay, so yeah, so that was what we did yesterday. So let us just check for today. What are we going to do? Let me just log in quickly. Just a second, guys. Okay, so what is for today? Today we are going to learn about users and groups. All right. So users is pretty simple thing. When you are logging into a operating system using username password, that is a user. Okay. So normally what happens is whosoever wants to log into the operating system, Linux, Windows, any, that user needs to have a username and a password, right? So user is, the most common thing in a operating system. What about this group? Okay, so this group is a new thing. Might be for people who are working as a Windows admin, they know what is a group. But still, groups in Linux, give so many options when security is the priority. Okay, when you want to secure a file, like only student user should be able to see this file or edit this file. So that level of security can be achieved using groups also. So I'll tell you. Okay, so now what is the exact purpose of groups? So when we say what is the exact purpose, hold on. Yeah. So let's say there is a university by the name ABC. Okay, there is a university or college by the name ABC. Okay, and in ABC college there are various departments. There is finance department, there is teachers, or we can say staff, and then there is maybe okay, let's say there are two departments, finance and staff. Okay, so in finance there are 3 employees, employee 1, employee 2, and employee 3. Okay, and in staff there are again, let's say 4 teachers, teacher 1 and teacher 2, teacher 3, and teacher 4. Okay, all right. So okay, in ABC college there are some servers, or you can say all the employees can log into any server and save their data. Okay, let's say finance people need to work on Excel files, they need to work on financial aspect of the university, so they need to save some Excel files, they need to save some CSV files, or they need to work on some tool. Okay, so indirectly they need to log into some machine. Similarly, for staff, all the teachers need to log into some server, they need to create some question papers. They need to save the question papers in the server. Okay. So let's say for ABC college, there is only one server, server A. Okay. And in server A, all the employees, or maybe teachers or finance department employees, all of them can log in. Okay. So generally what is recommended? Recommendation is whenever you create a username, that username should be part of some group by default. Okay. So technically we see here, if employee 1, employee 2, employee 3, these users are created, these users should be part of finance group. Okay. So, and again, these 4 or 5 teachers should be part of staff group. Okay. This is pretty simple. Now, what is the actual use? Let's say there is a file on the server A, which is called balance sheet. Okay, balance sheet.txt. Let's say .txt. Okay, so on this balance sheet.txt, only finance group has access. Only users part of finance group can access or modify. Okay, so if this is the situation, if this is the requirement, then what can be done? Then this group will come handy, because within this group already all the employees, finance employees are added. So you just need to give permission to balance sheet that only finance group users can edit or access. Similarly, if there is some another file, let's say question paper. Okay, so question paper.txt, let's say. Okay, so on this file, only staff group has access. Okay, similar situation. So here, all these groups will come handy and it will help you. So as a rule, what happens is, whenever you add a user, let's say you added a user ABCD. Okay, now what will happen by default? ABCD user will be part of ABCD group by default. Okay, whenever a new user is created, a new group is also created by the same name, user ABCD. Okay, a group will also be created by the same name. All right, so this is a default thing in Linux. Okay, and once the user is created, you are the system admin. You can decide this ABCD user should be part of staff group or finance group. All right, so every user is part of 2 group categories. First group category is primary group. Okay, second is secondary group. Okay, normally what will happen here, ABCD will be by default part of which primary group? ABCD only. Okay, and what about secondary groups? So ABCD can be part of finance group as well as staff group parallelly. Okay, so this is a real-time situation. So whenever a user is added, let's say ABCD, a new group by the name ABCD will be created by default, and by default ABCD user will be part of primary group ABCD. Okay, and then there is a secondary group category as well, where you can make ABCD part of another created groups in your system. Let's say in my system or in server A, finance group and staff group is created. So you can assign this user to these 2 groups at once. Okay, so if you remember, I told you one command, which is ID. Okay, so ID command will tell you everything about any user. ID space student. I'm checking for my user only. So what do you see here? So UID is the user ID of the user student. It is 1000. So every student will have a numeric ID as well. Okay, so student user is part of which group? GID 1000 bracket student, which means there is a group by the name student as well. And the ID is also similar, 1000. That's fine. And this student user is part of which secondary groups? So this student user is part of, hold on. Yeah, so this student is part of wheel secondary group. Okay, so you see student here, in this last part, you see groups. Groups equals to 1000 bracket student, comma 10 bracket wheel. So this 1000 is the group ID of student group. This 10 is the group ID of group wheel. Okay. All right. Okay. So any questions still here?
Sir, please explain primary and secondary part. I'm not getting it.
Okay. So basically what happens is in Linux, there is a concept of primary group and a secondary group. Okay. So normally a user can be part of only one primary group. Okay. User can be part of only one primary group, and user can be part of multiple secondary groups. So as you see in this example, ABCD, what do you see here? User ABCD is part of ABCD group as a primary group. Okay. But as far as secondary group is concerned, so ABCD is part of finance group and staff group as well. Okay. Functionally, there is no effect on the user. A user can be part of 100 groups at once, or can be part of only one primary group. Functionally, the user will have no restrictions. A user can run any command. I mean, all the non-root commands. So, technically there will be no problem. It's just that whenever you want to add a restriction to a file, so there all the groups will come handy. Okay. So, okay, let us just, quickly go through this slide, and you will, get more understanding. Okay. So basically, right now I'm going to start with how to add a user. Okay. So I will tell you how to add a user, how to set a new password for the newly added user. Then we will check how to add a group. Okay. And then how to delete a group, how to delete a user. After all this, I will explain you where are all these details saved, in which files. So basically there are like 3 files as I'm highlighting. So in these 3 files, all the information is saved. Okay. So yeah, so let us just start with how to add a user first of all. Okay. So you need to make sure that you are working as root. So how to become root? Switch user space hyphen space root, or switch user space hyphen blank. If you do not mention any username, root is the default username. If you mention any username like Rohit, then obviously you will become Rohit. If you mention root, obviously you will become root. If you do not mention anything, by default, it will be considered as root only. Okay. So if you see me typing this, don't get confused. This means su space hyphen space root. And I hope you remember this hyphen. What is the purpose of this hyphen? It will load the environment variables of the user. So right now it will load for root user. Red Hat is the password for root. I blocked in. Okay, so the command is very simple, user add. Okay, although there are some more options like -G, -G, -S, -D. Okay, I will tell you later. So simply you can use user add space username. Okay, so username, let's say ABCD. So we will go with the example. So user has been added. How to verify? ID space ABCD. Yes, user has been added. User ID 1002. Username ABCD. So ABCD user is part of which primary group? Here you can see groups. So first of all, the primary group is mentioned. If there is any secondary, after comma, there will be secondary group. So first group is the primary ABCD. This is the default behavior. Okay, and what is the group ID of ABCD? 1002, which is also same. So normally you will see this 90% every time. Whenever you create a user, that user's ID, UID will be matching with the group ID. Like here you see there is a group by the name ABCD newly created, and the ID is again the same, 1002. Okay. So user has been created. Next step, when you create a user, there is no password set. How will this ABCD user log in without a password? So we will set a password. So there is a command passwd. passwd. Always remember passwd. So we have to run this command. So this command is a special command. It can be executed by non-root users also. But if root is executing this command, so root has a privilege that root can mention any username here, like ABCD. Okay. Tab, I am logged in as student by default. All right. So by student, I will just type passwd, and then the new username ABCD. Press enter. See, there is an error. Only root can specify a username. I specified ABCD. Let me just run passwd without a user. Now immediately this command executed. Okay, which means the user can change its own password. That's it, not for others. But root can do anything. So that's why root can change the password for any user. So that's why we can use a password space username. So press enter. System is asking for a new password. I'm just giving Red Hat. And again, Red Hat. That's it. So ABCD user has a Red Hat password. All right. So for a student also, see, since this student user is non-root user, okay, it has limited powers. So student user cannot override system configuration. And the system configuration is the password should not be weak, should have minimum 8 characters, and all those password security policies are there. Okay. So let me show you something. Passwd. Student is trying to change its password. Okay. System is asking, what is the current password? It is Red Hat. What is the new password? Let's say I want to type ASDF. Enter. So it says bad password. The password is shorter than 8 characters. See, all the rules will be applied to non-root users. Okay. But as a root user, I can override this setting. I can set a 1 character password also. I can set any weak password as well. I can set a shorter character password also. For example, Red Hat. It is shorter than 8 characters, right? So this is the power of root. Okay. So, but if you're changing your own password, you have to set a secure password. If root is changing your password, root can't do anything. It can set a unsecure password as well. Okay. All right. So coming to user del, how to delete a user? Obviously, again, root can only do this. And how to verify that root can do this? See, for user add, if you are not sure who can run this command, just use which space command name, which space user add. Press enter. So which will tell you where is this location of this file user add. So user add command file is in sbin, which means system administrator can only run this command. Right now I'm logged in as root. Root is the system administrator. All right. So let us delete. So user del space -r space ABCD. So now with user del, I'm giving an option. Okay. So now why I'm giving an option -r, let me show you first of all. So if I go to /home, you will see something that ABCD directory has been created automatically. Okay. As soon as I create a user, there is a new fresh directory created inside home by the same name, by the same username. Okay. If I delete this same user ABCD, I want this ABCD directory also to be deleted permanently. If I want this thing to happen, I will use -r. -r means remove home directory. So this home directory will also be removed with the removal of the user. Okay. So enter, it's gone. Let us check here if the directory is still there or it's gone. It's gone. ABCD is gone. Only ABC, Rohit, and student is there. Okay. You know, user management is really easy in Linux. Again, you know, as a fresher, you can also be given a department for user management where you will be just creating a user, modifying some, let's say, password, or deleting a user, creating a new group, like that. Okay, so user management, and the team is normally called IAM. Okay, so in the companies, there is a IAM team which takes care of user management. So with that, let me just explain you how many teams normally do you see in IT companies. See, first of all, IAM, Identity and Access Management. Okay, if you are part of this team, you will log into servers, you will create usernames, you will manage the users, right? So if you are part of patching team, so your role will be to update Linux servers once in a month or once in every quarter. All right. So for that, you need to know how can you update a Linux server, Linux operating system. Okay. Then there will be a backup team. Okay. So if you are in the backup team, your job will be to take backups using backup tool, which is running on Linux server or maybe Windows server as well. Okay. Then there will be VMware team. So VMware is a very big company, if you know. So they provide a tool by the name vSphere. Okay, it's a very expensive tool. It is used to create virtual machines and all that. All right, so VMware team is taking care of all the virtual machines which are present in your company. So virtual machine can have Windows operating system or Linux. If they have Linux, then there is Linux team, which will be taking care of all the virtual machines with Linux operating system. If the virtual machine has a Windows, then we have a Wintel team also, which is for Windows. So this Wintel team job is to take care of all the virtual machines with Windows operating system. Okay, so there are so many teams, and there is one more very important, storage. Okay, there will be a storage team as well, because storage team's responsibility is to make sure that VMware team virtual machines have sufficient storage at the every time. Okay, so virtual machine should have storage available all the time, because on daily basis 5, 10, 15, 20 or maybe 100 virtual machines are daily created in a big companies. Okay, so they can only be created when there is sufficient space on the servers. So storage team responsibility is to manage that storage. Okay. All right, so there is a question. Can we change student password? Yes, passwd command. Can it be password free? No. Okay. See, if technically you can do it as a root user, you can remove the password. Just do not fill anything. Passwd student. It will ask for what is the new password you want to set. Just simply press enter 2 times. Blank password. Okay. Technically it is possible, but user student cannot do it by himself. All right. How to rename a user? See, if there is a situation where we have to rename a user, don't do it. It's recommended to create a new user itself. Okay, don't rename it, just create a new user. How to rename the new user or existing user? Okay, same question. All right, so user add is done, user mod is done. Although with user add there are so many options, I will tell you slowly one by one. Okay, let's come to user mod. Okay, for example, let me just give you a situation. So let's say there is a group in my Linux operating system by the name wheel. It is already there. Okay, so I want ABC user part of this group wheel as a secondary group. Okay, so right now what is the situation? Let us go back to terminal and check using ID command. ID ABC. Okay, ABC user is not there. User add ABC. Okay, see, it says home directory already exists, because last time when I removed ABC, I did not use -r. Okay, so ID ABC. So right now the situation is ABC user is part of only one group, that is the primary group ABC. Okay, now the requirement is ABC should be part of wheel group as well as a secondary group. Okay, so now we have to use a different command. We have to use user mod, because ABC is already created. We need to modify some properties of the user. Okay, so with user mod there are some options. For example, G. This is to mention the primary group name. Okay, if you want to change this primary group itself. Okay, but the question is, wheel group should be part of, should be added as a secondary group. So for secondary group, the option is capital G. For primary group, it is small g. For secondary group, it is capital G. Okay, so user mod hyphen capital G, then the name of the group wheel, and then the name of the username ABC. This is the format. User mod hyphen G, or maybe user mod option value and then username. Okay, the command user mod, then option value and then username. You can use multiple options as well. Let us just check the output here. I press enter. There is no error. Let me confirm ID ABC. Now you see here, just focus here. So in the group section, ABC is the primary group still. But what about the secondary group? A new group has been added, wheel. So now ABC user is part of two groups, ABC group and wheel group. Okay, ABC group as a primary group and a wheel group as a secondary group. Okay, so user mod is a very useful tool. If you have created a user and you need to modify some values like primary group, secondary group, and or maybe home directory as well. You don't want user to be getting this home directory /home/username. Okay, so you don't want this. Let's say you want /user1 or maybe /username. This can be done. This is possible. So using user mod, you can do it. Okay, so I will tell you one by one. All right, so user add, user mod, user del, passwd, done. Okay, now the question is, we are just executing some commands and user is being created, but physically where is the information being stored? Where is this username, group name stored? So basically in Linux, there are three critical files related to user and groups. So related to user, we have a passwd file. Okay, so see, there is a passwd command also, and then there is a passwd file as well. Just a second. Okay, Ankit, your question is, what is role of these number? So what number are you talking about?
UID number and like 1, 0, 0, 2, 10. Are these numbers same, sir, or means what is the role of this number?
This is the unique identification in numerically.
Sir, it can be changed or it will be same always. Like here for wheel, we use 10.
See, if I add a new user, its user ID will be 1003. Okay. If I again add a new user, it will get user ID 1004. It's incremental. So user IDs in Linux starts with 1000. Okay. So I will tell you, I will show you slowly how the user IDs are also assigned and where is the rule, where is this defined that 1000 is the starting point. Okay. All right. So when we say user has been created, physically, where is this information stored? Okay, as I as I was telling that there are like two passwd files. One is the command itself, and one is the passwd file in etc. So in etc means etc holds all the configuration file. Okay, so technically passwd is a configuration file as well. So two different files, passwd as a command and passwd as a configuration file. So let me just cat this file. Okay, cat /etc passwd. Let us see what is inside this file. Press enter. Okay, just check last 3 lines. Okay, I will explain all the lines one by one, but first check these last 3 lines. Okay, so student :x :1000 :1000 :student :/home/student :/bash. Okay, some similar entries for another user, which is Rohit. So basically, these are all user details, user properties. Okay, so this complete file will store user information. See, there is a username root as well, right? Root information is also there. So, but what is this exact information? There are like so many fields separated by colon. There are like 6-7 fields separated by colon. So let me just give you an example. I am copying this and I will show you in a notepad. Okay, so these are the student details, right? So first is the username itself. Okay, let me just write it here. So we have how many fields? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 fields. Okay, just give me a second. All right. So field 1 is the username itself, username, which is very evident. Second field X. X means it just denotes the password. Okay, so whatever the password of student user is, it is denoted by X. All right. So password is not displayed here. All right. What is the third field? 1000. It is the UID of the user student. What is the fourth field? It is the group ID of the primary group. So for student user, what is the primary group? Student group itself. Okay. So here you see secondary group is not mentioned. Only the primary group is mentioned here. And that too ID. Only the name. Okay. Only the ID, not the name. Then what is the fifth field? This one. This field is for comments. Okay. So you can type any comment. Let's say you can say, this is a test user, or this user was created on 31st October, like that. Okay, so in the comments field, you can fill anything. The sixth field, /home/student, obviously, it is the home directory information. Okay, where is the home directory of student user? It is inside home, and then there is a directory student. Seventh field, which shell is assigned? What do you see? Bash. So right now, student user has been assigned bash shell. Okay. So what are the default values here? Now let us just check. So student, you will mention by your own. As a root user, you can mention, right? Group ID, automatically it will be filled by the system. Group ID also automatically filled. Comment, you can mention the comment using an option with user add command. -c is the option. Then this home directory, this is the default location. /home is the default location. Okay. And then this shell program, bash shell is by default assigned to any newly added user. Whenever you add a new user, it will have bash shell program as a default shell. Okay. So these are the fields. You should have a good practice with the modification of the field as well. See, we can just use user add like this. User add student. What will happen? These fields will be automatically calculated by the system. Comment will be empty. This will come by default. This will come by default, right? But if you want to add a user itself, comment also. So user add -c. In the double quote, you will mention this is a test user. Okay. And then username student. Then what will happen? Then again, the same things. In the comment field, there will be a message. This is a test user. Okay. So this is how things work. So what is the purpose of comment? Just for the identification. Okay. So normally, when we say, what about the industry or in the company? What is there in the comment field? For every user in the comment, there will be user serial number or the employee ID of the user. Let's say student user is not a real name. There will be a real ID. For example, I joined a company and I have given a employee ID like this. IN 008877. Okay. So IN means India. I'm from India, and 008877 is my employee ID. So it your username in company will be something like this. You will log into the server with this user. Okay, and in the comment field it will be mentioned that employee ID is IN00. Oh, sorry, it will not be IN, it will be 008877, like that. Okay, so just to make things meaningful, meaningful comments are saved every time. Okay. All right. So first of all, let me save this file. Okay. Now coming to okay, user is done. All right. So coming to group add, how to add a group and which is the file which will store the group information. So let us first of all add a new group. So let's say I want to add a group staff. Okay. So by root user, I can just use the command group add space staff. Staff has been added. Let me add a new group. Group add finance. All right, finance group added. Now the question, where is this information stored? This information is stored in a file by the name. Inside etc, there is a file by the name group. Okay, so you can cat it. Just cat this file, and you will see all the groups created. So there is a there is a group for root. Okay, and there is a group by the name bin. There is a group by the name daemon. I will explain you all these groups later. But you see this wheel group. So wheel group group ID is 10, and in wheel group there are two users, student user and ABC user. Okay, so going down, I've just added two new groups, staff and finance. Right now there are no users added in staff group and finance group. Let us add some users. How we can do it? User mod, because we are going to modify user information. User mod -G for, let's say, ABC. I'm going to do it for ABC user. See, first of all, before making any changes, I will check the status of ABC. So ABC is part of ABC as a primary, ABC group as a primary group, and wheel as a secondary group. So I want to retain this wheel, and I want to add finance as well. So ABC user should be part of three groups: ABC, wheel, and finance. Wheel and finance are secondary, ABC is primary. Okay, so if I type user add -G finance space ABC, what do you think what will happen? Finance group will be added. But I'm actually making a mistake here. If I do this, wheel group will be overwritten with finance group. So ABC will not be part of wheel group anymore. Let me show you. Press enter. Oh, not user add, it's user mod. Press enter. Okay, the command executed. Let us verify ID ABC. Okay, so what happened here? Wheel group is gone, and instead of wheel group, I see a finance group here. Now this was not the question, not the requirement. I did a mistake. I have removed ABC user from the wheel group. Now what to do? How to retain the secondary groups and add another secondary group? If I want to retain finance and add another secondary group, what to do? Then the command is user add -A. A means retain all the secondary groups, and this second option G means add a new secondary group. Okay, secondary group wheel. Let me add wheel again. I mean, not add. Let me add ABC user in wheel group again. So ABC, sorry. So it's not user add, it's user mod. So user mod -A wheel ABC. It's done. ID ABC. Now you see everything is fine now. Finally. So now ABC user is part of ABC group as a primary and wheel and finance as a secondary. Okay. So if I apply any restriction on a file that this file can only be edited by users part of finance group, then ABC can also edit that file because ABC is part of finance group here. All right. So now let us get back to this file, group file, cat/etc group. Let us see what happened to this finance last line. Now you see ABC has been added. Okay, whenever a user is added as a secondary group, you will see the username in front of the group name. Okay, so let me add student also. Okay, so user mod -a capital G finance student user. Okay, let me again check this ID student. So student user is part of two secondary groups, wheel and finance. Let me cat the file again. Or I have used grep also, right? You know grep. Let me grep this word finance. Grep this word finance. From which file? etc group. So now what do you see? Only one line. You will just see only one line. See only one line. So this is how you can keep things clean on the screen. So rather than getting this complete output and then try to find where is your finance group, just grep it from the file. So I'm getting the complete line. Now you see student is also added. How can we add a directly finance third place? What is this? How can we add directly finance third place? I didn't get your question. Could you please unmute and let me know?
Yeah, actually, when we add that finance in the secondary group,
yeah, right.
that the wheel is already eliminated, right?
Yeah,
Without
because I
yeah.
did not use the correct option.
Yes,
That's
yes,
why.
yeah. So I'm asking which one is correct option. We put it to that one.
See, basically, I just gave you this demo. Like, if you use -a, it will retain the previous secondary groups and it will add a new group, whichever you mention here. Okay. So if you do not use -a, it will overwrite the previously secondary group, which is mentioned, with the new group, which you are mentioning in the command.
Okay, okay.
Okay. So A means just to retain the previous details.
Previously, okay.
Yeah. So right now, what do you see? Student user is part of wheel and finance as secondary group. If I want to add a third group, let's say staff.
Yeah.
And I do not mention how will be visible. Let me show you. Okay, ID student. Now you see these two are gone. Wheel and finance gone. Only staff is there.
Okay,
because I did a mistake. I did not retain the previous value. Okay, so I will correct it using -ag and I will add all the previous groups, wheel and staff. See, wheel, comma, finance. These were removed by mistake, right?
Okay.
Now they're back. Now they're back, right?
So whenever we add additional groups, so we have to return back again.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So -a means just retain the previous information, whatever is there in secondary group.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
So yeah. All right. Okay. Coming back to All right. So we have just checked passwd file. We have just checked how many fields are there. All right. And then we have checked this group file. Whenever you create a group, the group information is stored in etc group. Let's delete a group as well. Okay. Let me delete staff group. So group del staff. That's it. Gone. The entry will be gone from the group file as well. All right. Now coming to the third file, etc shadow. This is the most critical file. Critical in terms of password management. Okay. Whenever I say password management, normally, see, we as a common computer users, okay, we are not used to work with passwords as companies are used to, because in companies passwords have to be secure, they have to follow certain rules. Okay, so this password, this shadow file contains so many things. Okay, let me first of all show you shadow file, and then I will explain you field by field. Okay, so just cat/etc shadow file. As a root user, you can do it. All right. So again, you see some garbage here. You will feel like it's kind of a garbage here. So let me just copy one line for, let's say, student only. Okay, and then I will explain you. Okay, so this is the entry from shadow file, which is a bit strange, but I will explain you. All right, so first field is the username. Second field is the password hash. So for student user, password is Red Hat. So Red Hat has been converted to this hash, okay, using some cryptography algorithms. Okay, it can be MD5, it can be SHA-512, or it can be SHA-128. These are all cryptography methods using which you can encrypt a text. So this Red Hat word is a clear text. You can read it. But this text has been converted to this hash. You see this very long string of alphabets. This is a password hash. Okay, so this is one way of securing the password. Even if you have this hash, you cannot decrypt it. It's very hard to decrypt. If you are successful, decrypting this hash, you will get this word Red Hat. So this is how you can extract a password, but it is not that easy. MD5, SHA-512, or SHA-128. These three algorithms, encrypting algorithms, are very strong, and they need actually time in years to decode. You can also try, just use this password from your shadow file when you log into your machine. Okay, and try to decrypt it online also. It will say 4 years remaining, 5 years remaining, like that. Okay, decryption is very tough. All right, so let me just shorten this hash. This is a very long one. I mean, obviously, all the password hash are very long. Let me just make it short so that all the entries are here. Okay, so again, the same thing. There are like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 fields are there. Let me just again type it here. How many fields? All right, there is one more field, 8. Okay, so let us just go one by one. Again, first is the username itself. It is very evident. Second is the password hash. All right. Then the third one is the Unix timestamp. Now, what is this Unix timestamp? So basically, days have been counted. Let me reiterate. Count the number of days from 1st January 1960 till today. Okay, you will get a number, this number. It will be something like 1900 something. Okay, or maybe 1800, 18,900 something, or maybe 19,000, like that. So just count the number of days from 1 January 1960. You will get a number that is called Unix timestamp. And if you calculate the seconds from this date, 1 January 1960, you will get Unix timestamp in the form of seconds. Okay, with that you can also convert a normal date into a number. For example, so let me just give you. I'm just trying to explain you Unix timestamp. I will explain you why is this number here. Okay, later. So let's say there is a date, 2nd November 2021, and right now time is 8:53 p.m. Okay, so this date and time can be converted into a number which computer can understand and save it into a database. Okay, it can become something like, I'm just randomly adding some data. It can be something like this. Okay, you have to count seconds from 1st January 1960. You will end up with this number. Okay, so this is the Unix timestamp. You can do just one thing, just Google it, Unix timestamp. What is this? Okay, you will get all the details. All right, so this is Unix timestamp. Now the real question, why it is used? It is just used to store the information. When was the last password changed? When was the last time password was changed? Let's say for student user, password was changed yesterday only, which means 1st November. So this number 18926 will represent 1st November 2021. Okay, so now again, no one is that good in maths to calculate the exact time and date using this. We have a command also. We have a command which will decrypt all this information for us. I will tell you after this. Okay, what is the 4th field? It says 0. 0 means number of days, minimum number of days between password change. Let's say you are a user, non-root user, you have just changed your password. So if the minimum number of days is set to 1, you can again set your new password next day only. You have to wait for 1 day at least to change your password again. Okay, so this is the minimum number of days between password change. So right now it is 0. So right now student user can itself change the password multiple times in a day. But if it is 1, what will happen? So student has to wait for at least 1 day to change the password again. Okay, so this is minimum number of days. Next, 99999. It is the maximum number of days between password change. Now, what is this? What is the logic of maximum numbers? Which means if it is not 999 or 5 times 9, let's say it is 90. So this actually means after 90 days, the password will expire. Okay, and you have to change the password. So maximum number of days, the password can be used, and minimum number of days, the password can be changed back again. All right. So 90 is meaningful, 90 days. Now, what is this? 5 times 9. This means password will never expire. There is no need to change the password after 90 days. So password never expires is the default configuration. I will also tell you what is the configuration used in the companies after when I finish explaining. Okay, 6th field, you see a 7 here. 7 means warning days. Warning days means, let's say here it is 90. Okay, so on 83rd day, your system will say your password is going to expire in 7 days. Please change it. Okay, it will keep on saying for 7 days, and on the 7th day, it will eventually ask you to forcefully change the password. Then only you can log in. Okay, because after 90 days, password will expire. So warning days 7. You can also set it to 10, 15 like that, but 7 is standard. Okay, 7th and 8th field I will explain you once I explain you one command which is called chage. Okay, so any question here, then I will tell you about chage. See, as I told you, this shadow file contains password related information. What is the password hash? When was the last password change? It will be saved in a form of Unix timestamp. Then how many minimum days are there for between password change? Then maximum number of days, warning days, like that. There are 2 more fields. I will explain you later. Okay, so this is the part of shadow file. Okay, every user will have such similar information. Now, it is not recommended to change the values. Let's say it's not recommended to edit this shadow file and change the values. Let's say it is a maximum number of days is 99999. Never expire. Password will never expire. Now, how do you change it to 90? Or how do you change this minimum number days from 0 to 1? Okay, so we have a command which is called chage, change age, aging of the password. Okay, so chage is a very useful command, and there are some options like -L to list Just list, do not change anything. Okay, so let us use -l first, and then we will try to modify something. chage -l student. It will just show me the same things I just explained you. Last password change, October 26, 2021. Okay. Password expires never. So this Unix timestamp I was talking about, 18926. This means October 26, 2021. Okay. Password expires never. Minimum number of days 0. Maximum number 999, which means never expire. Number of warning days 7. Let's say as a root user, I want to change certain values. I want to change this to 90. Okay, so chage student, that's it. Chage student. Now it is an interactive command. It will ask you for values. Minimum password age. Right now it is 0. I will set to 1. Maximum 90 days. Last password change. It is showing me some date. Let it be. As a default it is. So this is the default value. Okay. So I'm just going to press enter. Password expiration warning 7 days, which is fine. Password inactive -1 means do not deactivate the password. Okay, do not lock this user ID. So -1 is fine. Just press the enter. Account expire, I don't want it to expire. -1 means do not expire. So just press enter. That's it. Okay, so I have changed some information. Let us verify chage -l student. Okay, now you see some more things like last password change was on 26th of October. Password expires on January 24. Now you get a new timestamp. I will check in the shadow file as well. Remaining, we have just made some changes. Okay. So because I just used 90 days. So 90 days after last password change, it has calculated Jan 24. This is the 90th day. So grep student from this file. Okay, so now you see a Unix timestamp is same for October 26, 197 is there. Okay, so we have made the changes using chage, not directly editing the shadow file. It is not recommended to directly edit the shadow file. Okay. So see, chage is a command which is used to modify the values of shadow file. Okay. You can say it is a utility as well.
Hi, you are watching the recording from one of our live session. Hit like, share, and subscribe for more future updates.
So can you please explain a bit about primary group and secondary group? Okay. Okay, guys, normally what happens is whenever a user is created in the Linux operating system, the user will be part of a default primary group. Okay, by default. Okay, so there can be one primary group by default. But what if the user needs to be part of multiple groups? Okay, so let me give you a scenario. Let's say there is a user by the name Amit. Okay, and Amit user should be part of 4 groups. Okay, so let's say there is one group by the name BTech. Okay, let's say Amit is a student actually in a university, and Amit user can also log into one server of the university in the lab. You know, university labs are there for practice like that. So Amit user has to be part of multiple groups. Let's say BTech group is there. Okay, and Amit user is also part of, let's say, staff group for some reason. Okay, staff group, and is also part of, let's say, events group. Okay, and yeah, let's say 3 groups. Okay, let's say 3 groups. Okay, so this is the requirement. So what will happen is there will be only one primary group. It can be any. Okay, it can be any, and Amit user can be part of multiple secondary groups. So normally what happens is Linux will create a group by the same name, and will add the user in that same group as a primary group. So what will happen in reality? Whenever this user Amit is created, a group by the name Amit will be created, and Amit user will be part of this group by default. Okay, so this will be the primary group. Only one primary group can exist. What about the 3 other groups? Now you as an administrator can add these 3 groups as a secondary group, okay, for Amit user. Okay, so secondary group are these 3 and this is the primary group. Okay, now what exactly happens whenever the user is added in the group? When the user is added in the group, directly or technically there is no effect on the user. Okay, so effect will be there when there is a file that can be only opened by the user who are in BTech group or maybe in staff group. Then Amit user will have the capability to open that file. Okay, so this is the only function of a group. Okay, so that files and directories can be managed. You as an administrator decide that there is a file by the name, let's say, exam answer. There is a file by the name exam answer sheet.pdf, and users who are in staff group can edit this file, can edit or maybe read. Okay, so this is a kind of a restrictions that you have to apply. Then how will you apply this restriction? If some users are in staff group, then only. So that is why these groups are there. Okay, so you can add a user into any group. Okay, and in the CLI, how to find that? There is ID command, ID space username, let's say student in my case. So as you see, student user, hold on. As you see, student user is part of how many groups? So this is the section which will tell you everything. So student user is part of one primary group, which is called student only. And there are 2 secondary groups, wheel and finance. Okay, so what is this wheel group? It seems a bit strange, this name wheel. Okay, so this is a strange name, but don't worry. It is just a name. Okay, so in Red Hat Linux, wheel group is there to manage sudo capabilities, which I will tell you later. Okay, so just now ignore the purpose of this name wheel, but it is just a name for you, for everyone actually. Finance, again, it is just a name. Okay, so yeah. All right, so how many are there? 9. Okay, I think let us start. Okay, so last time what we did is we used some commands like user add, user del, user mod, passwd. These are all commands for user management. Okay, so you can add a user with user add command. You can modify the properties of a user using user mod command. You can delete the user from using user del. You can set a password or reset a password using passwd command. Okay, so passwd command is a special command. Root has the power to use a username as an argument with passwd. For example, root can do this, passwd student. Okay, so there will be no error. But if a non-root user is doing this, that user will get an error. See, it says only root can specify a username. So username is an argument. Okay, so only root can specify any argument with this command. Normally, if student wants to change its password, then need not to specify any argument. So directly the command passwd, that's it. Now the command is functioning properly. Okay. All right. So with that, we also checked 2 more commands, which are group add, group del. How to add a new group using group add. How to delete a group del. All right. And What happens when we add a user? Where are the entries going? So entries or the user details are going in passwd file, shadow file, and group file all at once. Okay, not in shadow file in the first step. See, whenever you do user add, all the details are saved in these two files first of all. So in passwd file, username and user ID, the numeric user ID, the group ID, home directory name, comments, all that stuff will be saved in this passwd file. Parallelly, as you know, a new group will also be created by the same name. That group information will be saved in this file, group file. Okay. And when you set a new password for the new user, the password details are saved in shadow file. Always remember this. Okay. So this happens in the background automatically. Whenever you use group add, what happens? In the group file, the details are stored. Whenever you use group del, the details are removed from the group file. When you use user del, the details are removed from passwd file. Okay. And whenever you use passwd command, the details are saved in shadow file. Okay. So this is how things work. So everything, every configuration, every detail in Linux is saved in a file. Okay, so let me again add a new user. Okay, and I will give some options this time. Last time I did not give any option. This time I'm going to give options. So I'm becoming root right now. Okay, so command is user add. Okay, so let's say I want to give a comment parallelly with the while I'm adding the user, I want to give a comment also. I want to say this is a test user. Okay, so I will use -c. Okay, and then I will give the comment in double quotes. Parallelly, if I want to add the same user in a different group, let's say a primary group should be staff, secondary group should be finance. So -g primary group staff, -G secondary group finance, comma wheel, comma whatever, let's say student group. Okay, like that. So likewise, there are so many options that you can use. So let me just give you some main options to remember at least. So user add. So how many options you can use, or the most popular ones? So just so you remember, let me just share this. These are the details from passwd file. Okay. So at the time of user add, you can modify all these values actually. Okay. For example, if you want to give username, there is no option. You directly just write username. Okay. Okay. Second fields will denote the password, which will be X. So we need not to do anything. Third field, UID. How to give a UID here? You can give a UID using -u space UID, let's say 2300. Okay. So command will be, so let's say you want to add a user by the name ABC and you want to give UID as 2300. So command will be user add -u 2300 and the username ABC. Okay, it will be ABC like that. So I'm just taking example of ABC. Next, group ID, GID. So this GID is for which? This is for the primary group. Okay, so let's say in the command itself, you want to give the group primary group name also. Okay, as you see in my system, how many groups are there? So if I just go on and cat etc group, I will see so many groups are there, but I have created a finance group and yeah, that's it. From student group is there, Rohit group, ABC group, finance group. So let me add a group staff. Okay. So group add staff. Grep, I'm just verifying if the group has been added. Grep staff from which file? etc group file. So yes, there is a staff group newly added. The group ID is 1005. Okay. So now let's say if the question is add a new user, user ID should be this and should be part of staff as primary group and finance as secondary group, like that. So that's why I'm telling you all these options. So one option is done. Second is -g. If we want to make ABC user as a primary group member of some group, so let's say -g staff. Okay. And you want to make ABC user part of finance group as a secondary group. So -G finance. Let's say another group also wheel, like that. Okay. Comments. If you want to add comments as well, -C space in double quotes, you will mention the comment. This is test, or maybe test user. Okay. And home directory. If you want to give us different home directory to this user, so -D is the option. And then you mention slash, let's say slash slash user slash ABC. Okay, this can be true. This can be a situation, real-time situation. Okay, and in the last one, which shell is assigned? If you want to give a different shell program to this user, then the option is -S. -S, and then the path to that shell. Let's say /bin/ no login. There is a shell by the name no login. Okay, I will explain you this later, but let me give another shell. Let's say sh. sh is the oldest shell. In 1970 it was developed. Okay, right now what is there? Bash, BASH. It is the latest one. So you see, using this simple command user add, you can add so many options. You can customize the properties of the user add at the time of user add itself. Okay, always remember this. And the good part is these same options work with user mod as well. Okay, let's say you have added this user ABC and you forgot all these things. You did user add ABC, and then you remember, oh, I did not set the user ID to 2300. I did not set the primary group as staff and all these other things. Then what will you do? You will use user mod. And the magic is you can use the same options here as well. Okay, the same thing. So same options work. And in the end, ABC user. Okay, format is the same. So either you do all the things in one single command, or you do the same thing in, first of all, first command user add, second command modify the values. Obviously, you will be using the first one. Okay. Okay, so this is, let me just run this command user add with all these options. I will create a meaningful user, let's say Mohit. Okay, so let's say there is a requirement that Mohit user should be having sh shell, 2300 user ID and all these things. So first of all, you will verify if sh shell is there in your system or not. Which sh? It is saying that in USR bin sh is there. Like I can do which bash. Bash is the shell which is currently running all the commands. Okay, so bash is also there. All right, so let me just paste this command and I will just remove -D because it is not required. User add -U, -G, -G, C, S, perfect. So I'm going to add user Mohit with all these details. Added ID space Mohit. Let us verify. So Mohit user has what user ID? 2300. Group ID is staff, 1005 staff. Because I have set staff as a primary group using -g option. So -g means give up, add the user in a group as a primary group. So primary group is staff. Staff's GID is 1005. That's fine. And in the groups, you see all the details. Staff group primary and other two are secondary. How secondary? Because I used -G, field and finance. Okay. What about this comment? How to check? Then simply grab this username, grep Mohit from passwd file. So in this file, you will see this comment field, test user. I hope you remember all the fields. Username, X denotes the password. Then 2300 is the user ID in numerical form. 1005 is the primary group ID. Then we have test user as a comment. Then we have /home/Mohit as the home directory path or home directory location for this user. And /bin bash, the shell which has been assigned. Okay. All right. So, okay, let us set the password as well. Passwd Mohit. I'm giving red hat just to make things simple. Now everything is done. Okay. So yes, we also talked about chage command, chage. I hope you remember. Chage will tell you password aging properties or password aging details for any user. If you just want to see the details, you will use -l option. -l means list. Chage -l username, let's say Mohit. I have just created, right? तो अभी हमने बनाया यूजर, इसकी डिटेल्स, लास्ट पासवर्ड चेंज टुडे बिकॉज आई हैव obviously right now set a new password. ठीक है. Password expires never. Why never? Because you see there maximum number of days between password change. 99999. 5 times 9. It means password will never expire. That's why we see password expires never. Okay. Password inactive never. I have not set any date to set the password inactive. Or account expires never. Again, I have not set any date to expire the account. Why do you need all these details? Password expire, inactive, account expire. Let's say there is an audit going on in your company, and there is an auditor who will log into your system, log into the server actually, and he will check all the details, what is happening on the server. Okay, if things are in order or not. Okay, if rules are being followed. Okay, so you as an admin, your manager might say, please create an account for this auditor, and this auditor will be there for 10 days. Just make sure after 10 days this account gets expired. So this is why we see account expires. You can set a date. Let's say on 15th of November, this account will expire automatically. So user will not be able to log in after 15th of November. All right. So using -l, you see all the details. If you want to change the details, just use chage space username. No option. Press enter. Now it's an interactive command. It will ask you for details. Also, it will show you default number or default value in brackets. अगर आपको default ही use करना है, just press enter simply. So minimum password age, I want to set as 1. Maximum 90. Last password change, let it be default. Press enter. Password expiration 7 days. Inactive -1 means do not inactivate the password. Account expire, do not expire. -1 is fine. That's it. Let us check the details again. Now you see the changes. Now I have used 90 days expire. So that's why we get password expires on Feb 3rd Feb 2022, which is fine. Okay. So this means when I log in as Mohit user, after 3rd Feb, the system will say your password is expired. Please change your password right now. So I have to forcefully change my password. Okay. Can we set the expiry of the password? Yes, you can set the password expiry as well. See, password inactive. This means after this date, the password will become inactive. And account expires. Obviously, you can set a date here as well. All right. So this was about user and groups. So see, initially I'm going very slow, maybe one slide for one day, but this is very necessary. This is because all this is part of fundamentals, right? Fundamentals में अगर confusion होगा तो आपको आगे जाके दिक्कत आएगी. Because हम going forward, we are going to manage the permissions. किस फाइल पे क्या permission होना चाहिए, right? तो अगर उस पे अगर fundamentals clear नहीं होगा तो आपको permissions set करने में प्रॉब्लम आ सकता है. ओके, Chalo, next slide is for permissions now. Now, what is a permission? How do we read it? And iska format kya hota hai? Let us check. Before I begin the slide, let me show you one output. So as a root user, let me just type ls-l. Very less files. Okay. Chalo, इसे भी बता देंगे, कोई problem नहीं है. Let me create a test directory, mkdir test. Okay. Now we have some variety, right? We have a directory, we have some files. So in this location, just focus on the first character on the left. What is there? There is hyphen. Okay. I'm talking about this line. Okay. The first character is hyphen. Then there is RW. Then so many hyphens. Then there is a dot. Okay. Then there is one, number one, numeric one. Then we see root, space root. Okay. Then we have 1101. Then the time, the month, timestamp. Okay. Time and the date. And then the file name. Okay. This is the standard output you get using ls-l. I used ll. ll is the alias for ls-l. See, alias command will tell you. Alias is saying, instead of typing ls-l all the time, just simply use ll. ll is the double L. It is the shortcut. Okay. So ll, yeah. So now what is the first character? It is hyphen. Hyphen means this file is a normal text file. Okay. If there is a hyphen, it is a text file or a script file. Basically that file which you can edit, which you can, modify. Basically, it's a regular file. Okay. And if you see the same first character on the last output, it says D. So D means directory. Okay. So this is how you identify what is a file, what is a directory. Let's say you're running a command and you're not getting colors. So let's say you're running the command like this. Okay, now do you see colors? No, output is the same, but there are no colors. So now how will you identify which is the directory and which is the file? So you just check this first character. Hyphen means normal file. D means directory. So this is called the file identifier. How many file identifiers are there? So there are basically 3-4 types of file identifiers. So hyphen means normal file, normal or regular file. Then you will see D. It means directory. Then you can also see C. This is called character file. So basically your printer as a device. So printer device will be shown as a character file in /dev. So एक dev नाम की directory होती है. Last time बताया था मैंने. So in this directory, all the hardware devices are saved, are displayed as a file. Okay. So if there is a printer attached, it will be a character file. It will be represented as a character file. There can be a block level file also, B file. B is a block file. Okay. Now what is a block file? All your storage devices are represented as a block file. Okay. What is a storage device? Hard disk, CD-ROM, and your pen drives, floppy drives. Okay. So your storage devices will be shown as block file in /dev. And what else can be there? I think this is it. So let me show you in CLI also. cd/dev ls-l. Now let us check from the start. We have a C. C means character file. This is AutoFS. It is also marked in yellow. Okay. Then there is D. D means directory. So all these are directories. We see L also. L. L means it's a shortcut. So yes, there is L. It's called link or shortcut, you can say. or you can also say soft link. So there are different terms. I will explain you later. Soft link. Okay, so L means link or a shortcut. See, if this is a shortcut, then what is the original file? यहाँ पे सब लिखा है. The file name is CD-ROM and it is redirecting to the original file SR0. So SR0 is representing your CD-ROM. Okay. And we have block level files. Yes. So you see B. This is block level file DM0. Let me show you my actual hard disk. So this is my actual hard disk. Okay. And this is the first partition which is being used. So NVMe 0N1. So this partition in my hard disk is a block level file. See, we cannot modify anything in these files. We are, as a root user, I should not do any changes in these files because these files are used by the operating system. Okay. So in this dev directory, operating system is listing all the hardware in the form of file. Okay. So this is just to check how many hard disk partitions are visible to the system and all that. Okay, again ls-l in my home directory. All right, so first character is done. So now you know how to identify a file. Okay. Next, we see RW. So let's examine this example, second line. It says RW hyphen R hyphen hyphen R hyphen hyphen then dot till here. Okay, so let me just copy and paste it. I will explain you properly. Okay. So all right, so this is the exact output. So hyphen you have understood. I am removing it. Now the remaining part is this one. So now what is this? So basically, it is basically telling you what are the permissions on this file. The file name is initial setup ks.cfg. Okay. So there are some set of permissions. So basically, before I tell you about permission, I want to tell you that in Linux, each and every file has a owner and a group owner. Okay. तो जो फाइल होती है Linux में, उसका ओनर होता है एंड एक ग्रुप ओनर भी होता है साथ में. ऑलराइट, तो अभी हमें दिखेगा कैसे कौन ओनर है और कौन ग्रुप ओनर है और उसका मतलब क्या है. तो ओनर मीन्स हु हैज क्रिएटेड दिस फाइल और हु ओन्स दिस फाइल. So initial setup file, who is the owner? Here root is written, the first root. The first root you see, it is the owner name. Okay. And the second root you see, it is not the user, it is the group root, which is in the system. Okay. So all the users, part of group root, are also group owners of this file. ठीक है. तो let's say अगर group root में कोई user ही नहीं है तो कोई बात नहीं, सिर्फ root ही होगा इस फाइल का ओनर. अगर रूट ग्रुप में 10 यूजर्स हैं तो 10 यूजर्स प्लस रूट यूजर्स, सो ऑल दोज 11 यूजर्स आर द ग्रुप ओनर्स. ओके. सो रूट इज द ओनर ऑफ द फाइल, रूट ग्रुप is the group owner of the file. Right. Now coming to permission. As you see, we have rw hyphen, then r hyphen hyphen, then r hyphen hyphen, then we have a dot. So basically permissions are like this: read, write, execute. And these permissions are for 3 people, or you can say 3 categories. So read, write, execute can be applied to the owner of the file. It can be applied to group owner. And for those users who are not the owner and also are not group owner, these users are called others. Okay, so there are 3 different categories of users in a Linux system. A user can be, with respect to file, a user can be owner of the file, or a user can be group owner of the file, or user can be part of others. Okay, so read, write, execute, these 3 permissions can be set for each of these category. ठीक है, तो अब owner के लिए भी we can set read, write, execute. For group owner we can set, these are the maximum permissions, read, write, execute. For others we can also set the same maximum permissions. So these are the maximum permissions on any file. Basically there is no restriction. Others can also read, write and execute. Execute means if this file is a code. Okay, if this file is a code, then the file can be executed as a code. All right. Okay, so talking about this real permission, let me just type it here. It says rw hyphen. Okay, and then there is r hyphen hyphen, and then there is r hyphen hyphen. Okay, so the permissions are always in a set of 3. Okay, rw hyphen, r hyphen hyphen, r hyphen hyphen. So these permissions are saying, the first one, let us have a look. The first rw hyphen, it is for owner. This part is for owner. So owner can read and write on this file. Who is the owner? Root user. So root user can read and write on this file, which is fine. The second is r hyphen hyphen, which means, see, in the first permission set rw hyphen, what is missing? X. So basically root cannot execute this file, but root can read this file and write on this file, modify this file, right? What about the group owners? Group owners can only read. They cannot write and they cannot execute. Execute again, if this file is a program, the group owners cannot run this program. And what about others? Others can also read, and rest other permissions are 0. No permission. So this makes this file a kind of a secure file where only root user can modify, others cannot modify. Okay, so this is the important part. Permissions is the foundation of security in Linux. Okay, then we have a dot as well. So this dot is called ACL. Okay, so this dot is called ACL. So if ACL is not it, you see dot sign. Okay, right now there is no ACL. That's why we are getting a dot sign. Now, what is a ACL? ACL means, apart from these permissions, if we want to give separate permission to any user, then we will have to use ACL. So in the next slide, I will tell you about ACL, not now. Okay, so let us ignore ACL for now. Okay, just remember this dot. If no ACL applied, you will see a dot. I will explain you in detail once we reach there. Okay, so this is just the basics of permissions that we are doing. Okay, so okay, there is one more thing, that permissions, we can represent the permissions in different forms. First is symbolically, R for read, okay, and then W for write, and X for execute. Read means user can read the file. W, write. Write means modify. User can modify the file. E, oh sorry, E, no, not E. X. X means execute. Execute means if this file is a program, then that program can be executed. All right. All right. So this is symbolically. We can also represent the permissions numerically as well. So in Linux, read means 4. Write, read means 4. Write means 2. Execute means 1. Okay. So symbolically, what is the maximum permission? RWX. Numerically, what is the maximum permission? 4 plus 2 plus 1, 7. Okay, so these are the maximum permissions in Linux. So no, symbolically it is RWX, numerically it is 7, numeric 7, right? You can add all the permission, 4 plus 2 plus 1. Okay. All right, so we were talking about this owner group and others. We can also represent them as, hold on, let me just copy and paste. Instead of typing owner, group owner and others, we can say U for owner, okay? We say user or owner, okay? G for group owners and O for others. So basically it becomes UGO, okay? It becomes UGO. Obviously, we are not, I mean, there is no command where UGO is used together, but you can remember like this, UGO. Okay, and for all, it is A. A means all. Okay. Yeah. So basically, I've covered everything from the slide. Not everything, actually. The permissions till now. Okay. So now permissions are also done. Let me remove the permission from here. Okay, it's done. Now what is there? 1. This one represents how many links are there in this file. How many, this file is linking to how many files internally. So since it is just a text file, there are no links. Okay, so technically, you know, what happens is whenever a file is created, it will be called one link. Okay, because it's linking to something in the hard disk. There is only one link. So that's why it is one. But if it is a directory, it can be 2 or 3. But I will explain you these things once we reach links, hard links and soft links like that. Then there is root. Root is the owner of the file. Okay. Then there is root. This root is the group owner of the file. Then 1438. This means the file size in bytes. This is file size in bytes. Then October 26, 1056. This is the timestamp when the file was created or last modified. Okay. Then the file name itself. Okay. So there are so many things in a ls-l details. Again, let me go to some different user. Let's say Mohit user. Okay. So let me log in as Mohit right now. su-mohit root can log in without password. And yeah. So Mohit user has any file till now? No. Okay, so cd Mohit. Let me create some files. Okay. So touch file 1, file 2, and mkdir, dir1 and dir2. Okay. So I'm just creating some random files. All right. So what do you see here? The same things. Okay. So let us start with this last line. What do you see? This file 2. Okay. This file 2 is owned by Mohit user. And this file 2's group owner is staff group. So you know how many users are there in staff group? Let us see. Grep staff from which file? Passed group file. So there is no actual user in staff group right now, except Mohit. See, as a primary group, if the user is part of any group as a primary group, you will not see anything here. Okay. If the user is part of any group as a secondary group, then you will see the username. For example, finance. So for Mohit, finance is a secondary group. You see Mohit written here for finance group. Okay. So technically in staff group, there is no other user. So let me do something right now. Let me add some users here. First of all, I will see how many users are there in my system. Cat passwd. So in my system, there are student Mohit ABC Rohit. So let me modify. So vi/etc group, only root can do it. So I've logged out. I've become root again. So I'm going to staff group. I'm adding some users. So let me add Rohit, student, and ABC. Comma separated, I can add users directly as well. Okay, now let me become Mohit again. I'm in home directory of Mohit. Okay, so I was talking about this line. So staff group, how many others are there in staff group? So grep staff from group file. Yeah. So as you can see in this staff group, Rohit user is part of staff group, student user, ABC user is also part of staff group. So in staff group, there are actually 3 people as a secondary group. And Mohit is also part of staff group, obviously, because staff is the primary group for Mohit. Okay. So if we again check all these details, so file 2 can be, okay, so permissions are read, write, read, read. Read, write is for whom? For the owner. So Mohit is the owner. Mohit can read and write on this file. Then there is read --. It is for the staff group. So there are Rohit, student, and ABC. These 3 users can read this file. Okay, these 3 users can read this file. And for any other user, which is not the owner of the file and which is not part of the group also, that user will be called others. Okay, so for others also, this file is readable. Others can also read the file. Okay, so this is how you read the complete permission set. See, similarly for directory, now there is a slight change in directory permissions. As you see, there are X also. Okay, there is X also for each and every category, for user, group, and others. So it is read write X, read X, read X. Now, why is there X? I told you X is applied when the file is actually a program and you need to execute the program, right? But what about this directory? See, directory is kind of a box. If you want to open that box, that in the directory permissions, execute is mandatory. Okay, if you want to open that directory, execute is mandatory. If there is no execute, user cannot open the directory. It will say permission denied. Okay, so that's why. So you see RWX. This means Mohit user can read this directory, create a file inside a directory, and also open this directory. How to open? CD space dir1. This is called opening a directory, right? You are entering the directory. If you want to CD a directory, then execute permission is must. What about the group permission? Read and execute. So group means Rohit, student, and ABC. All these part of staff group. So staff group members can CD dir1 and check the contents, what is there inside, but they cannot create anything. Okay. Also, for the others also the same thing, read and X. So others also can read this directory, what is inside dir1, and can CD dir1, but they cannot create any new file. Okay, so these are the directory permissions. All right, so basically I've covered each and every aspect of this slide. If you have any questions, let me know, because अगर आज इस slide में कुछ doubt है तो आगे भी doubt रहेंगे. All right, it's better कि आज ही सारे clear कर लें. Any questions? Okay, I'll take it as no. Okay, now the question is how to change the permission, how to change the ownership, etc. See, let's say there is a directory created in temp. Let me create a directory as Mohit user. Okay, so let me go to cd temp. Here I'm going to create mkdir test dir1. So I've just created test dir1. Here it is, test dir1. Okay, so let me use ll command actually. Yeah, so test dir1. Who is the owner? Mohit user. Who is the group owner? Staff group. Okay, what are the permissions? Read write X, read X, read X. These are the default permissions applied. Default permissions automatic system apply करता है. हम इन्हें change भी कर सकते हैं. We can change them. Okay. Now I have two questions in my mind. How to change these permissions? Okay. And how can I change the ownership as well? I want to hand over this directory to student user. Let's say I'm leaving this job. Okay, I'm leaving this company. I want to give this test directory ownership of student so that student can do whatever he wants to. Okay, so how to do that? Also, I want to change the permission. Like this is very relaxed permission. Anyone can see inside. I want to block the access. Only me should be able to see inside. Others and group owners should be restricted. I want to apply some restriction. Okay, so how to change the permission and how to change the ownership and group ownership as well. Okay, so for this purpose we have some commands. First command, chmod, change mod. Chmod is used to change the permissions. Then chown, change ownership. So this command is used to change the ownership. Simple. All right, so we can use the commands in multiple ways, but I'm going to show you the simplest way so that it's easy to understand and remember as well. Okay. First of all, how to change a permission. Okay, so change permission, then change ownership. Okay, so let me just first of all write it down for you. So how to change permission? chmod space what permission you want to give and to whom. Let's say आपने user के लिए खुद के लिए रखना है full permission, group owner के लिए रखना है 0 permission, others के रखना है 0 permission. तो आप कैसे करेंगे? First way is you prepare the command in this format. First of all, for yourself, you is user. As I told you, owner is represented by you. Okay, so owner should have read, write, execute rwx. Okay, comma. Then for group owner, I don't want to give any permission, so it will be g equals to hyphen hyphen hyphen. If I am not giving any permission, it will be hyphen. Let's say I want to give only read, no write and row execute, so it will be read hyphen hyphen. Or I want to give read and execute, no write, it will be r hyphen x. Simple. So right now hyphen 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 comma others o equals to, again I don't want to give any permission, hyphen hyphen hyphen. On which file or directory? The directory is test dir1. Okay, this is one way of creating a or changing a permission set. Now what is the easiest way? See, I just told you read, write and execute, they are represented as numbers as well. Okay, so 4 2 1. So now let me give you easier method. chmod 700 test dir1. See, it's a very small command, easy to type, less chances of mistake. See, there are so many characters I have to type here. Chances of mistakes are high, but in this one it's very easy. It's just that you need to calculate. So भी यहाँ हुआ क्या? 700 क्या बना? chmod 700. So 7 means rwx, full permission. Full permission to whom? User, you. So the format is like this: chmod ugo and the file or directory name. Okay, for you I am giving 4 permission. For G, group owner, I am giving 0 permission. For others I am giving 0 permission. Okay, it is that easy. Okay, let me give another set. For example, chmod 644 on, let's say, file 1. So what is happening here? Owner will have read and write. 4 plus 2 is 6. What is 4? Read. What is write? 2. 4 plus 2 is 6. Okay, so owner will have read and write. Group owner will have read only permission. 4 means read. And others will also have read only permission. Okay, let's say there is a file which is a executable file. Let's say a C program, C language program. So chmod, I'm just giving 755 on this file, calculator.c. Okay, so ऐसे ही बनता है C program, calculator.c. So if you want to execute, the owner should have execute permission, group owner should have execute, and others should have execute. अगर सबसे execute करवानी है, but अगर आप चाहते हैं कि सिर्फ owner और group owner ही करें, तो हम इसको ऐसे करेंगे. Sorry, 4 आ जाएगा यहाँ पे. इनफैक्ट यहाँ 0 रख देते हैं कि others को देखने ही नहीं देना है कि इसमें प्रोग्राम में लिखा क्या, what is written inside the code. Okay, so 7 means the owner can read, write, execute. 5 means read and what is 5? Read and execute. And 0, no permission. Okay, so ये तो हो गया, permissions आप ऐसे दे सकते हैं. Now how to change the ownership? chown space what should be the name of new owner? Let's say student, colon what should be the name of new owner group? Let's say student only. There is a group by the name student also, right? Or maybe let's say staff group. What is the file where you want to change this ownership? Let's say test dir1. Okay, this is that simple. Let me show you one by one. Okay, so ls-l test dir and will be LD. See what is happening here. मैंने लिखा ls-l test dir1. इसके अंदर क्या है मुझे वो दिखाया जा रहा है. यहाँ पे तो कुछ है ही नहीं इसके अंदर. But I want to see what is the permission of this file and group ownership. So I will say ls-ld. D means I am telling ls command this is a directory. तो इसके अंदर नहीं जाना है, इसी की properties दिखानी है. तो now I am getting the properties. ठीक है, तो ये test dir की properties हैं. First example, I will just change the ownership. Okay. So let me become root. Okay. All right. So I'm just running the command ch own student :staff on which test dir1, press enter. It has been changed ls-ld, it will tell you. So now the owner is student, the group owner is staff group. Okay, what about the permission? Let's say chmod 644, oh sorry, it is a directory, so 755 or maybe 750 on test dir1. Okay, so ls-ld again, it will tell you. So permissions have been changed. It is 7, 5 and 0. Previously it was 755. Okay, so yeah. What is the password for root? You can use, see Martin, what you can do is you can do this sudo space su space hyphen. Okay, so let me show you. See, I don't know what is the password of root user, but you can become root. Just use sudo space su space hyphen, press enter. And the password for test user is test123. I think I gave the wrong password. Hold on. Test123. Now I'm become root. Okay, now I've become root. So I will explain you in detail what is this sudo su hyphen. I think I've explained you, but I have not explained the configuration, how to configure. Okay, so I think this is it, guys. 9 o'clock ho gaya. All right, so for today, this is it. So we'll continue tomorrow as well. Not tomorrow, Monday. Okay, so I'll continue from here only. Directory permissions, sorry, how to change a permission, change the ownership. We will perform some more questions, okay, so that you get the clarity. So yeah, this is it for today. Okay, guys, thank you so much.